Hi everyone, welcome to SharePoint Saturday. And again, I'm so glad that we are organizing this for the last continuously for the fourth year. And thanks for all your support and encouragements. And first of all, I would like to thank the participants during a Saturday and during this pandemic, even considering though it's all the events are happening virtual, I could see all the enthusiastic participants, and I would like to convey my special thanks to the speakers who this time it's a kind of a various speakers from different regions of the country. We have a few speakers from US, Canada, though it is a too late night for them, especially for Krishna. Just now I was speaking with Krishna. It's almost 11 o'clock for Krishna. So thanks for the speakers for accepting this invitation and sharing your knowledge with the people in India. And I'm sure that this is not only visible by this is not only seen but to be an Indian event. It is a global one. People from various regions are attending as a participant as well as the speaker. So, with that introduction, let me quickly jump on to the list of speakers today. Today, we have a very interesting. Usually, this for the last 3 years, the SharePoint Saturday India or SharePoint Saturday Chennai will be targeting only for the Indian speakers, and few will come from the different part of the country. But since this is a virtual event, we got an opportunity to share our knowledge across the different peers from the world. So we have a list of speakers like Anna Jhaveri. She was working as a tech lead in Zoho Dragon. And we have David Warner, who is a Microsoft MVP, and he's an active participant in PNP team member. And we have Hans Brender from Germany. He's around 25 years of experience. He is definitely we are expecting a lot from Hans Brender, and he worked in various countries Germany, Switzerland, everywhere. And we have Hugo Bernier from Canada. Currently, he lives in Canada, but he worked across the globe, like United States, Germany, Finland, Singapore, Hungary. What else? Even so different countries he have worked, and he has a bunch of knowledge, bunch of experience, I would call it as. And Nicole Enders, who accepts our offer immediately, who accepts our invitation immediately as soon as we approached Nicole. And thanks Nicole, a special thanks for Nicole. She's from Germany. And Vignesh Ganesan, like he does, like many of the Indian participants, doesn't require an introduction for Vignesh Ganesan. Almost in any event, whatever happens in India, Vignesh will be the presenter, and he's a very very active participant in Azure and SharePoint and basically all the cloud related technologies. And Krishna, so Krishna from US, and he is very thanks Krishna for joining promptly. He joined the call even before us, so thanks for that, Krishna. And they from Canada. We have they was a security architecture for large retailers in US and Canada, including the Loblaws. And so there are we are this time it's not only going to be a developer oriented program. Some of the key people are going to discuss about the OneDrive, and Dave is going to explain about the security models. And so Vinodha again, she's a solution architect at GG Technologies Private Limited, and she was very active. She is an emerging participant or activist within the Indian community. So I'm glad to welcome all you all, and a special thanks to every speaker who accepted our invitation. And the agenda is going to be sharply. We started by 9:30. Yep. So this is the first hour. Since it is a virtual event, we started by 9:30 sharp. Otherwise, then we will be having a lag of 10-15 minutes, so it cannot be avoided. But today we started at 9:30, and we target to end by 4 o'clock sharply. And the first session will be taken care by Krishna, and we are very eager to know how we can monitor the Power Apps with the Azure Insights. So that's the first topic, which is going to be which will extend up to 10:30 a.m. IST. All the timing whichever mentioned here are in the IST time zone. And the second one will be followed by Krishna. They will be delivering a session on issues with multiple identity systems on on-prem and cloud, how we solved it with Azure Active Directory. So I think it is going to be a practical experience which Dave is going to share with us, whatever they have faced earlier. And followed by David Warner and Hugo Bernier. So it is going to be a pure development oriented, developer oriented stuff, and animation techniques that brings life to SPFx. It's very very booming nowadays. All the events which wherever you go related to SharePoint, people start talking about the SPFx development and all those things. But this one, it is going to be a bit advanced, and how we can implement, how we can do the formatting, and how we can implement animation within SPFx. Even I am personally very much interested on this particular session. And Nicole will be giving an introduction about Microsoft Viva, which is a new product which comes under the suite of Office 365, and followed by Nicole Vignesh. So Vignesh will be discussing about Microsoft M365 security and compliance services, when to use what. That's going to be very very interesting. And followed by Vignesh, Hans Brender again. Hans will be taking about the OneDrive, and Hans is very very expert in OneDrive, and wherever, if you follow him on the Twitter, almost every day he'll be sending about some useful information. And Vinodha will be taking care about top 10 tips to secure Power Platform environments. So Power Platform, it's again one of the buzzword nowadays, right? It'll be very useful. And followed by Vinodha, Anna will be discussing about SharePoint using REST API from Power Automate. So the combination, consuming the SharePoint REST API from the Power Automate. And followed by that, with that we are done for the day. And the last one, closing note, will be delivered by Narasima Perumal, who is again one of our MVP, our close friend. And so for today's session, the hashtags, Twitter tags are M365 Chennai, SPS Chennai, Xmonkeys 360. And I request the participants to share or tweet about this event as much as you can, even the good or bad, the feedback, whatever you like. You please tag it, and tag these hashtags, and share your knowledge, share your thoughts. And the upcoming events, again, the next week, 16th and 17th, we are organizing, the Indian Azure community is organizing a global Azure boot camp. It's going to be a 2 days, and around 30 to 40 speakers are participating. It's a huge event which is going to happen on the next week. You can get more information about this on our xmonkey 316 page, or even in Twitter you can search for the hashtag called hash global Azure. You will get the registration link. So people who were not yet registered, please go ahead and register it. Thank you. With that, we are done for the introduction, and I'll let Krishna. Krishna, you can take the
Sure.
session, Krishna. Yeah.
Thank you, Sathish. I'll share my screen. Okay. Please, yeah, I think. Can you all see my screen now?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining the session. Uh, to start with, and my name is Krishna Rachakonda. I'm a Microsoft MVP in business applications. I was given MVP in January 2021. And I work for a company called Compusoft Integrated Solutions, but most of the and I'm very active in Microsoft forums like Power Automate community as well as Power Apps community as well. I'm a dual super user in both the forums, and occasionally I do the solution. Blogging as well as YouTube contributions as well on the Power platform. And you can reach me on different I gave my contacts here, email, Twitter, and LinkedIn. You can connect with me and we can share ideas, and if any questions, or I'll be happy to learn from everybody, so please connect with me too, so we can have a discussion on that. So before I got a couple of more slides, but before we get into the slides, I will start with my session here. The very first thing, before we get into the Azure application insights, before that, we need to know why do we need it. And then we will talk about what is exactly it will, what exactly it is and how it's going to help us. So every day, like if you are like a professional or a citizen developer of Power Platform, you may be developing a lot of applications, business applications using Power Apps. Today, I'm going to talk more about only Canvas applications, not model-driven applications. So daily, like I mean, if you're a consultant or if you're automating a lot of these business applications, probably you may be creating a lot of these applications by using Power Apps. So in the Power Apps, what we can do is like it's very easy to start working with the Power Apps. You can just drag and drop controls and you can build applications even with no code. If it is an Excel or some data source, you can directly build some applications with no code and start customizing from there onwards. So there are some applications which are very small, means the audience is very small, like maybe 10 users or less than 100 users. But there will be some enterprise level applications which are very business critical applications that we can create using Power Apps. When we create business critical applications using Power Apps, they need to be continuously monitored, especially when these applications are being used by various users throughout geographically located from different locations. We need to monitor them continuously, how these applications are working and how they are with respect to performance wise, with respect to functionality wise, are they really meeting the business needs of the users or not. So when we need to find out how heavily or how well these applications are being used by different users, we need some monitoring system. So if we take any business, I mean, any Power App application, Canvas application, and if you're an Power App admin, you can go to, if you see my screen, you can directly click on Admin Center. And once you click on the Admin Center, you can, under the analytics, click on Power Apps, and we can see a bunch of reports here. One is usage reports. And usage reports are basically what are the different platforms used to access these Power App application, and what are the different Power App players are, and region of access, and different reports. And if you see, the reports are very limited reports here, and also this limited usage reports. And also, if we see the report data, if the data which is shown on these reports are very limited as well. Like if we max data that we can show on the reports are last 28 days. You can't go beyond 28 days from Power Platform Admin Center. And also there are other categories of reports as well. If you see the locations, again, from which locations these app is getting accessed from, and different other reports as well. So this is one way, like we can get minimum information. But if your application, enterprise level Power App application, is being used the last 6 months or 1 year, and you want to know the trend of the usage, how many new users are started getting into the app, or how heavily these applications are used. Okay, if my enterprise application has 10 different screens automating different processes, so which screens the most number of users are landing on, and what is the common path every user is going or browsing within my app. To know all those details, these reports are not sufficient. Whatever out of the box Microsoft providing in the admin center is not sufficient. So we need to go a little beyond these reports. So to get that report, we can rely on Azure's application insights. Azure application insights give you more in-depth monitoring as well as usage data. that will help you to see how heavily your application is being used, and a lot of other functionalities also available as part of the Azure Application Insights. We'll see that as well. And when we talk about monitoring, these reports are one way of monitoring things, how the application is being used. But the second monitoring, which we always used for troubleshooting if there are any issues with your Power App. For example, let's take one of the app. Let me click on my app right here. This is a sample application which I created some time back. This is a number puzzle, a game application. I want to monitor how this application is working. So for that, I can just go and edit the application, and then you will see your application in the Power App Studio. I think it's not opened yet. While it is opening, so it's basically like once you open the application in the Power App Studio, then you can use the another monitoring tool, which is no, not from here though. Let's select this one, and you can go click on the monitor tool. Once you click on monitor, it will launch the application, and also it will tell you, it will show you the last published application will be launched. It will show you an alert or a notification to the user. And if you see here, I launched the monitoring of the application, and you are connected to a monitor debug session. So whenever you want to troubleshoot something with respect to any functional issues or performance related issues, this monitoring is another tool that you can use on top of your applications. Once you select the app, you can see that monitor tool or the utility. Once you click on that, then it will launch the last published application version of the application, and then it will show you the notification on the top, and then whatever actions you perform here, then it will try to log all that information right here. It is like a tracing. It is not it traces all your actions, and you can see how fast your screens are getting loaded. Sometimes in my application, for example, if I'm loading some data from a data source, and use or a big formula or the function, PowerFX function is trying to load the data by filtering, sorting, all kinds of operations it is doing, then it will try to show you all of that information. If you see here, I put a trace function, and we can see some messages as well. So we can troubleshoot all the issues with the monitoring tool. So these are the two things that I can use preliminarily before I go and start using Azure Insights. I can start relying on these two usage tools. One is Power Apps Analytics, where I can see all the reports. All these reports, and see the high-level overview of usage. And if you run into any functional issues or any performance-related issues, we can still use these monitoring tools, and then we can troubleshoot the issues. Even then, sometimes when we launch, or when we have a enterprise level applications, you can't run these applications live. Means you can't troubleshoot in a production environment. You need to take a backup and troubleshoot in your dev environment or in any other environment. But when my application is running in the production environment, and still I want to see all the tracing, all the other information, that's when I can rely on the Azure Insights. So Azure's Application Insights. So let's go back to my slide, where I have one single slide which explains in detail what exactly the Azure Monitoring Service is. So Azure Monitoring Service, if you see that in Azure tenant, or whole Office 365 and other services, if we consider, then there are 600 plus cloud services are there. All kinds of services in the Azure environment, and all these services are can be monitored with the Azure monitoring service. What the monitoring service is, it's a common service which will help us to monitor all wide varieties of all these 600 plus cloud services. And when we monitor with this monitor service, what it will do is it will log the information, all the tracing information, into two different kinds of databases. One is metrics database, the other one is logs database. Metrics database means the database will contain the data which is very good or which is more appropriate to generate reports directly out of that database. Which is nothing but your graphs, bar charts, or donuts, or other charts. Whereas the other database is a logs database, where logs database is more of line by line items, which are like a tracing information. Whether we write some information or errors or anything that we write into monitoring tool, that all will be captured in the logs. And on the screen on the right side bottom, if you see the maps, how they will look like, the data comes from the metrics database. You can see, you can generate graphs out of it directly. You don't need to build a lot of, you can directly generate the graphs. And from the logs, it will be like a tracing information, line by line, different columns of information. So this is overall the monitoring service. How I can use this monitoring service with my Power Apps application, which is an enterprise level application. We don't need to use this monitoring service for small applications which got like 10 users or very less number of audience. On any enterprise level application, I would recommend to use monitoring service. We'll see a lot of these benefits with it. And especially if you're planning to use the app for many years or more than months, more than a month or like a long time, then you can get all the reports you can generate for a long time. So let's go back to the again this one here. To use the Azure application insights, very first thing what we need to do is open your Azure portal, which is portal.azure.com. And once you open the portal.azure.com, I'm assuming that we already have a subscription to Azure, because for every service that we want to use in the Azure tenant, we need to have a basic subscription. Without the subscription, we cannot use it. So you can create your own personal tenant, Azure tenant, and then you can start with your free trial version of it, and then you can use the Azure application insights. Or in your company, if you already have a Azure portal, then you can directly log into portal.azure as a global admin, and then you can start using application insights. So once I log into portal.azure, just type for application insights. You can already see that in my recent search. So that's why here I already have one application insights created. So, but we will try to, I'll show you how to create a new one. So application insights, when I click on add or new, it shows me this information, all the metadata or the information I need to provide. The very first one is which Azure subscription I need to use. In a tenant, I can have multiple subscriptions, and depending upon the requirements, I can use a particular subscription. And then resource groups, I can any resource group. And here the instance details, this is the name of the application insights. So one thing is application insights, you can have multiple application insights. One application insight can connect to one particular application, or one application insights can connect to multiple applications as well. Means I can create a single application insight, and I can use this particular application insight. I can connect this with multiple Power App applications. What's the drawback with that is, When you come into this application insights and to see the monitoring information, you need to filter every time the data, monitoring usage data or the other data based on your application. Sometimes it's very hard to filter. So I recommend generally to create a separate application insights every time you want to monitor a specific application, so that like it's easy to generate or isolate all the monitoring information into one particular application insights. So here we can mention the name of the application insights and in which region this insights data should reside. So we can select any region, just like the tenant regions, and then the resource mode. This by default it is workspace based, and the subscription again. This is related to workspace details and the logs analytics. These are the default information we need to provide. Once you review and click on create button, it will create the application insights. So I already created it. So let's click on the existing one. Once we create an application insights, then what we will say is there is a lot of options on the left side here. We don't need to worry about that. At this moment, I will explain each of majority of them. The very first thing that we need to take from this screen is the instrumentation key. So the only way that we can connect our application insights with your Power App application is by using instrumentation key. This is the key that we need. All we need to do is just copy this key and now open your Power Apps portal, and then whichever application you want to connect or monitor by using application insights, just open that application in edit mode. So for example, this is a monitoring one, so I'll just close this once. Let me edit this application. So we just need to open the Power App application. Once that is opened, then we need to add in only one location that the instrumentation key. So this is my number puzzle application. So all we need to do is just select the app, app element, and then on the right side, the properties, there is a property called instrumentation key. All we need to do is just paste that instrumentation key. That's the GUID that we got it from the Azure application insight that we created. So all we need to do is just copy that instrumentation key and paste it here. Once you paste it here, and then go to file and save it, and then publish the application. As soon as we publish the application, Microsoft says it takes 30 minutes after you publish the application. From 30 minutes onwards, it will start capturing all the monitoring information into application insights. But generally, I observed like it's for any time after like 10 minutes onwards, I have seen data, it started capturing all the data. So once I publish this application, what I can do is I can just close that application, and then I can launch the application now. Once I launch the application, now let's assume this is an enterprise level application. So the various users will navigate from the home screen to different screens through. They do a lot of navigation, and they enter the data as well. So they will navigate from one screen to another screen. So different screens are here. So I'm just trying to navigate to different screens here. So as I navigate, and I can perform a lot of other operations as well. While I'm performing the operations, what it will do is every single time I'm visiting different screens or performing different operations, a lot of this information, the usage information, is captured in the Azure monitoring service. So but within the application, so far, I did not enter any specific or custom messages. For example, in my application, if you see, whenever I'm clicking on a button, let's say I have a form I'm submitting. So whenever I'm submitting a form, if I run into some issue because some dependent item is not existing, or if dependent item fails for some reason, then only the end user can see the error information on their client browser. But I want to log that information in the Azure monitoring service. So we can use some functions such as trace. Trace is a function that we can use to write the information directly into the Azure monitoring service. So I'll show you that as well. So I did navigate some of the screens here. Now let's go back into the Azure Insights. Now, once I come to the Azure Insights here, I just connected right now, but I also have another application called Budget Tracker here, which is also connected to the same application Insights. So same application Insights, I used it for two different applications. One is for my number puzzle, as well as the other one is for Budget Tracker, another Power App application. So I use the same application Insights for both the apps. Now here also I did navigate to different screens and did a lot of add, insert, edit, and delete other operations as well. So I can see all that operations in my Azure Insights. So how I can analyze or monitor the information in this application Insights. So if we see in the Insights, there are a couple of sections here. There are a lot of data. It's going to take hours to explain each and every item here. But what I will be doing is I'll be more focusing on monitoring as well as usage sections. So here, if you see alerts, if there are any errors or particular actions whenever we are logging into a monitoring service, if I want a particular admin of the Power App or global admin, if they need to receive some notifications, then we can set some alerts here. And also we can also not just sending notifications, but we can also do a lot of other actions as well. When particular alerts are done, you can perform some additional actions as well. And the other one is workbooks. Workbooks are similar to your reports, what we have seen in other places in the admin console, admin portal. It is similar to that. We can use these workbooks to do a lot of report we can generate. Like it already have by default, Azure Application Insights gives you so many out-of-the-box public templates. It will give you a lot of public templates so that you can directly use. For example, I want to generate a report of active users who used the Power App application, which is connected with this Azure Insights. I don't need to build a report. I can just directly come to the workbooks. Already there is a one under usage section. There is a report workbook called active users. We can see like that. There are many other workbooks for different categories. Performance, there are 4 or 5 failures, availability. A lot of these workbooks are available. If we see the usage one, it will show us how these two applications, because from this application Insights I connected two Power Apps applications. So it will show me how many active users. I just use my personal account, so I just only one account, but there were 6 unique sessions, and in these 6 unique sessions I did 46 views. And also if you see here, it will show you different screens in both the Power App applications. So these are 4 different, all these are different screens in my Power App application. And these are the instances it explains. It shows all of that. And also last 30 days. And also I can see up to 90 days. In the previously the admin portal, here we can see up to 28 days. That's the max data that I can see. But in the Azure Insight, now I can see up to data up to 90 days. I can generate data up to 90 days. But not it is not up to 90 days, but in some other places I can generate data how much ever backdated we can do it. So let's see the other one as users. Workbooks is one thing. There are. I will come back to the logs in the final as a final step. So these are the users as well. Let's say you. There are thousands of users or hundreds of users are logging in. So you can daily see all the user information, bar chart or line chart or area chart. Different types of charts are available. And also I mentioned previously, we can generate a report not just 28 days or 90 days. This gives you the option to go back to beyond 90 days also. You can click on custom, it will give you a calendar which you can backdate to any particular. For example, I can put 2020 also. I can go back to very long back. But we don't know like how much data. I mean, we need to see how much data it's really storing, but we can go back and set the data. I mean, these dates so far back. And also, if you see here, let me just bring it back to last 3 days, and we will see these users. View more insights. And when I click on that, it will show me down all these options. Particular, if you see again, session 6 sessions, 46 events, performance is some reason it is unacceptable. And also if you see like country or region, one user, but from US, and which operating system and which browser version, all of that, it is categorically showing us all of that. And we can also see like different most active users or different filters, or the other options are also available here. And apart from these, there are two very interesting options which I really like in this Azure Insights is logs and user flows. User flows. Previously, when I was talking about the drawbacks or the limitations in the Azure, in the admin portal, is that this is not giving me what is my let's say my enterprise application is accessed by 1,000 users or 2,000 users. I would like to know how many users are accessing different different screens in my application. What is their common path? What are the different, for example, in my application, how many users are inserting the data or updating the data, or a particular flow I want to see. That I can see that information in the user flows. If I go to user flows, and then click on select an event here, and then select on start, and the time range, I'm selecting it last 14 days, even though I don't have the data for all of that. And here included events, I will select all the page views, and here, and then I click on create graph. This will create the graphs. This will show us the graph. And also here, if you see observe the graph, you can clearly see this session. There were 6 sessions which were launched by the same user. It's my account, and one of them is going to budget screen, which is another app like a budget tracker app. 3 sessions, and a number puzzle, 3 sessions. In these also, from budget screen to new budget screen, 3 sessions, and again budget screen. Like how the user navigated in each of the session, I can see with this flow. But here, if you see, there are only 3 steps here. By default, it is showing us 3 steps, but I can go up to 9 steps. 9 previous steps and 9 next steps. Okay, let's see. If you see that, it will show you the entire flow of a session, almost up to 9 steps. Okay, So for example, let's take the budget application. So the user, if you see all the 3 sessions, the users came to new budget screen. And after that, again, budget screen 2, 2 of the sessions went to ads expenses screen, and only one it deleted. And the other 2, again, these 2 sessions again came back to budget screen. Like that, we can see a lot of these back and forth, how the users are navigating between the screens. So this will really help understanding how my application is being used by all the users. And also, one other important note here is, if you see the lines, some are very thick, some are very thin. Depending on the number of sessions or number of users are accessing, the line thickness changes. The more the sessions, the more thicker it will be. So that's how graphically you can see, oh, okay, clearly, even without reading any of these titles or labels, I can clearly see this is the thickness that is going in this particular path. So this is the flow most of my users are accessing. Okay. So, and also I can also see when the users are ending their sessions, in which screens most of these users are ending their sessions. I can see that. And also, if they have any, I can also derive some of the functionality, like, okay, how I can improve my application to make the usability better by observing these flows. So this is very, very useful usage data that we can use. And also, can I save this and share it with any users? Yes, we can do it. You can save this, but it will only save locally within this Azure environment. So I can save it to my reports or a shared reports. So I can just click on my reports and save it. Once I save it, I can share it. I can share the report, move to share a link, and then move to shared reports. And then the report is actually moved to the shared reports because we want to share it with other users. Then it will give you a link here. You can just share link via email. When you click on it, it will open your Outlook local email client and directly places this link. Or you can just copy this link and you can go to another browser window and just paste that link, and it will show you the exactly the same report which I saved. I don't need to regenerate that report. So I can simply share this link in my shared reports and send it as an email to any user, or like a Power Platform, like the app developer or architect or solution architect. They can see and analyze it, and they can take decisions based on this report. They don't need to log in into this one. So that's very good, helpful information. And the other thing is, as I mentioned previously, logs is the one which I shared in my PowerPoint earlier. The logs will contain the data in the rows and columns, all the tracing information. So if I come back here, when I click on logs, just like workbooks, logs also have some pre-built queries. Okay, I don't need to build any queries, but you can leverage an existing queries. So if you see here, here the logs are all are stored in the tracing information is stored in a database, and to retrieve all that information, we can write our own queries as well. So if you see here on the top of the screen, it is blinking here where I can type my query. But how do I type it? Is it a SQL query? It is similar to SQL, but it is not SQL. There is another language called Kuto language. Kusto language. That's the language that it is very popular with other. I think Python or other technologies, they use this one a lot. So Kusto is query language is being used in this particular queries. And also, to start with, you don't need to really learn this language, but there are, as I said already, there are pre-built queries. You can just type that. You can just click on it, and it will give you, it has intelligence, so you can grab all that information. So time range, let's select it. I want to see last 7 days, and I'm not putting any information here, just traces, all the traces which were generated in last 7 days. So just click on run. And then when I ran that particular query, it showed me everything, all the tracing information which is generated from the applications. And if you see some of the messages, like message from number puzzle, and budget details are saved. This is all my custom messages. I'll show you how exactly I wrote these statements to get into the monitoring. But this is all my custom. Most of them are all my custom messages. So this is all information. But there are different severity levels. I can log the information, like whether it can be an information purpose or a critical or failure or errors. I can log all kinds of information into this trace. Okay, so I can see all this trace information. How can I use this information? One of the Even though I can see the information, all this tracing information as lines and different columns, I can export this entire trace information as a CSV file. You can export it as a CSV file so that we can share it with other users, or you can also export to Power BI as well. Why do we need this feature, export to Power BI? Power BI is mainly meant for all the dashboards and the reports that you can generate, right? So you can directly export this entire information as to Power BI. So does it actually export the data into Power BI? No, it actually gives you the M query. Okay, let's click on it and let's see that. So it want to allow us, as soon as I exported it, then it actually, if you see my bottom left corner, then it actually downloaded a file, which is a mQuery file. Downloaded a text file which contains the mQuery. So what this mQuery contains, it doesn't contain any data. No tracing information is downloaded. It contains only the mQuery. So if you see, it also included the instructions as well. So what should we do with this mQuery is just open the Power BI desktop, and then we can get open the Power BI desktop and then get data, blank query, and in the advanced query editor, just copy paste the entire thing, and then you will be able to generate you can make the data source. Means our Power BI will directly connect to the Azure application Insights to get all the tracing information. So let's do that quickly. So I already have an instance of Power BI here. This is my Power BI desktop, and here, according to the mQuery, this text file, what it says is open the Power BI desktop and go to get data and blank query and advanced query editor. So all we need to do is get data and then blank query, and then it opens the blank query here. Once it opens the blank query, just click on advanced editor, and then here in this query we just remove everything and come back to the notepad on this query and copy entire query. Just Control A and Control C and come back to your query, Control V, paste everything. It will show you like no syntax errors, nothing, and then click on done. What it will happen is it will use that connection information in that mQuery, and then it will connect to your application Insights logs database directly, and then it will use that as a data source and brings you all the information right here, all the custom data information. So it's not like just 3 or 4 columns, it contains lots of information. Okay, we will see that in once you connect to the application Insight, just close and apply. What will happen is it will get all the data into the Power BI, and it generates a model, and then we will see on the right side all the fields it brought from the Azure Application Insights. And now we can generate any kinds of reports. I mean, this is just a sample, but we need to make sure what data exactly, what kind of reports we want to build, and depending on that we need to get all the data. And I can just simply build a report, like a map report here. I would like to put the location. Let's expand it a little bit. I want to see the, I will say city. This is a client location, location data. It will directly show you my location. Where am I right now? If I expand it, you can see right now I'm in Houston, Texas, and it shows exactly my location here because I use my apps from this location. And also you can just put another another card here, and you can put some other values like the item count or something that will give you how many total sessions or the other metadata that you want to show in the reports. So this is how you can generate different reports out of your tracing information, which you log into the application Insights from your Power App application. The last thing I want to show you is how I can log any of my custom information into this Azure Insights. So to do that, let's go into any of the app that I opened here. I believe, yeah, the number puzzle. If I open this one, I hope the home screen. No, I think. Yeah, let me open this budget tracker. Let me edit this, and then, yeah, I believe I think I wrote this one here. Okay, so if I click on play button here, I placed a simple trace command here. The trace is a trace function in the PowerFX. If you see here, the PowerFX, the trace function, by using the trace function, we can log the information back into the application Insights. This is the message that I'm logging and what is the severity level. And also you can pass, there is another third parameter, which is a record type as well. Like if you want to pass multiple columns of information as a record, you can do that as a third parameter as well. So the trace function, you can see that in the documentation, Microsoft documentation, the trace function, and this is the syntax. And the trace function, we will use that in number of instances when you are creating any test cases. We use the tracing as well. So this is all different places we can use that. So that's all about the application Insights. Any questions? I hope you're all able to understand. Any questions? Anything you want to see? Okay.
Yeah, Krishna, thanks. So far, there is no questions. Thanks.
Okay.
Really, thanks for joining.
Okay.
Thanks, Krishna. It's a wonderful session. This is the very first time I am seeing Power Apps with application session. Great.
Oh, yeah. It is really, really helpful, especially for enterprise applications or any application which requires like a continuous monitoring. Generally, like during this COVID period of COVID time, there were many applications that were created, like employee onboarding. Like whenever anybody wants to come into office location, the temperature, whether they are sick or not, and a lot of other COVID tests, anything done recently, any travel, they need to check number of questionnaire, right? So this is these kind of applications are used enterprise level. So this kind of stuff is very, very helpful. Like if we can monitor with Azure application insights.
Yeah, thank you, Ganesan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Dave, please share your screen.
I hope it is visible.
Not yet. Yeah, it's visible.
So let me start.
Yes, we are good to go. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dave. I'm a security architect. Today, I'm going to present on a topic related to identity and access management. The title of the topic is Issues with Multiple Identity Systems on Premise and on Cloud. And how did we solve it with Azure AD? Before I go deep into this session, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Dave. I'm a director and principal security architect at a C4 Canadian Cyber Solutions based out in Canada, Toronto. I'm a security architect and consultant for last 14 years. I'm also founder of a cyber initiative called Cyber Security Malayalam, which is a YouTube channel and a Facebook page in Malayalam aimed at educating my community. I have worked with retail companies, financial institutions, mostly on security transformations. So a little deep into the session. Before I go deep into identity and access management, this is actually a case study of identity and access management at a big retail company. Retail company in the sense, this is much similar to Reliance Retail or Big Bazaar in India, but at a larger scale. We had a lot of more users, a lot of internal users, 2 lakh internal users. That's a big number. We had 8,000 stores. We had 1.5 crore customers, more than 100 internal applications. The daily hiring was close to 500. So busy HR department. We had a 1,000 plus member IT team and almost 50,000 servers to support all these applications. It was a huge, very large retail company, probably second biggest retail in the whole world. This is from a real story. This is from a real use case. This is one of the toughest problem I have solved in my 13 years of IT career. So if you look at today's scenario, a lot of companies are moving to cloud. A lot of companies are skipping on-premises data centers and directly moving into cloud. For bigger companies, identity and access management is a big problem. And even for the smaller companies, this is an issue. So how to solve this issue? So I'm going to present this use case with the help of a couple of diagrams that will provide more clarity into what we were doing and how we solved the real issues. So getting into the first slide, life before cloud. If you look at this diagram, this is a simple representation of the architecture we had at that company. So it contains all the identity and access management systems. It contains applications. It contains the set of users. I mean, internal users, partners, customers, etc. Let us first talk about the employee hiring flow. Typically, HR is the one who hires and fires you. They use systems like Workday or Taleo to hire an employee. Once the employee is hired, they basically send an email to IT help desk asking them, create this user in the Active Directory. In most of the companies, we see they're sending plain emails instead of automation. So once IT help desk receives this email, what they do is they provision the identity into Active Directory. Once that Active Directory identity provisioning is over, they then create application access. These are all done using emails. So think of the scenario where there are like 500 employees coming in or changing every day. A lot of email traffic, correct? So in this company, we had multiple identity and access management systems. So the IT help desk, before creating the identity into Active Directory, used an identity and access management system called CA, Computer Associates Identity Manager. Then we had multiple Active Directory LDS. This is an older technology. Most of you have seen this in older environments. Lightweight directory structure. Lightweight directory structure is usually used when you need custom attributes for applications that are not really supported by Active Directory. In this ecosystem, we also have partners. When we go into any company, we have multiple contractors coming from other organizations. We have business partners. Some of them may need to access our internal applications also. So in this case, we need to provide access to them. So this was also handled using the IT help desk. So similar to the initial process flow, IT help desk will create an Active Directory ID using CA Identity Manager. Usually with CA Identity Manager, we see a single sign-on product like CA SiteMinder. For web applications, this gives the single sign-on experience. We also have customers. If you go to any company, any retail company, you have a lot of customers. So in many companies, the identity access management system for the customers is separate. They don't really want to bring all the customer identities into the Active Directory because that's a lot of load for the Active Directory. It becomes very difficult to manage the Active Directory also. So they are usually coming up with a separate identity access management system. If you look at this landscape is very complex. You can count at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 identity and access management system. That's a lot of management overhead. IT admins, identity admins, they're all busy all the time. So let's look at what are the problems in this architecture with multiple identity and access management systems. There are too many manual processes. As I said earlier, all the processes are done using email. HR is sending email. The business partner is sending email. So there are lots of emails going back and forth. So for somebody sitting in IT help desk, it is very difficult to keep a track. HR has to wait at least 7 or 8 days to get an AD account, Active Directory account created, and provision apps for a user. That's a lot of process inefficiency. Manual provisioning to other systems, like this is mostly about application access, like SAP. You have other multiple applications in the company. So you have to provision identities to the systems manually. Multiple lightweight directory structure. This again is a management overhead. You don't really get a true single sign-on experience. Let's go into any company. How many companies provide a true single sign-on experience? What do you mean by single sign-on? You log in to your device once. After that, you click icon of any application or you go into any web application, you will be auto-authenticated. You don't need to do any steps. You just click the application and you will be signed in based on your existing login or existing session. That is what you mean by single sign-on. In this architecture, which I showed you a while ago, there is no true single sign-on experience. That means the users are impacted. Again, implementing additional security features like multi-factor authentication, that's impossible with this scenario. You can always add something like an RSA token or something. But to integrate that within the landscape, that's very difficult. So there is something called identity crisis, which is running in every big and small organizations. That's the reason for a lot of inefficiency in terms of identity and integration. So whatever I showed you, this was in the company around 2015. By the time we reached 2016, 2017, then came Office 365. So with the introduction of Office 365, like Outlook Online, Word Online, PowerPoint Online, we needed Azure Active Directory. So as like every other company, we extended Active Directory to Azure AD using ADFS, Active Directory Federation Services. Normally, any company will do that. They never go into any other technology. They will prefer the easiest technology to adopt, that is ADFS, and sync the identities to the cloud to support a cloud platform like Office 365. This was a time when many companies started adopting SaaS tools, software as a service tools. So all this software as a service tools needs a cloud identity. And that cannot be provided by a normal Active Directory on-premise. So they went forward with Azure Active Directory. You know what was the result? We got one more identity and access management system to manage. No process change, only the addition of the ADFS servers. But in a large environment, you need multiple ADFS servers and web application proxy to support the identity extension to Azure AD. And Azure AD was simply providing SAML tokens to all these SaaS services. So in this situation, we hired more admins to manage the new infrastructure. Life became more complicated. The moment you add new applications or new infrastructure, then administration becomes more difficult. We thought the situation will improve, but no luck. Situation wasn't improving. Then came cloud. By cloud, I mean all the infrastructure as a cloud services. If you look at the diagram is a bit more complex than the previous slide. To the bottom right, you can see three other clouds: Azure, Amazon Web Services, and Google Cloud. If you look at a big enterprise, they don't just go with one cloud because not all their applications are supported on one cloud. They adopt multiple cloud platforms. In our case, we had applications running on all the three cloud platforms. All the Windows infrastructure went to Azure. There were a couple of applications running on Amazon, like Snowflake and things like that. We had our digital team working on Google Cloud because everything as a code was initially supported only by Google Cloud. Now it's supported by all the clouds, but Google Cloud had a lot of more support to digital transformation. And in the effect, like the landscape became more complex. So this is the case with 90% of companies I work with. You have multiple clouds in the scenario. It's a purely hybrid multi-cloud. You have multiple SaaS clouds. And in some cases, you can also see PaaS services. Say, for example, SQL Server. That's a PaaS service. So managing all of that with multiple identity and access management systems is very difficult. And if you look at the provisioning even became more complex. So all this led to more administrative overhead. We later realized we cannot really survive with this kind of administrative overhead and multiple identity and access management systems. The physical perimeter was changing. Think of an era where we had on-premise servers. All of them were secured using Active Directory and firewalls. What I mean by firewalls is the perimeter firewalls. If you go to any old enterprise, the two major security technologies that we had was Active Directory number one, and number two is the firewalls. The perimeter firewalls, Cisco's, Checkpoints, Palo Altos, they were all protecting the perimeter. They were safeguarding us from attacks from the internet. And you typically see security zones like demilitarized zones and internal server segments in this architecture. But if you go to cloud, such an architecture doesn't really exist. We don't have anything like a solid perimeter in any cloud. What is a new perimeter? The simple answer to that question is identity is the new perimeter. Identity is the foundation of the cloud. We all think virtual machines are the foundation of the cloud. I don't disagree. Virtual machines really provide the platform, the foundation for which we can deploy apps quickly onto the cloud. But the actual perimeter is identity. Many companies, many new professionals really don't realize that. Number two, if you have a lot of manual processes, you will never win on cloud. You need to go with a lot of automation. You need to scale up and scale down resources. When the customer demand for an application increases, you need to scale up. The customer demand for an application decreases, you need to scale down. That is what you mean by agility on cloud. So for your applications to scale up and scale down, you need to have that scale up and scale down supported by all the backend systems, especially by systems like identity. And going to cloud without the scale up or scale down or without DevOps is as good as like on-premise. If you don't do this and go to cloud, your company will be in failure. You'll be spending a lot of money on cloud, but you need to get that agility. So our strategy to move to cloud and to establish cloud and to take advantage of rapid scale up and scale down was by automating as much as we can. Instead of all the manual processes, we try to automate. Number two, we want to centralize and capitalize on one identity and access management system. If you look at the older slides, we have multiple identity and access management systems. That became unmanageable. Now we thought of centralizing and capitalizing on one. Let's use this as a centralized identity system. Let's build all the workflows on that same system. Let's add more security features on that same system, like multi-factor authentication. If you go back 10 years, you would have never seen multi-factor authentication. You just had a username and password to log in. Now, with current set of security risks, you always need new technologies to secure your identities. The best control you can adopt in this scenario is multi-factor authentication. Now, we use a lot of APIs in the current scenario. To secure them, we need OAuth and OpenID Connect. So you really need a proper identity and access management system in the backend to support the OIDC and OAuth tokens. The approach we took was we pulled out all the low-risk systems and increased the security of them, and we followed a phased approach. I will describe the phased approach in the coming slides. In this picture, I'm basically showing how we started the modernization. If you look or take a close watch at the previous slide and compare it to the previous slide, you will see all the CA infrastructure got replaced by a technology called ServiceNow. ServiceNow is used by a lot of companies today, which is a very powerful ticketing tool, which has the capability to provision identities. Everything is based on tickets. Everything is based on queues. ServiceNow has got multiple APIs to connect with Active Directory. And in some cases, it has the power to connect with Azure AD. It has power to communicate with AD LDS. You can also run custom PowerShell scripts if you would like to in ServiceNow. You can automate a lot. So multiple systems can be brought down by using ServiceNow. ServiceNow implementation is not very easy task. It takes some time. It needs proper support from implementation partners. It is well documented. It is adopted by larger companies and smaller companies these days. It has got multiple workflows which are pre-built. So by adopting ServiceNow, we killed a lot of manual processes. The help desk which was there, that's killed by ServiceNow. The identity and access management system, the CA identity manager, was killed by ServiceNow. But all the applications which now dependent on AD goes back to AD, and some applications we pointed to Azure AD. That's actually shown in the next slide. There is no change made to the customer identity and access management. It's too early to make changes. We don't have a proper identity system to support them right now. Even the partners, they used to create tickets. If they need an ID in the system, or if they need an application access, they used to come back to ServiceNow and create a ticket. ServiceNow is a SaaS tool. Workday is also a SaaS tool. So it's a cloud-to-cloud integration. They integrate very well. If you look at all the new evolving SaaS cloud tools like Salesforce or Workday or ServiceNow, they provide easy connectors to integrate with each other. It's a SaaS to SaaS integration. You don't need to worry what's happening. All you need is to open up the ports for them to communicate with your internal resources, whitelist them, and install a SSL or TLS certificate to make sure there is encrypted communication. Workday and ServiceNow contain a lot of sensitive information. They also provide the functionality to encrypt the data in rest and transit. So we went with automation. There are multiple other competitive products to do the automation, but the reason for selecting ServiceNow was it was very easy to adopt. Most of the flows are already mapped there, and we replace all the manual with ServiceNow. And sorry, I forgot to tell you, the ServiceNow implementation took 5 months. In bigger organizations, it may take more time to properly implement ServiceNow, test the workflows, and make all the workflows exposed to the users. As I said before, we repointed apps to Azure AD. We already had Azure AD, but we were not utilizing it properly. So we repointed apps to Azure AD. We also repointed logins from Windows 10 devices to Azure AD. We reduced actually the load on Active Directory. Active Directory is on-prem. So for a user who is trying to use a cloud app, doesn't need to come to Active Directory. What is the reason to come? There is no particular reason to come to Active Directory. Azure AD, on the other hand, is available globally. You can directly contact Azure AD to get your identity token. From Windows 10, all the systems by and large support Azure AD. So Azure AD was used more frequently, more properly in the landscape. The same functionality given by Azure AD to all the clouds, that remained same. We never touched it. If you compare this to the previous diagrams, this is more efficient architecture. With this slide, we actually started the security modernization. If you look at this slide, this is not different from the previous slide a lot, but we added security features to the bottom left of the slide. What is security feature? Azure AD by and large supports conditional access. Your access is checked for multiple conditions before your access is granted. Where are you coming from? What is your IP? What is your device? What time you are trying to log in? Where are you? You can match a lot of conditions before giving access. This actually provides a lot of security. So how many of your apps are actually supporting this kind of security features? Very few apps supports this kind of features. But with Azure AD and Azure AD based integrated authentication, we can bring in a lot of security to your internal applications. So the major security features that we used was multi-factor authentication and conditional access. Usually this comes together, bundled. So to get the most security, you will need to combine both of this together. We also provided a feature called self-service password reset to the users. The users can reset the passwords without contacting an IT admin or logging in a ticket. They can go into a SSPR portal and they can enter in a set of questions and then they can reset the passwords. So multi-factor authentication and SSPR also works together. So you need to basically have multi-factor authentication enabled to provide SSPR. For users, this is a great experience. You can reset your passwords from any part of the world at any point of time. You don't need a support from a third party. You're basically in charge of your own account. And in MFA, you have multiple options to receive the multi-factor authentication tokens. You can receive a SMS, you can get a call from Microsoft. You can also use the Authenticator app. Personally, I prefer the Authenticator app because that's the most secure way of getting a multi-factor token. Also, I haven't shown this in the picture, but we moved from ADFS infrastructure to password hash synchronization. We are basically taking the passwords from Active Directory and putting it to Azure AD after multiple rounds of hashing and salting. This is the recommended approach by Microsoft these days. There is also a feature called PTA, pass-through authentication, for companies who are not really comfortable to store their passwords salted and hashed in Azure AD. That option is called PTA or pass-through authentication, but we went with password hash synchronization, which is the most efficient way of synchronizing passwords and identities. So with this, we were able to decommission all the ADFS infrastructure. We only need AD Connect, which is very simple to manage. And we also tried to add more or use more features from Azure AD called Azure AD PIM, Privileged Identity Management, for our clouds. So all this was added to Azure AD. So if you look at this slide is much more simpler from the initial slide we started with. This slide is even more simple. If you look at this slide, what is a change? The change basically is we actually used Azure AD to provide identity and access management to customers and partners. Customers were coming in using Azure B2C, business to customer, and partners were using a feature called B2B. We slowly migrated all the users from the customer identity and access management system to Azure AD. The partners were using their own licenses and they were directly coming into Azure AD. So all the identity and access management systems in the landscape was collapsed into Azure AD. This reduced a lot of administrative overhead. This reduced a lot of complexity in the landscape. And primarily all the admins in the landscape were managing the Azure AD only. This brought in a lot of standardization. This provided a lot of convenience for the users, and even for partners, we rolled out SSPR so that they are able to reset their passwords. They don't need any administrative support or help desk support. And also, we provided features like MFA. Right now, Azure AD supports MFA for B2B and B2C. So you don't need to develop a third-party custom system to provide multi-factor authentication or OTPs to the customers or partners or internal users. So the migration took us around 6 months. We did the migration in phases. We never approached it in one phase. We used multiple small steps to get into this target state. Getting into the next slide. Every app through Office 365 and Azure App Proxy. What I mean by this is, you don't need to go into separate application icons to access an applications. Most of the applications can be delivered as a tile in Office 365. All you need is to log in into Office 365, and onto the landing page, there are multiple tiles or icons. So most popular applications are there already. You don't need to do any custom work to add these applications. All you need is to integrate these applications with Azure AD and configure these icons to be on the Office 365 landing page. So once you log into Office 365, from there you get a true single sign-on. With this, we could eliminate VPN for a lot many users. Previously, all the users had VPN installed on their laptops. Right now, in this scenario, they don't need VPNs. So we were able to decommission a lot of VPN appliances from the landscape. And the user experience was much, much more better. Only the system administrators had the VPN because they need to log in physically into the servers. So they needed VPN. This was actually done before the COVID times also. Right now, how many of you have VPN installed on your laptop? Do you actually need it with such a setup? My answer to that is you don't need VPN unless and until you are a system administrator. So all your applications delivered either through the Office 365 landing page or using Azure App Proxy. Azure App Proxy basically is used to expose applications similar to a Citrix way of exposing applications. It's basically targeted at exposing all the legacy applications to the web. So you can go into the web and go into older applications. Those are for applications which doesn't really have a web front end. So the Office 365 landing page and Azure App Proxy, that's a very good combination. I always encourage companies to adopt App Proxy. App Proxy is very easy to configure and very easy to expose it to the user using the web technologies. And in the backend, all the identities to App Proxy or Office 365 is managed through Azure AD. So the last slide, if you compare the first slide, the very first slide and the last slide which I showed you, we can see very few systems in the landscape. That means administration overhead is reduced. We have a single identity and access management system called Azure AD. Active Directory on-prem is basically used as a entry point into Azure AD. You need both of this infrastructure to support legacy environments and legacy on-prem infrastructure and legacy on-prem support for routers and switches and things like that. Those cannot be really integrated with Azure AD. So you need AD and Azure AD. So the learning of this 18 months of security transformation is, number one, identity is key in any cloud or digital transformation. To identify a user and to provide all the resources based on their identity you need a strong identity and access management system. Number two is IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. That means cloud is the future. We are going into a no code, cloud oriented app delivery mode. To properly harness all the functionality or all the features of this environment, we need strong identities. The third point which I wanted to make is identity is the issue in most of the companies. If you look at the small, medium, or large industries, anywhere in the world, identity is a problem. That applies true for all the North American companies or European companies or the Asian companies. Even look at your company. How much of administrative overhead is behind identities? Without identities, you won't be able to properly authenticate and authorize user. You cannot really understand what a user is entitled for and what the privilege is. The next point is multiple identity systems can create operational overheads and security issues. If you're using an old identity system like AD, bringing in security features like multi-factor authentication is next to impossible. So we have to plan and we have to bring in the new identity and access management systems to keep in pace with the security changes. The other point which I want to make is please use your existing frameworks. Do not bring in a new system which is really new to the landscape if you have a system which has got similar functionality. I see people bringing in technologies like Okta or Ping Federate for identity when they have Azure AD. Why don't you use your Azure AD to your fullest? Use all the features, and if you don't have a feature within Azure AD or the technology that you have, then buy another tool. Many companies repeat these mistakes. The problem is you're basically getting one more tool to manage, which is a lot of overhead. Azure AD, to my experience and to my knowledge, is simply great. It's very powerful, very simple to use, very easy to deploy because you don't technically need any deployment. It's there already. Everything is pre-configured. You don't need a lot of customization. You all need is to basically bring in AD Connect or some other technology to sync your identities from on-premise to Azure AD. And for smaller companies, you don't even need AD. You can just survive with Azure AD. So in this process, the organization I consulted for, we almost saved $30 million. Provisioning was reduced to 4 hours. Previously, it was around 8 days to provision an identity and give access to an application. That got reduced to 4 hours with this state-of-the-art automation. So the cost savings is very large, $30 million. That's a lot of money. And it took 18 months to get there. I'm almost coming to end of the session with this slide. I don't know how many of you have seen this slide. This is actually a Microsoft provided resource called Secure Modern Enterprise. I love this framework, very simple framework, which basically looks like a house. I'll go more into the framework. For anybody who wants to modernize their infrastructure and modernize their security, this framework is very useful. Let's approach this framework first from bottom to top. If you look at the bottom, basically it says secure the platform. Whatever platform you get, secure that first. If you're adopting an already secured platform like Azure, you don't need to worry about that. So on your secure platform, start building your security foundation. What do you mean by security foundation? You need all those basic security controls to secure your apps, the web application firewalls, all the other technologies, your IPS, the intrusion prevention system, your IDS, intrusion detection system, your firewalls, right? Those are the critical attack defenses, your endpoint security. If you look at the Microsoft cybersecurity reference architecture, I don't really have a link to this. This is one of the best resources that you can get from the Microsoft website, the Microsoft cybersecurity reference architecture. If you look at the architecture, there are only very few capabilities that are not available on Azure. Number one is next generation firewall. Unfortunately, Microsoft doesn't have a next generation firewall. So they've given provisions to add your Cisco or Palo Alto or Checkpoint to Azure. You can bootstrap using a marketplace image, and you can easily fix the critical attack defenses. Endpoint security. We already have endpoint security on Microsoft. We have Defender. We have all the DLP capabilities. So those are the critical attack defenses. On top of that, you build the identity foundation. So all my previous slides basically refer to the building of identity foundation. You need to have a very strong identity foundation. On top of that, we have 4 pillars. Number one, identity. We talked a lot about identity. Now we talk about apps and data. From a previous presentation, we saw Power Apps, right? So we need to basically build the pillars on top of a secure foundation. So number 2, the pillar is apps and data. We have infrastructure and we have devices. If you secure all these 4, you are securing the enterprise fully. You are getting almost 360-degree security in the whole enterprise. Now, if you look at the roof part of this diagram, the top part of the diagram, you see secure modern enterprise. So you basically have 3 components in the foundation and 4 pillars. With these 3 components, I believe I would say 2 components, because Microsoft Azure as a platform is already secured. All you need is to care about 2 layers in the foundation and 4 pillars. And a lot of this can be realized by native technologies. You don't need to even buy a third-party technology. You can survive. You can do a fair, good job with all the existing technologies in the Azure or Microsoft landscape. Approach this very slowly. Don't rush into it. Break your work into multiple steps. Slowly approach the transformation or transition, because if you rush into this, it may become a failure. There is enough and more documentation on secure modern enterprise on Microsoft website. Please refer them. And also you can refer to Microsoft cybersecurity reference architecture, which is my favorite. This is created by, I believe, Mark Simos from Microsoft, which clearly lists down what are the features available in Azure IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS around security. Recently, they have produced a slide on the Microsoft identity landscape also, which is very similar to Microsoft cybersecurity reference architecture, which is very useful. Always split your goals into 3. Immediate. That means what you need today, what you need tomorrow. Number 2 is short-term goals. Whatever you can realize in next 3 months or 6 months. Those are called short-term goals. And last is the long-term goals. What do you need to achieve in next 1 year or 2 years? Carefully strategize. Once you properly strategize, break it down into roadmaps. Once you do the road mapping exercise, split it into projects. That means you can track each and every project. And once you complete that project, it will get rolled up into a roadmap and it will get rolled up into a strategy. Typically, in a huge enterprise environment, the transformation takes about 2 or 3 years. You need to do a lot of planning. You need to sometimes course correct if something goes wrong. You need to have alternative strategies. You need to have multiple options. Some technologies that worked in a different company may not work in your company. So please understand that there can be failures, but then course correct, move forward in a structured way. With this, I'm almost at the end of my presentation. I would encourage asking me more questions on this. I'll stop sharing.
Okay. Thank you for your wonderful session. So far, we don't have any questions right now. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Thank you for this.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Dave, I could see the time behind you. The clock, it shows 1:40 in the morning.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Dave. It really means a lot for us. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Feel free to connect me on LinkedIn or email. I'm more than happy to support you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. See you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hi, Hugo. Hi, David.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good. Thanks, David. And thanks for joining us.
Yeah, our pleasure. Thank you for having us.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah. So the stage is yours.
All right. Well, we're going to swap back and forth in terms of screen sharing. So I'm going to begin. Give me just a moment. There we go. And let me know when you can see my screen.
Yep, we are.
All right, great. Let me just hide that little guy. All right, excellent. Well, is there anything that you all need to start out with in terms of announcements, or do we just kick into it?
David, all the initial announcements and the introductions, I gave a brief introduction about you and Hugo as well during our welcome note itself. So we can directly start the session now.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate everyone that's attending today. We are a global community, and so it's exciting to be able to collaborate with everyone from all areas of the earth, no matter the time or time zones we're in. So thank you for spending time with us today and allowing us to speak. This session is It's Alive, animation techniques that bring to life SPFx and list formatting SharePoint solutions. So we're going to discuss a lot of fun opportunities to take advantage of interacting with your users, creating a rich feature set within your solutions of SharePoint and list formatting. My name is David Warner. For those that don't know me, I'm a Microsoft MVP, PNP team member, work for Catapult Systems. A big sports fan, hockey, ice hockey, and American football. As if you couldn't tell from the helmets behind me here. It's not a fake team's background, but real. Big sports fan, but even bigger fan of the community. So please don't hesitate to reach out and collaborate with me. I'd love to work with everybody in the community. That's my Twitter and my email. So please don't let this be the only time that we interact. It's going to be a fun session, a little spooky. If you're a Frankenstein or young Frankenstein fan, we're going to have a lot of fun today. And I couldn't do this session without my co-presenter, Hugo Bernier. Hugo?
Hi, everyone. My name is Hugo Bernier. I am also a MVP. Actually, no, I guess I'm a former MVP now because I just recently joined Microsoft. I'm also a member of the Patterns and Practices team, and I'm the opposite of David. I don't like football or any sports. I mean, look at me. And my background here is actually a fake background. My office is actually really clean in real life. But we're looking forward to have fun today. David, back to you.
Thanks, Hugo. So let's talk about the agenda for the session. We're going to talk about some reasons for animation to begin with. We don't want them just to be gratuitous or for no specific purpose other than just to annoy or think that we're doing something cool. There's actually a very concrete use case for when and where and how you should use animations. And Hugo's going to walk us through that. And then we're going to go through a trifecta of techniques. It's going to be no code, low code, and then what else? Mo code, some more code. So we want to see that Mo code technique. And then we're going to really discuss how to wrap all that together to bring your creations to life. Now, we want to have fun. If you're not familiar with the original Young Frankenstein movie, that's what this session is factored after and fashioned after. So Hugo and I are not, we're not apart from being able to make fun of ourselves. We're not above that. So we love to have fun. So let's kick it off and say, what is it that is the most often requested feature within SharePoint? Well, that's, can you make SharePoint not look like SharePoint? Now, this was really a request that kind of was more prominent in Classic. As we moved to Modern, things did get better. They started to look better. They were responsive out of the box. But now we all kind of feel like we've got the same look and feel within our solution. We've got the header and the footer, and you know, all the solutions tend to have that same look and feel. We're not overwriting a master page anymore or completely changing the pixel 00 to the other end of our screen. So we still want to try to find ways in which we can enhance our experience, our user's experience, and animation is that way. So who is this session for today? Well, who could use these techniques? Power users. So if you're not a developer, if you're a power user and you can write JSON, or you're comfortable within a small little scripting area, which we'll show in demos, this is a techniques for you. If you're a UI designer and you're looking for ways in which you can imply or tell your developers to create interactive experiences within SharePoint, these are techniques for you. And if you're a full-on SPFx developer, well, no doubt these are techniques for you. So I am going to hand the screen share over to Hugo, who's going to walk us through how animations enhance user experience.
Wonderful, thank you. If we can switch to my slide share, please.
Yeah, you should, down at the bottom, you should be able to just share your...
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
Thank you. All right, so let's actually use a real-life example. So this is the actual countdown web part that's available in SharePoint, and it counts down to a timeline or a deadline. Now, Microsoft could have just displayed the date and time and be done with it, but by simply making it count down to the deadline, it actually brings your attention to it. It conveys that the deadline's approaching, and it brings a sense of urgency to the event. And you might say that's not even using animation, but you know what? It's really just changing the time. And you'd be right. But your eye perceives the change on the page, and it brings your attention to it. And that's what we're trying to do with micro animations, is to convey information in a very subtle way without being distracting. So let's talk about the things or the reasons why we would want to use animations. Well, the first thing is, as a user, the problem I have is I want to know when an action is done. Well, one of the ways that you would use animation is by showing when the action is done by just kind of changing something, changing a button to show that, yes, I understand that you click on this and it actually did work. The other problem that we're trying to solve is that the user wants to know that an action is in progress. So I just clicked on something and you reacted to that, but now I want to see that something is happening, and maybe something will take a bit longer to react. So show me that there's an operation in progress. The other problem that we're trying to solve with microanimation is I want to understand how long something will take. And so we can actually do that by showing some visualizations, right? You see that all the time with the boring progress bar, but there's other ways that you could do this. And again, what we're trying to do with microanimations is introduce delight. In this case here, we're saying there's a change from day to night, and kind of the landscape is changing a little bit. That's one way to illustrate that there's a progress happening. Sometimes we want our users to see, well, we always want our users to see the key things first, but that's the challenge that our users have. They want to know what they should focus on. So in the example we're showing here, we're boiling down the information on what's the most important. Is it going to be sunny, cloudy, rainy, or snowy? It doesn't matter. Like, we actually show you with that little animation what the essential information is. And then all the other stuff, like the actual temperature and whether it's in Celsius or Fahrenheit, it doesn't really matter. If the user wants to see that information, they will focus on it. And that's a concept where we call this progressive disclosure, or progressively disclose or show more information as the user indicates they want to see it. And then the other way that we want things or animations to help is by making interactions feel natural. So notice how when we move the list in this animation here, the objects on the list move almost as if those objects were on a conveyor belt. And when we move that conveyor belt, the objects on that conveyor belt are moving along. So by making things feel more natural, users feel that the application is more instinctive because it works like things in real life. And therefore, they're more user-friendly. And if you've ever seen children use tablets and things like that, they'll have a tendency to just do actions that they're natural, they're just comfortable with. I want to move something, I want to dismiss something, I'll just kind of swat it away. So that's what we're trying to do here, is introduce that same sense of I'm using something that I'm familiar with to animate. All right. One of the other things that we're trying to do here is we're trying to show excitement, right? So if the screen is boring, sometimes you just want to create an incentive for people to do the right thing. So let's say you have a task that you want your users to do more frequently, but they just don't want to do it because it's painful. Well, by adding a little bit of animation, you can actually introduce some delight and make people do things that they don't want to do. There's a reason why there's games like Angry Bird and Candy Crush, why they're so popular. Even though they're still huge waste of time, at least for me, they do delight the users and they make them want to continue playing. So you can use microanimations to do the same. All right. So let's talk about some guidelines. If you're going to do animations, you can't just randomly throw things, and that might be what my first instinct was when I started doing animations, but there are a few rules. The first thing is consider how often your user will see the animation. The first time they'll see the animation, it might seem novel, it might seem delightful. However, novel and delightful can eventually become an annoyance after a while. So just be careful about that. The other thing to consider is how long should you make your animation last. If it's too fast, people might not notice it. Same thing can happen if the animation takes too long. So let's actually dig in a little bit deeper on those animations. It turns out there's an optimal speed for creating animations. Anything below 100 milliseconds will appear instant to users. It takes about 150 milliseconds to 350 milliseconds for users to understand that there's an animation happening. So if you make your animation between about 200 milliseconds to 500 milliseconds, you're ensuring that your users will actually notice the animation and that it will register. So that's just, if you just need to remember 200 to 500 milliseconds, that's the ultimate time. If you make it longer, it actually seems sluggish. And if you make it shorter, people might not notice that there's an animation happening. The speed of the animation can also affect the perceived performance. So slower animations can lead to users thinking the system is slow as well. Animations can actually be used to hide delays, and by keeping the users engaged and give a perceived performance increase. Loading animations can keep the users occupied with visual feedback, and as a result, the users actually perceive that they waited a shorter time. The number of cycles, the number of times that we repeat the same animation, can also increase the perceived speed. Now, this is not the same thing as what I was talking about earlier, where we said how often people see the animation. This is, the number of times that we repeat that same animation within one animation, because it's part of a repeating movie. So an example of this is Facebook has a skeleton, what they call skeleton content. So there's just gray boxes that represent text, and it actually animates when it loads. It's actually very elegant, and probably most of you have never really noticed it because it is so subtle. But what it does is it actually makes the page look faster than it really is. And there's a study, a company called VGet, they did a study, and they found that people would actually rather wait longer for branded animations over the generic ones. So if you have to do something that will take a long time, take the time to just do something that will entertain your users. The other thing to consider is accessibility. People can get sick with animations. That's why since iOS 7, you've had the option to turn off the parallax effect, right? Where the background is actually going at a slightly different speed than the foreground. Animation should always be triggered by the user. They're less likely to catch the users off guard. No big autoplay animation, otherwise, again, that might throw off some users. So if people with motion sickness can actually indicate that they want to use motion, or they don't want to use motion. And you can actually use CSS to automatically hide or show animation based on that user's preference without having to add any code. So here's an animation here that makes something pulse every 1 second. Now that's CSS that a lot of us would use, but if I wanted to actually just query the system to say, does this user prefer not to have animations or have a reduced motion animation, all you need to do is just add the @media query here and say, does this user prefer reduced motion? And then in this case, what I'm doing is instead of having a repeating, pulsating 1 second animation, I'm just dissolving the animation here. So that's all you need to do here. And that way, if you wanted to, if your animation is not relevant, you can actually even just not use it at all. Here's an example of a real website that I just love this website, by the way. But if you look at this website, it's almost sickening, right? There's so much stuff going on, so much information, you just don't know where to look. That's probably the opposite of what you want to do with your animations. And I do love this website, so please don't take this as me taking it down or anything. But again, it's not our intended goal here. Let's use an actual example. This is a web part that I built a long time ago, it feels like, where it allows the users to actually upload a photo ID, and it will call an Azure AD web service to detect, or not Azure AD, Azure web service, cognitive service, to detect whether the user is uploading inappropriate picture, right? A dirty picture or a picture that's not a passport picture or a picture of their kids or whatever. It'll automatically detect that and it'll report that. So let's look at what happens when I do this call. And so one thing you have to understand here, there you go. It's actually kind of slow, right? Because it's calling Azure, it's analyzing the picture, and then it's coming back and it's telling you, yes, this is a good picture. There's only one face, no adult, no racy, no gory, and all that stuff. Now, let's take that exact same web part, and let's actually add some animation. So I'm using a better looking person here as a test subject. We'll actually go submit the picture. But now what we've done is we've added a little bar that scans up and down as we're scanning. And you'll notice, again, we didn't change the amount of time that we had to make the query, but it actually felt faster because we were distracting you. But still, it felt a little sluggish because that bar was so slow at moving across. Let's see what happens when we make the bar move faster and we introduce other animations. So again, we'll use me as a subject. I will submit the picture. Now the bar is moving a lot faster, and I've actually just detected the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. And right away, the response comes back. Now, if you actually timed the response for each one of those web parts, you would see that it's exact same time for each one of them, but it felt a lot shorter because of the animation. And that's really some of the tricks that we'll be showing you today. All right. So David, how do you feel about doing some no-code techniques for us?
Absolutely. Let's dive in and look at some no-code techniques. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so when we think about no-code as software developers or technologists, it sort of feels like it's a little bit of a lie. And the truth is, it is. There is nothing that encompasses absolutely no code at all. But what could we classify as no code in the sense of animation? Well, that could be copy and paste. If you can copy and paste, then you can put into practice some of these no code techniques that we're going to talk about today. So let's dive into some demos and talk about how you can take advantage of no code techniques and opportunities. We're going to begin with a list. Now, what we're looking at is a list within SharePoint. And this is nothing more than just simply a list that we're looking at here. We can see that we're in a list there, right? So there's no magic going on here. This is a list within a SharePoint site. We are using list formatting, right? So we've associated a list formatting definition to this collection. So if I were to go from my photo view here to all items, we see there's really nothing going on here that isn't very familiar to us as SharePoint users. But what we've assigned here is a view formatting definition. So if I were to say format current view, then we can see there's some JSON here. And you may or may not be familiar. We don't want you to get overwhelmed if this is new to you, because what you're going to be empowered to do by the end of the session is to literally take examples and samples that we're going to supply you with and copy and paste them into scenarios like we're going to demonstrate. So this is how it's working behind the scenes. But on this page within the list, well, there's really not a whole lot you can do other than that view formatting definition. But if you put the web part, the list web part, on an actual page, which is what I've done here, we're sitting on an actual page now, as you can see, and we've got the list web part that's been added to the page. And if we edit that, it's doing nothing but looking at some of the views that are incorporating that Polaroid-like experience, which is pretty nice. Now, what you can do on a page is you can add additional web parts that could enhance this list web part that we have access to out of the box. One of those web parts is the enhanced list formatting web part. Now, this is a patterns and practices web part, and what this does is it gives you the ability to inject CSS onto this page. And now when we do that, you may think, hold on, wait a second, typically it's not recommended that you inject CSS, and you'd be right. But in this case, I created the list formatting definition for our list, which means that we own that HTML. We're not looking to override HTML up here in the header or down here in the footer or in the comments section or some other area of the page that we technically don't own the HTML for. We do own the HTML for this list formatting definition. So we provide a little bit of a warning here, kind of like when you get into a car and you turn your GPS on, it tells you not to use it while you're driving. In this case, this is a great power comes great responsibility web part. You can use it to do evil things, but you can also use it to do heroic things, which is what we're going to display in this session. But if you misuse it, these are some of the results you're going to have to live with. Loss of styles, broken styles. People are going to say SharePoint's broken. It's going to result in tears and nightmares and blue screens of death, and we don't want any of that for you. So make sure you use this responsibly. It's a powerful web part. But what it allows you to do is to include a CSS here. Now, you could edit the CSS in the panel. You could expand the CSS panel to have a more rich, wider experience to add your CSS. Now, what we're going to do is, and I'm just going to bring over VS Code here and show you. I've got a collection of 3 different CSS files that I'm going to copy and paste from. Now, these are not really any magic. It's just basic CSS that utilizes animation techniques. And we're going to look at how we can override that list experience on a page by using nothing more than CSS. We're talking 0 JavaScript, 100% CSS and HTML. So I'm going to paste that in there. I'm going to hit save, and notice what happened. The first reaction is you'll notice that the Polaroids went a little askew to one another. So that looks a little more natural on the page, as if they had been just scattered on the page in a more realistic scenario as in real life. But if I hover over it, now I'm able to bring attention to an individual Polaroid. In the action that Hugo described, it's user-driven. It's not just happening on its own through an animation that's timed. I have to hover over each one of these to engage and bring it a little closer to the screen or to my view. Well, what else could we do? Could we change and enhance that a little bit more? Yes, I'm going to go into this web part. I'm going to remove that CSS and replace it with some more CSS. And now you'll see what's happened is a couple of things. Each of the Polaroids has turned black and white. But in addition to that, I've also changed the font. So now, if you've ever used a Polaroid, you know, the historical use cases, you'd write your name on it or write a message on it. Now we're using a cursive font to make it look a little bit more natural. Again, we're mimicking real life here. Why did it go black and white? Well, now when I hover over the individual Polaroid, I can color shift from black and white to color, which is going to prominently bring attention to the item that I'm hovering over even more and stand out from the others in a greater way. All right. But wait, there's more. One more thing we could do in this sense with just pure CSS. I'm going to remove that and paste in some new CSS. And you'll notice what's happened is we've added a little heart. Now, this is not necessarily tied to any programmatic logic in this demo, but it could be. So imagine if it were. Well, I can now hover over it. I can see bows coming to the forefront, turns to a color. And when I hover over that heart, I get a little bit of a sprite animation. And that's happening just by me hovering over the heart into a animated sprite. And so I could, of course, add additional functionality to that in another scenario if I wanted to, which we'll talk about in a moment. But everything you see here is done with 100% CSS, technically zero programming. CSS is debatably not really programming, but it is a cascading style sheet. So you are styling how your page looks. And with that styling comes the ability to animate based on certain things occurring, such as hover state, right? And we see those two things there. So what did we use? What are the resources available to you as a no-code implementer of this, maker? Well, list formatting samples are available to you. We talked about just being able to copy and paste. If you go to aka.ms/list-formatting, that is going to give you access to a whole host of list formatting definitions that you can use for free and modify to your heart's content. The other item we used was the list formatting enhancer web part. That is also available for free from the Patterns and Practices community and can be deployed into your tenant for free and dropped onto a page just like you saw me drop it and used as simply as that. All right, so let's take it a step further now. Let's look at low-code techniques. Well, what is low-code? Low-code is a little bit more, it's about user interactive driven triggers, right? So it's going to think about clicking. We're going to click on something and we're going to see an effect. Now that's going to require a little bit more than HTML and CSS. It's going to require some JavaScript, but we're not talking about SPFx here. We're talking about simple usage of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So let's take a look at a demo of what that could be. I'm going to go back to the browser and I'm going to go to my low code page here. Now this looks very similar to what we had just looked at, but it is a different web part actually. So if I edit this web part, it's actually the content query web part. Now this is not an out of the box. This is a community opportunity solution that you can have access to for free. If you're familiar with the classic world of SharePoint, you might remember the old content query web part that used XSL was a little hard to work with. Well, now within the modern world, the modern React content query web part utilizes handlebar templates. Those handlebar templates allow you to include and identify and structure your solution using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, we're not going to get deep into the code because we don't want you to get overwhelmed by that, but just know that what's driving this solution in this low-code opportunity behind the scenes is nothing more than HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. It uses the handlebars construct to loop through the list data, but it's extremely simple to use. And it's really nothing more than HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, how is this improved upon above and beyond no code? What makes it low code? Well, it's that JavaScript, right? It's the ability to have modified the web part using a technique. So what does that mean? How does that work for us? Well, now you see when I hover over that, we get the same experience that we did within the no code, and I can hover over my heart. We see that's the same, but watch what happens when I click. Now, you obviously won't see my little finger here clicking on the mouse, but when I clicked on the heart, now look what's happening. We see a persistent effect, and even when I remove the hover, that heartbeat still occurs. Now, as Hugo had mentioned in the guidelines, we wouldn't want something like this to go on forever. Maybe a couple of beats, because look what happens when I click on each one of these. And they all start beating differently, and our eyes start kind of twitching, right? Where do we look? I'm not sure where to focus. It gets a little annoying. We're letting it animate infinitely here for purposes of the demo. But you can see now we're given this opportunity to interact. Now, this is where we could tie this to an API behind the scenes. Maybe this favorites these people within Graph or within our AD or in a list or something like that. And so when you return to this page, in the future, they're already read, right? Something like that, because you're able to engage with a little bit more functionality in this case. But wait, there's more. Using the exact same construct, we're using a content query web part here, right? And we're using a handlebars template right here that is nothing more than HTML, and using some JavaScript along with jQuery. And there's better libraries to use than jQuery, but it is one of the more popular. So we just want to show that it could be used. We are able to now hover over and add additional information. So notice what I'm doing is I'm adding additional information with this animation technique. If you'd like to include information about users, but in a passive way, in a way that your users choose when they learn more about the user, see what we're doing here is we're zooming into the photo, and then we're displaying information about the member on hover. Now I can still interact with the heart, right? I could make the follow on Twitter a button that's going to open up maybe a new tab and take you to their Twitter account and allow you to follow them. And when I go off of the hover, the heartbeat still persists, right? Now this is all just using HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, but by using this animation technique, we're able to not overwhelm the user when they first load the page. They make the decision when they want to see the additional information, and we show it in a pleasant way. Right? We're not just flipping it really quickly, we're actually using a soft zoom to kind of transpose the information from their photograph to the additional information about the user. Again, just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, what are the resources available to you for this technique? Well, that modern React content query web part is again available for free. aka.ms/SPFX-web parts. You can download it. It is available for on-prem and online. And the newest version, in fact, will allow you to integrate the Microsoft Graph Toolkit components, which is even better. If you'd like to learn more about that, reach out to Hugo and I. We can help you out there. Now, what about some of those animation techniques you saw, implementing them within CSS? We didn't really dive deep into that because we want you to be excited about what can be done and how easy it can be done. One of the resources we use is called Animista.net. Now, this is a website that will allow you to go using a wizard-like experience, define the animation you want, and it will give you the CSS that all you then need to do is copy and paste into your solution, maybe change the class names, but super, super, super powerful. All right, so we've covered no code, we've covered low code.
I think we lost your audio there, David. Well, good thing you were done presenting. So if we can switch to my screen, if you don't mind. So let's talk about what is MoCode. So MoCode, so far, everything we've done is actually using CSS, HTML, and a little bit of JavaScript. MoCode is really adding things like if I wanted to do SharePoint framework development, or if I wanted to, instead of using SharePoint framework, I wanted to add advanced animation frameworks, because all the animations we've done so far were based on just some samples we found on the internet. But what if I wanted to find like a fancy library that allows me to do 3D animations or drag and drop animations or things like that? There are libraries that we can use, some that are free, some that are you have to pay for. So that's, to me, is when we start talking about MoCode, right? Because we're adding libraries and things like that. The other thing to consider is like physics-driven animations. So things like if I wanted to do, gravity or bouncing or things like that. So any of those things are things that we would add more code, and it's probably not something you want to start coding in a HTML editor on the web base on a web browser. You want to probably use something like Visual Studio Code or something like that. So let's actually do a little demo. Before we do, I wanted to show you, David was talking about Animista, but I think due to audio difficulties, he was not able to actually share that with you. So Animista is animista.net. So there's a little site here where you can go, you can find some cool animations. There's all sorts of animations with all sorts of settings and things like that for all sorts of things. The cool thing is when you find the animation you want, and I would never use this animation, by the way, because it's repeating, but you go to the animation, you can actually copy the CSS and the keyframes for it and put that in there. And that's mostly what David and I did for our animations. But for this demo, what I'm going to show you is something that comes from Greensock. Now, Greensock is one of those libraries that allows you to you insert it in your project, and it actually allows you to do a lot of really crazy animations. I happen to have found the sample here, which is a sortable grid. So if you actually look at using a fixed style grid, you can move the grid around and reorder things. So I started thinking, like we have this Polaroid animation that we've already done, and we have a list of people. So what if I was trying to create, let's say, let's rank these people, or let's actually create a queue where I want to manage the order in which I want these people to approve a document or something. And that's what I did. I took this exact sample, which has some CSS built in and some JavaScript. And the one thing that this sample does is it actually includes the Greensock library, and I've added that to my code. So here, this should look familiar because this is the same thing that David showed you. But let's say here, so some of my favorite people are Emily, April, Bo, Katie, right? I want to move stuff around. And David, you're always my favorite, so I'm going to keep you at the top here. But, and Emily and April take turns being my favorite. So I can just move them around. But you can imagine here that using this code, I could actually make it now go right back to a service. And the one thing I have to say is David and I have been doing these animations for a while, and we've been playing with these web parts for a while. Every single time that I present these web parts, I kind of have fun. They're fun to play with, they're interactive, and that's really what you want. You want your users to be able to enjoy themselves when they're using something that's otherwise boring. But let me show you how I did this. Now, for the purpose of time, we decided not to do an SPFx web part for here because we would have had to go and load up a whole web part and everything. I actually cheated, and I actually used the same idea that David did before, where he actually he used the content query web part with a handlebar template, and the handlebar template is the exact same handlebar template that he used before to render this Polaroid style. But I have added the external scripts, and my external scripts, I added, of course, jQuery, and then I added the GSAP, which is the Greensock animation package, and I added the draggable package, which comes with Greensock animation. And finally, I added my own little Mo code, which is the stuff that is handling just moving stuff around. Where did I get the code again? I actually stole it all completely from here. So, I know we're going really quickly here. We only have 45 minutes in total, but this is actually a super easy way for us to actually integrate this animation. I could have actually added this again inside of a SharePoint framework web part, and added the library as an NPM module if I wanted to. That would have worked as well. But the whole point is, again, we've used animation to introduce delight to our users and to make things fun to use. Now, some of the resources that we use for this, are the modern content query web part, which is available at aka.ms/SPFX web parts, and we use greensock.com. Now, again, we're not sponsored by Greensock. We're not getting any consideration from them or anything like that. This is just a library that we love using, and I'm sure David can talk about the pricing, but I'm pretty sure you can use parts of it for free, and then if you start getting fancy, you have to pay for this package. The other resources that we use, and David, if you have audio, I'll give you the opportunity to talk. Can we hear you? Oh yeah,
I'm back. Here. Yeah, the software kind of bombed out on me for some reason. I had to refresh it. I thought the mic went wrong. So yeah, this kind of encompasses everything that we talked about today. So you've got the list formatting definitions, you've got the SPFX web parts that include both that list formatting enhancer web part as well as the content query web part. And then the resources that are available to you to make some of this stuff easier so you're not having to do it all by hand, Animista and GreenSock.
What else do we have?
Thank you. We have the thanks. We want to thank you all for the time. And as Hugo said, there's a lot of things that we're moving very fast on this. So if you would like to see more about it, then please don't hesitate to reach out. We can dive deeper into any one of these sections that you would like to see maybe a little more wizardry behind the curtain and exactly how to implement it or how it was working or how we developed it.
Yes, and we always try to leave some extra time at the end of our presentations just to take care of questions. So please don't make us feel like we went too fast here. Please have some questions for us.
Yes, definitely, Hugo. It was an excellent session. Thanks, Hugo and David. And let's wait for a minute so that this particular video has been broadcasted on YouTube. So Anbu will be looking at the YouTube parallelly and get the questions from YouTube, and we will paste it here.
Wonderful. David, you should do some interpretive dancing while we're waiting.
I don't know if I want to move very much. I tell you, the whole video is going to crash.
It seems, David, so far there is no questions. So
okay,
people will try the demo, and even I want to try with the low code and the more code. So maybe if we get any questions, we'll definitely come back and we'll ping you back.
Excellent. Well, thank you all again for having us. Yeah. We appreciate it.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Hugo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Good early morning. I hope it's too early for you.
It's fine. So it's 8:15. So for a weekend, it's a little bit early, but it's not early at all.
Yes. Yeah, I understand. In German, it'll be the day starts by 8 itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right.
Sure. And thanks for joining, Nicole. And the stage is yours. Already I gave a brief introduction about your session and about yourself. So I would like to introduce yourself and start the session.
Okay. So shall I share my screen already, or are we waiting until 5:30?
No, we can.
Okay. Then I share my screen. Yeah. Share.
Yep, we are able to.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Nicole, we are able to see your screen. All set.
Okay, so I'm ready to start.
Yes, of course. Nicole, you can start.
Okay,
You can start.
Good. Okay, Then, welcome to my session, Your New Life with Microsoft Viva. I think all of you heard about this new tool, this new topic. Microsoft announced it now in several events. And I got the question quite often, what is Microsoft Viva about? Is it really a new tool? Is there some new stuff there? And I have the typical consultant answer, it depends. So for me, Microsoft Viva, yes, there is a part where we are talking about new functions and maybe some kind of a new tool, but for me, it's also a feeling. And that's why I was inspired to create this session and talk about your new life with Microsoft Viva. So Microsoft Viva is focusing on us as an employee. So in our daily business, we are doing so much for our customers. We are trying to find the best solutions. And what about us? What about our needs? What do we really need? And with Microsoft Viva, we are in the focus of everything. So that's what Microsoft Viva is about, and I will tell you what are the different components in Microsoft Viva. And first of all, I want to start with a quote of Sathish. I really love this sentence. So when you change the world, you see the way you see the world, you change the world you see. So if we think about us and our needs, and we are happier as an employee, then we can find better solutions for our customers as well. So we have a balance of the internal focus and the external focus in our companies. And Microsoft Viva is the product announced by Microsoft, which allows us to come in this come into this balance. So first, before I start, a few words to introduce myself. My name is Nicole Enders. I am an Office Apps and Services MVP, and I'm working as a managing consultant for Modern Workplace at Conat. That's a company located in Germany. So it's a little bit earlier as for some of you, I think. Yeah, and I love to explore new technologies. I want to check out how it's working, what we can do with new tools, for example, and how we can improve our modern workplace more and more, so it gets easier for us, and we have more fun. And for me, the users' needs are in the focus. So I want to help other people. So I'm doing a lot of sessions out there. I'm also writing books, but I'm sorry, they're all in German. But for the English-speaking people, I'm also writing in my own blog, and I'm very active on Twitter and LinkedIn. So at the end of the session, you get some contact information if you want to stay in touch with me and have a conversation. Yeah, and that's all about me. I want to talk about Microsoft Viva, so let's go to the slide. Yeah, and Microsoft Viva, that's I don't talk about that it's a real new tool, because Microsoft Viva, you will see it in Microsoft Teams, and I will focus on each of these 4 components later on, and you will see Teams quite often. So it's divided into 4 parts: topics, insights, learning, and connections. And I think I don't tell too much if I say that nearly everything is already there. Some of them in preview, some of them are in GA, and you can try it. So let's start with topics. What about this? Topics, that's some kind of a central knowledge management, and it helps to connect experts. So I don't know if you had a similar experience as I, but I have a lot of customers who ask me to improve their knowledge management, because they tell me I have so much knowledge into some documents and maybe in some news articles in SharePoint, and other people are writing emails, other people are writing chat messages in Teams, and I don't see my whole knowledge base. I don't have an aggregate component for this in my company. How can we get this knowledge base? And it should be very easily, and it should be very quick, because my employees don't have so much time, and it doesn't make fun to write long wiki articles and so on. Yeah, and then we are always talking about what can be the best solution. Can you do some videos with Microsoft Stream, or do you write really short articles, or is Yammer your knowledge management tool? Yeah, and with topics, we now have a new solution to do this. And when we come to this component, you will see that it's really, really cool what they are doing there. It's some kind of magic, but it's really, really cool. If we go to Insights, Insights is the component with, I think, the most focus on us as an employee. So it's a lot of reporting, and there are a lot of data which are collected from us. Yes, for sure. I know in Germany, for example, this will be a problem, because if you think about GDPR, for example, then collecting a lot of data can be a problem. But this data is collected to help us as an employee to have a to have a real work-life balance, to see if we are feeling good or if we are not feeling good. What about regular contact with our fellow employees? And our managers and the whole organization can get some aggregated reports. We will see this in a short video clip. And this is some other ways. So if an HR manager, for example, sees what's going on in the company, and he can do some stuff to help the employees, that's really good, because nowadays he doesn't have this information that there is a problem, for example, and with Insights he gets the information, and then he can act and change something. The next component, learning. Learning. I know that there are a lot of learning management systems out there, and I got the question a few weeks ago, because a customer wanted to have a learn management tool integrated into Microsoft Teams, and he already had checked a special tool, and this had a great integration into Microsoft Teams. And then I told him, please wait a little bit. If it's not such a important need for the next few weeks, so wait, because there's something coming up in Microsoft Teams itself, and then you can check out if this component is already okay for you, or if you are missing something. So you will have an integrated learning component, and you can start learning in your daily business. So you can reserve some time in your daily business, and then you will have some kind of a learning plan to work on. And last but not least, connections. It's not it's quite funny because if you know IBM, it's now called HCL, I know, but they have a tool which is called Connections. It's not the same here. The name is a meaning, so it's all about connecting people. So we want to connect with our fellow employees. We want to connect with our managers and maybe in the whole hierarchy up. And you want to stay in touch. I want to have the chance to get every information which is relevant to me in this company. I want to have a chat with another person, and I also want to have it mobile. So that's what Connections about. And now I would say let's go into the different components a little bit more in detail. So Andri, as I started with topics, I will do this the same here now. So this is topics. You see Microsoft Teams in the background, and you see a zoomed in smartphone here. And what you really should see is we have this buzzword SOAR. That's a so-called topic. So what is this component doing? You may have heard about Project Cortex, and you may have heard about SharePoint syntax. That's the AI-based knowledge management. And maybe you know the wording of a topic card and about the information officer and so on. If you didn't hear this, I explain it now, because it's all about, as I told, we have a lot of knowledge in our company. We have it in documents, in SharePoint news articles or other SharePoint elements. We have it in Teams chats, in emails, in whatever you can think about. And wouldn't it be great if there would be an AI-based component which extracts the relevant information? So if some words are repeating very often, then this AI-based component says, okay, I think this is a topic, and then it will be marked as such a topic, and it gets a so-called topic card. So a topic card, I would explain it as some kind of a SharePoint page. So you will have a page and the topic name is a title. Then you can add a description, because here this component only says this is a topic. You are able, as an information officer, to edit this topic page or topic card. So you can add a description, and then you will get more information. So you get a list of all documents which contain this topic. You get a list of all people who have something with this topic. So maybe they wrote some documents or articles or messages where this topic is included, or maybe they use this topic as a skill. So you also get this information. Yeah, and now you are on this page. You can navigate to the different locations where this topic is used, and you also get a list of, or some kind of a graph of related topics. So you can navigate from one topic to the other, and this can be very helpful if you think about knowledge management. Think about, for example, Wikipedia. When you got one article and you read it and you said, okay, I've learned a lot of, but I need more information. And then you come to the section where you see, okay, this article can be interesting for us. This article mentions another word. Okay, I will have a look there. And now with topics in Microsoft Viva, we get the chance to have this in our daily business with Microsoft Teams and Co. So how is it working? In the background, you see Microsoft Teams opened as a desktop application. And you see this post with the title Weekly Update. And if you have a closer look, then you see that the topic SOAR is mentioned there. It's in the first sentence, and it's marked as a link. So if you hover over it, then you see here that that's a topic, and if you would click on this, you will get the so-called topic card. So the topic card that will pop up as you may be familiar with when you navigate over a person. So you get a business card of this person, and for topics, it's a topic card. So you get a first glimpse of what's this topic is about. Here you see the version if you are using it on a smartphone. So you see the title, you see the short description, and here are the people's and other suggested resources. So you can get a lot of information even via your smartphone. Yeah, and I said that the AI-based component suggests the topics. That's one part. The other part is that you can suggest topics also. So if you have some kind of a glossary in your company, or if you have some special wordings and you need them, for example, for your customers or whatever, then you can go to the central location and add these topics, and then the AI component knows, okay, I have to look for these words also, and then you will get the links at the other places for these topics also. And we only saw this here now in Microsoft Teams. You will also get this in your emails in Outlook. You will get this in SharePoint. And later on, I think this will be in Jammer also. So all the main components where you are looking for information will be using these topics. And for me, it makes my life a lot of easier. So I see immediately in this post, there's a special topic. So it's not only the title with a weekly update. No, it's about this topic, and I know, okay, what's going on here. Maybe there's several topics in a post, and I don't need to read every word in a post to get an idea of what's going on. Connections. For me, it's very, very close to topics, because in the topics component, I want to get information very easily. In connections, I want to get information in another meaning. So I want to see what's going on in the company, and I want to stay in contact with my other colleagues. So how can I connect? Think about the situation we have at the moment. So maybe you are using Microsoft Teams nearly the whole day. So for me, it's the first application I start every morning, and it's the last application which is open when I finish my day. So I'm living for a long time, the whole day in Microsoft Teams. But we have also an intranet based on SharePoint. And what I have to do at the moment is I need to open my browser. I need to go to the SharePoint intranet and get my relevant information. For example, some HR news or central news, what's going on in the company. And with connections, you can integrate your intranet into Microsoft Teams. So you see it here. This is the landing page. You see the navigation, and that gets you an idea that we are in an intranet. So home, who we are, what's happening, and so on. And here you have the top news. You see a company feed, and maybe there's a lot of more stuff which if we would scroll down, and you have here a sidebar. So I see it in a lot of intranets that you see the local weather, and then you have a dashboard here with a lot of more stuff to come. And you see it here, you see the header bar, so we know that we are in Microsoft Teams. And you see here the well-known menu items, but you also see a new one, and that's the icon we already see here. So that's something special. Yeah, and what's it about? If you want to integrate your intranet or whatever SharePoint site you are thinking about into Microsoft Teams, then there's the way how you can create some kind of an app and integrate it as or add this menu item here. So you can decide which icon should be used, how should the menu item be named, and which SharePoint site should be show up here. You also can create here some kind of a dashboard. So you have some tiles here, and you can arrange them as you want to have this. But the main idea is, if you know, or if you are working with SharePoint for an intranet at the moment, then this component called connections is your chance to integrate your intranet into Microsoft Teams. So for the other users, it's really, really easy, because maybe they are working a lot of in different teams, or they're using the chat function, and now they have a new menu item, and they see via the icon already that it's their intranet. Maybe you have a special logo for your intranet, and then they can click on this, and they are there and see what's going on. So no need anymore to open the browser and to have a look there. And it's also working on a smartphone. So if we are there, you see it here at the bottom. We have the activity, chat, Teams, but we also have this logo and this menu item here. And then you have different options here. So we see the dashboard, and the dashboard, that's the one we saw here on the right hand side in the Teams desktop. We have the feed, and the feed, that's what's going on here in the SharePoint news. And we may have some other resources. So you can prepare everything, and then we can stay in touch. What's going on in this component also is that if we have some conversations and we need an expert, we need to have some contact with another person, then you can add a question, and this question will show up in Yammer, because Yammer is the company network. And then you can ask for some help, and the other experts see what's going on, and then you will get the information as soon as possible. So fingers crossed. So what's Connections about? Connections is some kind of a remake or new wording to use SharePoint inside of Microsoft Teams and it's using Yammer a little bit more. So now let's go to learning. And learning, as I said, is some kind of a learning management tool. So what we see here, it's only scrolling down and then going up again and scrolling down for the next time. You see that here on the navigation bar, you see a new menu item, learning. And you see here, my learning, and you see manage. So we have two different parts, I would say. So one part is focused on me, so it's my learning. I may have a learning plan, or maybe I don't have one at the moment. What I always will have is a list of all the learning material which is available for me. And the learning material, that can be very different. That can be some material from LinkedIn Learning, if you are using this in your company. This can come from MS Learn, and I really would recommend to use MS Learn because you get so many information there. You have modules and different learning paths to learn new stuff. You can also have some information or some learning material from third-party third-party providers, or maybe your company is providing own learning material. So that can also be. For you as an employee, it doesn't matter which provider or which sources really used, because it looks the same. You have a tile for the different learning modules. You see if it's quite popular, so there will be the like function already, and I can recommend modules to my fellow employees. So you have some kind of a recommendation process also there. Yeah, and if I don't have a learning plan, then I will scroll through the different modules. I will select a module which is relevant for me, and then I can see the informations that can be videos, that can be some documents, or some articles, maybe some links to different resources, and I can mark that I have learned a module so far. If I would have a learning plan, then there's the question, who creates the learning plan? And that's what's going on with manage. So team managers will now be able to create learning plans. So they have to decide, okay, I have different roles in my team, or different consultant levels or whatever, and what should a special person with this role or know. And if there are some learning modules, you can create some kind of a package. That's the learning plan I was talking about. And you can also assign it to your employees. So say, okay, Nicole gets this learning plan. She needs to have some more experience in these 3 different topics. And then I get the information. Your manager assigned a new learning plan to you. Please do this. And as I'm going through the different modules, my manager sees that I'm working on this. So if I finish a module, he sees, okay, Nicole finished the first module, so everything is fine. So we have some way of communication in the learning sector. That's the learning module. At the moment, about this component we know the less, but I think they will show up a little bit more in the next weeks. So last but not least, insights. I was choosing to, or I choose to show you this component as the last one, because as I told you in the introduction, it's all about collecting data. And if you see now that we were in topics where we had this AI component, which is scanning our information to create these topics. We had the connections component, and connections is about that we integrate SharePoint and Yammer more into Microsoft Teams. We had the learning component, a complete new module integrated into Microsoft Teams, where we have some communication between the manager and the employees. And now we go a little bit further and we say the employee is in the focus. And before I start this video, I want to talk a little bit about what we see here in this preview picture. So what we see here is that we have a new menu item, and it's called Insights. That's no surprise. But we see here some kind of a dashboard. And if we have a look, so we see here, Happy Monday, let's make today count. So it knows that we have Monday. I get some kind of a greeting. And we also have different components here. So it's like a dashboard, I would say. So give your mind a break. Here, that's something which will show up later on. So Microsoft and the company Headspace have a partnership, and Headspace is known for meditation. So, and what Microsoft recognized during the past months is we are now sitting very, very often in the home office. We are not connected with our colleagues and our managers in a personal way as we were used to before March last year. And for me, for example, I'm sitting in one Teams meeting after the other, and I don't have the time to have a real break. I often have this situation in the evening that I don't get my mind really free. So I'm thinking about what's going on tomorrow, or maybe I'm working 1 hour longer than I would do this in the office. And here you get some kind of a reminder. Think about yourself. Your needs are relevant. And here you see, okay, take a break. Maybe you should also think about that you need some kind of a tradition how you start working in the morning. So Microsoft Insights, it's also about some kind of an emotional check-in. So here you have, how are you feeling? You can also do some kudos for your fellow employees, and you get other information. So for example, we are talking about focus time. As I said, I'm sitting in a lot of meetings, and they are back-to-back meetings. So Insights also tells you, take your time. You need focus time to work on some stuff, and you need breaks between meetings because you need to prepare one meeting and you need to take notes for the other meeting to know what were the results. Think about this. And you only get these reminders if Insights can take the data before. So that's some kind of a relationship we need here. Now I want to show you the video, so I hope that you will hear the sound, and then I will explain later on a little bit more what we could see also there.
Work is different now. We're commuting less, virtually meeting more. Separating work life and life can feel challenging. It's easy to forget that to thrive at work, we need to take care of ourselves. Microsoft Viva Insights offers new experiences to balance productivity and well-being. Personal insights help you stay at your best and most productive. Add structure to your remote workday by opting for a virtual commute, carving out time to have a productive start in the morning and mindfully disconnect in the evening. Protect time before your calendar fills up for focused work, coaching, and learning. Take regular mental breaks with Headspace, tapping into dedicated moments of mindfulness. Use emotional check-ins to tune into your day-to-day mindset and well-being. Strengthen team bonds with Stay Connected experiences that prompt you to praise collaborators, schedule one-on-ones, and follow up on pending commitments and outstanding tasks. Insights for managers and leaders offer windows into how work happens and the impact on employee well-being. Identify where teams may be isolated and take action to break down silos. Quickly discover opportunities to prevent burnout, promote coaching and development, and boost engagement. You and your team's well-being is important, especially in times of change. Taking care of one another allows you to thrive and your organization to build resilience. Experience how new well-being insights in Viva can help.
So I go back here to maybe this one. At the beginning, we saw a lot of what I was talking about before, because that is the focus on the single employee. So for me, I'm working as a consultant, so I would look on my personal situation, and we saw the emotional check-in, we saw the meditation section, and so on. What I really love about this is also the reminder that you didn't meet some of your colleagues for a long time, which you would meet regularly quite often. So, for example, last year I had the situation, I was talking to my manager and I said to him, I'm not so happy in the home office. I didn't see a special colleague now for 5 months or so. And then my manager asked me, did you call this colleague? So I know you don't have a project together. There's no business reason at the moment. But if you are sorry that you don't see this colleague now for such a long time, and in the office you would see this person because he's sitting in a room close to yours, what you can you do? You can write him a chat message, you can call him, you could have a video chat. So your coffee talk could be via Microsoft Teams. And then, as my manager said this to me, I was thinking about, okay, I forgot that I have this option. And with Insights, I would have got a reminder. Okay, at the moment you don't have any meetings with this special person, and I know, because Insights collects the data, I know that you would meet this person on a regular basis. So what do you think about that? We schedule a meeting for you. So that's another component. Why I got to this section of the video is the other part. So you see in the navigation we have Stay Connected. That's the component I was talking about now. Then we have Protect Time, and Protect Time, that's the section where we can book our focus time, for example, and think about when we want to finish work on every day, and so on. And then we have My Team and My Org, and that's for managers. So My Team, that's for the team managers. You get an aggregated view what's going on in your team. You don't see what's going on for special employee, but if your team is not so big, then you will get an idea what's going on, and you will see a lot of information, how the people are feeling, what they are doing, what's about the focus time, and so on. And you don't only get this data and these charts which we are seeing here, you also get some ideas, so some recommendations what you can do. Yeah, and for my org, it's the same, but that's more on the focus for the HR department. So I have a question for you. So what do you think about Microsoft Viva? Can this help you? What are you thinking about if it's something for your company? And if you answer on this question that Microsoft Viva is pretty cool, so for me that's my answer, then your next question may be, can I already use this? And I can tell you, yes, you can do this, because here's the roadmap. It's not really a roadmap, because I want to tell you for these 4 components what's going on. So topics is generally available since February this year. There are more features to come. So for example, the inclusion of Yammer, and some more stuff for creation of topic cards and so on. There will be updates for, I would say nearly the whole year. So there are some features which are scheduled for July. Other features are scheduled for December this year. Have a look on the Microsoft roadmap to see what's going on there. Insights, it's there for managers and leaders since February. The personal well-being insights is now rolled on in April. So maybe it's already there for you in your tenant. But I think there will be a lot of more stuff to come. So for example, the headspace meditation component will show up later. Learning will come into public preview in this month. So I think we will have some months for this preview state, and then I don't know if there's a real date, but maybe we are lucky that it's also in this year that we come to GA. And connections is also there. There was a lot of posts, I think on Twitter, for example, in the last weeks, that there is a script and some information how to create this app to include it into Microsoft Teams. So you're ready to start. And if you want to have some more information about Microsoft Viva, then go to the website, go to Microsoft Viva, and then you get a lot of more stuff about these different components. You get many videos, other pictures, use cases, and so on. So you get a lot of ideas what you can do there. And if you want to stay in touch with me, then you have my contact information here. So you find me on Twitter. That's the Twitter handle Nicole Enders, without a double E in the middle. So that's no mistake here. You also find me on LinkedIn, and I have my own blog. So please stay in touch with me. I always like to have some new conversations. Yeah, and thank you very much. And I'm interested if there are some questions.
Hey Nicole, thank you. Actually, so far no questions. It's great insight session about Microsoft Viva. Once again, thanks for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's always fun.
Yeah, thank you for
have
very,
some.
very spend with your early morning, very early morning to us. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, Vignesh bro. Very good afternoon. You are in the mute.
Yeah, can you hear me now? See my screen?
Yes, yes, yeah, it's yours.
Perfect. One moment. Let me try to bring this. All right, perfect.
Yeah, bro, go ahead.
Okay. All right, so good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, folks. Thanks once again for joining us in this event. So my name is Vignesh Ganesan, and our session today is going to be on Microsoft 365 security and compliance services, when to use what, right? So that is the reason why I chose this very topic. And as I proceed further in today's session, I'll try to talk in detail about why exactly this specific topic, and why is this topic even a matter of prime importance in the current scenario, right? So as I said, my name is Vignesh Ganesan, and I work as a cloud security architect. So with no further ado, let's dive into the session. So what to expect from today's session, right? So you can expect today's session is I'm not going to do a lot of demos, not a lot of technical stuff, right? Just think of this as a session like wherein maybe you've been hired as a consultant or an architect, or maybe as a CIO or CTO or a CISO, right? Wherein you've been brought in and you're helping to take care of the security and compliance posture of your organization, right? And you're dealing with Microsoft 365 as one of the solution areas. Then how we need to start looking at those solutions, right? So there are a lot of components in this. So of course it could be quite overwhelming with so many features and solutions there. So how do you need to categorize this? How do you need to start looking at these solutions? And then how can you be more successful with your role? That's what this session is all about. So just in case if you want to munch something, take it at ease, feel free to do that, because I don't really want you to pay very close attention to the screen, because we are not really doing a lot of demos today. So to begin with, we'll try to understand what is your existing role with your current company, right? What kind of role you're into, what hat you're wearing there. Then we'll sort of dive and try to understand what's causing the confusion, right? So as I said, there are a lot of components in when it comes to the Microsoft security and compliance offerings, right? I can think of at least 30 to 40 services which Microsoft has bought under this umbrella. And of course, it's leading to quite a confusion, right? So if you're one among those people who already had this figured out, then you're welcome to skip the session. But then if you're one among like me, wherein who started doing cybersecurity very recently, and you're trying to understand what's the deal with this, right? Then I have some insightful content for you. Next is, what are the top priorities for CIOs in 2021? We'll try to understand that as well, and we'll try to understand how cybersecurity is even related to that, right? So what are some key areas which CIOs or CTOs are focusing on 2021? Then we'll spend a good amount of time trying to understand how can you build your own cyber security framework, right? Each and every company has their own framework, right? They have their own cyber security framework. Microsoft has its own cyber security framework, so as other cloud solutions also, right? But how as an organization can go ahead and build your own cybersecurity framework, right? That is something which we will try to understand. And finally, we'll try to understand when to use what and licensing consideration. So that is the core meat of today's session. So let's get started. So as you all know, my name is Vignesh Ganesan. I've been in the Microsoft 365 space for quite some time. It's been roughly close to 10 years, I would say. I was once a SharePoint practitioner, and then I slowly transitioned into doing Microsoft 365, helping customers migrate to cloud, helping them understand how they need to think about their cloud journey. I worked with components such as SharePoint, Exchange, Teams, OneDrive, a bit amount of work on Power Platform. I used to do security here and there in small pockets, but off late my role transitioned more into looking at hardcore cloud security, where I'm dealing with a lot of Microsoft 365 security components as well as Azure security components, right? So, for a person like me who comes from a hardcore collab, or maybe you want to call it as a workplace background, and he has been transitioned into a cloud security role. If you're one among like me, then maybe this session can help you understand how you need to start looking at all the security solutions and compliance solutions that we have in the Microsoft landscape. So I've been a blogger for quite some time, even though I don't blog a lot of late. So these are some forums where I blog. Then I speak in a plethora of webinars, conferences, and user groups also. And I'm a budding writer. I really started this passion of trying to write some technical books also. And I'm a chapter lead for the C Sharp Corner Bangalore chapter, and I'm an ambassador for the AOS community also. And as you could see, I consider myself, I have a mindset of student for life, because if you really wanted to be successful as IT professional, then it is very, very important to have that mindset, and I'm no different from that. So I've been a C Sharp Corner MVP. I've completed almost 16 plus Microsoft certifications in M365, SharePoint, Windows Server, Active Directory, as well as Azure. And last but not least, I'm the chief organizer of the Microsoft 365 Power Platform and Cloud Security UG India. And also, we're coming up with a new one called as Cloud Ninjas UG as well. So that's a little bit about myself. So let's try to understand your role with your organization, right? I'm going to assume that a lot of people who have joined this session or who are going to view this session recording later, you might be following into one of these buckets. Maybe you're an Office 365 administrator, right? Or you could be an Office 365 developer. Or maybe you're a SharePoint administrator, SharePoint developer, or somebody who was doing hardcore Exchange administration for quite some time, and then you transition into a Office 365 administrator. Or maybe you are somebody who was looking into hardcore enterprise voice and collab, and then you started looking into Microsoft Teams also, right? Or maybe you're a security architect. And finally, as I said, you're one among those C-suite professionals, somebody like a CIO, CTO, or CISO, right? So I'm going to assume that you fall under one of these umbrellas, because my session is more tailored towards people who fall under this bucket, right? And once again, if you've already got this figured out, you're welcome to skip. But then what I'm going to assume is, if you're somebody who's coming from a hardcore Office 365 administration background or development background, or right, so a lot of these security and compliance services may or may not make sense to you. I'm going to assume that you might also be having a hard time about where to use a particular solution, right? Because a lot of these products are kind of overlapping. Something which can be used for, let's say, data protection can also be used for device protection also, right? So how do you get this figured out, right? And how do you go about building your own framework? And so what have you been hired for? Now, this is also a question which comes to your mind when you specifically do cybersecurity, right? Maybe you're one among those guys who have been brought on board to help a company build, their own Office 365 setup, or maybe you're a person who is helping companies migrate from their on-prem workload to cloud, or maybe you're the chief innovation officer, chief digital transformation officer, or whatever, right? So maybe you're in one of those roles wherein you are the person who have been brought on board to help an organization figure out their cloud strategy and help them set up their roadmap, right? So I'm going to assume that you also fall under one of these criteria as a part of your role, and maybe that is the job definition that has been given to you. Okay. Next, the top priority for CIOs in 2021, and this is not something which is coming from me. So this is research work which is coming from enterprisesproject.com. The source has been given down there. And if you take a look at this, right, so what they basically say is these are the 5 top priorities for CIOs in 2021, specifically given the fact that we are all operating in the new normal now. And if you look at it, I think this new normal is more or less going to become a normal, because it's been more than a year since we are all operating virtually, and we sort of got used to this new working culture. At this point in time, nobody is not really sure about when we are going to go back to our offices and operate completely from office. We also came up with something called as hybrid workplace, right? Wherein a given amount of people work from office and then a given amount of people work from home, and then they can switch, right? A lot of things are happening in the specifically in the IT landscape, or no matter whatever domain you represent, right? Now, given this new culture, right, these are the top priorities, and our focus today would be more inclined towards how can you as a person or a professional increase your emphasis on data and cybersecurity, right? Because more than ever before, with the new normal, the importance towards data and cybersecurity has also become, the focus towards this has been more pivoted, and there are a lot of professionals out there who are being hired rigorously for these kind of roles. Because if you look at our new way of working, we are not even within our corporate's perimeter, right? I would say that identity is our new perimeter. We are all sitting in distant locations, and just the workstation that we have, and then we are trying to work with. So as security professionals, it is our task to make sure that our users or our employees or our customers uh, are working without bringing in any damage to companies' data, right? And with this, I would also like to submit a survey result, right? So, and this is once again coming from BCG, which is Boston Consulting Group Remote Work Study, and also Gartner CXO survey. So what that basically says is about 300 million of global office workers are expected to be working from home, right? So, and that's not a small number by any chance if you look at it. And 40% of CIOs indicate that information security is a primary risk, as I was talking about before, right? So with a lot of people working from home, the emphasis towards data security is also clearly becoming a core, a core importance for all the professionals out there. And if you're one among those people, let's say your organization is completely a Microsoft shop. So what I mean by that is you're using Office 365, you're using Microsoft Azure, and then you're using Dynamics 365. When it comes to the on-prem world, you're using Windows servers, Active Directory, which means you're heavily dependent on Microsoft solutions, right? Now, the good part is, guess what, right? So you are using a solution which has been rated as a leader by Gartner's Magic Quadrant. Specifically, if you're looking into the cloud security area, these are the different pillars which Gartner looks at, right? One is identity and access management, CASB, which is your cloud access security broker, information archiving, endpoint, as well as unified endpoint management. So in all these areas, Microsoft is being considered as a leader. And if you look at Microsoft as an organization itself, right? I knew a couple of years back, Microsoft was not specifically looked as a security company, right? They were there in some form or fashion, right? But mostly their security products were more inclined towards governing or controlling Microsoft's cloud. They didn't really have a solution wherein, say, for instance, I can use a security solution to secure a workload which is deployed on AWS, right? That was not the case at all. Any security solution which Microsoft developed was mainly to secure and govern Microsoft's own cloud native solutions. That's how it was for many, many years. And then Microsoft understand the importance to go ahead and show their importance towards cloud security. And guess what? Over the years, they have started to build a lot of solutions in different domains. And today, they have been recognized as a leader by Gartner. Now, while this is all good, right? Now, these are all really good stuff to hear. And maybe, as I said, if you're Microsoft shop, you really feel that, well, I'm using the best solution, right? I mean, Microsoft is a leader. I'm using their products. I'm using so everything is good. Everything is fine. I don't need to worry at all, right? But I'll tell you what the problem is. So now let's try to understand what is really causing the confusion here, right? What does the current landscape look like? And if you're a person who's specifically dealing with Microsoft 365 and compliance solutions, this is what the current landscape even looks like. And what I'm putting here is just 25% of the existing solutions. But as you can see, there are huge amount of tools and services, right? And mostly what happens is you can see one product which is overlapping with some other domain, or maybe one product which can fit into two different services. And it is just too much for anybody to go ahead and grasp. And if you're coming from a cybersecurity background, may or may not, this may make a lot of sense to you, but if you're a person who's coming from a hardcore development background or an IT pro background, or let's say something else, right, and you have been suddenly asked to take over the security side of things, right, these are even too much for you to go ahead and understand, because this clearly requires a cybersecurity background. But that doesn't mean that you're going to struggle here, right? So this is what the current landscape even looks like. And guess what? This doesn't even stop here. That is a lot, right? For one, there are too many admin portals with overlapping components. And this is something which I believe everybody would agree with. The controls, the parameters, and the features, at times when you're seeing it on the security center, you might see an equivalent of that even on the Microsoft Compliance Center as well, right? That's been there for quite some time. Too many changes in the admin portal. Specifically, if you have been working with the Microsoft 365 Security and Compliance Center for quite some time, you know how much changes Microsoft has made to this admin center of late. At least for the past 2-3 years, there has been so many such changes, and it is quite hard for any person to stay on top of it. No proper guidance, right? So even if you go ahead and look at it today, there is no proper documentation or any proper guidance about how you need to go ahead and use these tools, right? Under what circumstances you should be using a given product, under what circumstances you should be using a given tool. That clarity is not really clear from Microsoft. If you look at their documentations, it talks about, yeah, you have to use this is how you go about it, this is their licensing, but then there's no proper clarity about under what circumstances you're used to use a given tool. Next is, it's not intuitive at all, right? You'll be just sitting in the admin center looking at all the controls, and you're just going to be wondering about, well, how do I go about this, right? So it's not intuitive in nature, according to me. Next is, it's too hard to keep up with Microsoft's release cadence, right? With this increased cloud war between all these big giants such as Microsoft, Amazon, Google, IBM, or maybe other vendors also such as Oracle, so on and so forth, right? They really want to keep up with each other, which is nothing but they end up pushing in a lot of new products and services, and it is quite hard for an average practitioner like us to stay on top of it. And last but not least, frequent name changes. This is something which has been happening off late a lot. Microsoft is known to keep changing their naming conventions quite some time, and unless and until you're somebody who stays on top of these things, you're really going to slip it. And finally, everybody's favorite and my own favorite is understanding the license has always been a nightmare, right? Specifically with the security and compliance products. Even if you go and talk to your Microsoft rep, I haven't seen a scenario wherein the customer is really clear about how the licensing works, specifically with the security and compliance domain. So this is also adding a lot when it comes towards and confusing you, right? Now with this, what I want you to tell is, just don't think that you're alone in this journey, or just don't think that you're the only person who's being confused, right? Because don't worry, because we are all in the same boat here. Everybody is being literally confused. I can pretty much guarantee you that you can't pick any single person and tell that this guy knows everything about how Microsoft 365 security and compliance, how it works, what are the different offerings, how the licensing works, how the product works and all, because that is just too much. And it's quite hard to find one single person who can help you figure out how all these components work, right? Now, how do we go about this? Now that we understand that, yeah, I hear you, Vignesh, right? So I've been struggling the same, right? I'm a global admin. I know these tools, but it's simply not possible for me to go ahead and understand how these products talk to each other, right? Under what circumstances I'm supposed to use what, and most of all, the licensing, which is kind of pretty much confusing to me, right? I'm trying to talk to my partners. I'm trying to talk to my Microsoft sellers. I'm trying to talk to my Microsoft team. There are a huge bunch of people whom I'm trying to talk, but still nobody is able to give me the right guidance on how licensing works, right? So for this, Microsoft has been thinking about this for quite some time, and then they said, you know what, folks, we are coming up with something called as Microsoft Cybersecurity Reference Architecture, right? This is something which they have come up with 2 years back, wherein they said, you know what, folks, so as cybersecurity professionals, or as people who have been dealing with Office 365, we would like to introduce you to the Microsoft Cybersecurity Reference Architecture, which looks something like this, right? Well, this is really great, but then if you take a look at this, this totally requires somebody with a proper cybersecurity mindset, right? You see SOC, then you see how do you do security towards hybrid cloud infrastructure, then you see SaaS. Well, even though you get it, you're not really clear about, okay, where exactly do I start? How exactly do I figure out where am I supposed to use what? It's still not, maybe if you're somebody who's starting off newly with this domain, it doesn't really get you what you want, right? And then also on the other side, we have this new thing which a lot of organizations or a lot of players in the market are talking about, which is nothing but your zero trust access control, right? So by zero trust, this is not something which I have to explain to you folks. It simply means that trust nothing and verify everything. So these were the two architectures specifically in the cybersecurity space, right, which Microsoft has brought up. Of course, there has been a version 2 for this also, wherein Microsoft went ahead and they introduced their how things are talking with their trust center, the intelligent security graph, SDL, and that is a lot. Okay. So even though we have a lot of these things, there is a lot of problems. So as a normal person like me, maybe let's not consider yourself as a cybersecurity rock star, right? So the question is, so what do we do, right? Because my organization has hired me in the first place to come and help me figure out how to go about how to secure things, how to roll out cloud securely, how to deploy SharePoint Online, Exchange Online, or the other components securely. But then still not able to get it, right? So this is what I propose. What I'm proposing is, how about building your own cyber framework? So what do I mean by that? I'm talking about something like this. Okay, just take a quick, I'm gonna leave the slide there for a couple of seconds. Just take a quick look at it. We are trying to make it as simpler as possible. And what I'm talking about is bringing in 5 domains, right? The first domain is identity and access management. The next domain is data protection. Next comes your device protection. Next is logging and monitoring. And finally, we have compliance. Like any cloud product that you can think of should fall under these 5 domains. Of course, you could have one more domain if at all you're thinking about threat protection as a separate, that's quite debatable. Because to me, threat protection can fall between data protection and device protection, right? It can fall under that category. But if you want to consider threat protection as a separate domain also, feel free to do that. But the way this entire framework has been designed is, these are all the different domains that you can think of. And what you see down are all the different subdomains, right? Just think of this, and any cloud for that matter will go ahead and fit into this. If you're talking about Google Cloud, yeah, so even for Google, there would be an identity and access management domain, data protection, device protection, login and monitoring, and compliance. If you're talking about Amazon, yes, this framework will fit in there also. If you're talking about Oracle, if you're talking about IBM, right? Any cloud vendor for that matter who can offer a SaaS solution, specifically to be more specific, this framework will fit there. But I have made it more inclined towards Microsoft 365. But if you want to take this thought process and build a framework for any other solution that you might have, any other cloud vendor that you're dealing with, this would perfectly fit in for that. And on the towards my left-hand side, I have the inputs, right? So it could be maybe things such as CIS benchmark, NIST. These might all be very new to you if you're not doing cybersecurity, but these are the inputs that you need to think about, right? I'll be sharing what I mean by CIS, what I mean by NIST, so on and so forth. But just think of these as the inputs. These inputs, when they are given together towards this different kind of domains, the output would be like, you can get your Office 365 assessment done with this, your secure score report, your compliance report. You can also go ahead and figure out what your device strategy, how does your maybe your CISO wants you to pull a report and he wants you to understand, hey, how are we doing on the identity space, right? I want to report about how identity and access, how are we doing on that space? Or maybe I want to get an understanding about how is our endpoint management looking at, right? Anything for that matter, just think of this solution, think of this framework, this will perfectly fit in. And I'm going to spend the next half an hour or so trying to explain the different domains. Let's pick up identity and access management. Let's try to understand what are the different capabilities within that and what is the equivalent Microsoft product, right? Let's then pick up data protection. Let's try to understand what are the different subdomains underneath it and what is the equivalent Microsoft product. And as I said, you could use this for any other cloud vendor, cloud product also. So let's begin with our identity and access management domain, right? So here, what I'm looking at is whatever you're seeing towards your left hand side, those are the capabilities, and whatever you're seeing towards your right hand side is the equivalent Microsoft product. And this is sort of my guidance, right? You may or you may not agree with this, right? But if you really want to figure out, or if you really want to sort of uh, put the products into individual buckets so that it is easy for you to understand and it's easy for you to figure out when can I use what, this is really going to help, right? So under identity and access management, I'm going to think of MFA and SSO, conditional access, PIM, PAM, RBAC, whatever, right? Whatever you're seeing towards this, your left-hand side, right? These are common. These are not specific to Microsoft, right? If you go and see Google, so Google has an equivalent product for all these domains. If you go and see Oracle, as I said, right? From Microsoft standpoint, as our session is more inclined towards Microsoft, you can take a look at this when it comes to MFA and SSO, right? I'm talking about Azure AD has its own MFA, right? Then you have the Azure AD SSO, the Azure AD Connect. If you're looking at conditional access, yes, Azure AD has conditional access with it. So basically, let me just show a small demo and walk you through the portal so that you can sort of understand how do I go about this, right? So I'm just bringing in my Office 365 Admin Center here. Once again, this session, I'm not really going to do a demo, a huge deep dive demo, because there is just so much, and it is not really, and the session was not really meant to show you a demo on how these products work, right? This session is totally meant to show you how do you go about thinking about all the solutions. So when I'm talking about Azure Active Directory as a domain, right, which is the identity and access management domain as per our thing here. So we have all this figured out, right? So if I'm going here, you can see a lot of such components. Just think through this lens, right? Maybe if you're going to all services, right? And take a look at this from a security standpoint. This is what I'm majorly focusing at. So you have the Azure AD multi-factor authentication, which is giving you the MFA capability, right? Then if you want to figure out, hey, how do I go about conditional access, right? So maybe I want to give access to Office 365 or maybe Azure or whatever, only based upon certain conditions. It could be scenarios such as maybe when people are coming from within a named location, right, within this particular IP range, right? Or maybe people should be coming only from a computer which is joined to my domain. For things of that sort, you can go ahead and leverage your condition. These are based upon certain conditions. You would be granted access, right? Then we also have things such as your say for instance, if you're thinking in lines of privileged identity management and privileged access management, right? Now what I mean by PIM is this, as the name itself says, this is for privileged access. When I say privileged access, these are for high level roles. Maybe think of you having access such as global admin or SharePoint admin or OneDrive admin or Exchange admin or Teams admin, something of that sort, right? So these are really heavy privileges to carry, and you really want to make sure that this sort of access is given to you only whenever it is required, and there is no standing access granted to you. What I mean by that is, even though you're a person, like let's consider that you're the principal architect who has been brought on board to roll out Office 365. The organization trusts you, they're giving you global admin access. But it's quite possible that an attacker can go after your account and he can crack the credentials and he can cause permanent damage towards your organization's data. And that's the last thing you want, right? Because if something of that nature happens, then guess what? You're going to be, it's as simple as you getting fired, and that's the last thing that you want to happen to you. So in that cases, you can think of privileged identity management, which is more of a workflow kind of a scenario, right? So based upon certain, you can just go ahead and have just in-time access. Now, if I just go back here, and if I'm looking at all services, um, let me just search. Yeah, here it is, Azure AD privileged identity management, right? So you can just say, for instance, you want to get this access, a workflow gets triggers, it goes to your boss or whomever. Say, for instance, you want to be an Exchange admin, right? And maybe that over the weekend, you want to do some work on Exchange admin. Maybe you're migrating mailboxes, you want to pull some report towards Exchange admin, something which you want to do, right? Or maybe you're configuring some new transport rules for that matter, right? And you want to do it over the weekend, right? So in that case, that can be a workflow which kicks in, and that workflow is going to ask you, all right, so what kind of role you might need, for how much time you might need, and what is the work that you're going to perform. And in some companies, I've seen a scenario wherein they would even put in the change ticket number. So it sort of matches, right? It goes to your boss, or maybe it could be whomever in your organization who is the higher up. He sort of goes through that workflow. He validates all the requests that you're asking for, and then he gives you access. It's only after then you go ahead and do whatever work you have to do, and that's it. Once the time is done, let's say they're giving you access for 4 hours. After 4 hours, you're out of the system. So this is what I mean by privileged identity management. Your access itself is going for somebody to be verified, and only then you get access, right? On the other side, you also have something called as privileged access management. Now, I've seen a lot of people who confuse themselves between PIM and PAM. So PAM is, just think of a solution such as Thycotic, right? If at all you've dealt with Thycotic server, right? This is, just think of PAM as a safe, right? If you're a Microsoft practitioner, right, we have something called as the Azure Key Vault, right? So your credentials get stored into that. You have to go and check out your credentials, the password for a service account or any account for that matter, and only then you can use it. Same is what a privileged access management means. Just think of a scenario wherein all the admin accounts are stored within that safe. You have to log in, you have to check out the password, and that password keeps rotating once in every 12 hours, which means nobody knows what that password is. It is the system which generates that password, right? Then you take in that password, you feed it into the system, then you gain access, then you do whatever work you want to perform, and that's it, it's done. After 12 hours, that password gets rotated. This is what I mean by privileged access management, right? So you need to think in those lines and figure out what exact solution would work for you, right? So in the Microsoft space, specifically with Azure AD, we have PIM, and privileged access management, it requires a component of MIM. So specifically, I don't see Microsoft having a very good solution when it comes to PAM, and that's the reason why you would see a lot of companies looking into solutions such as Thycotic, and there are a lot of other PAM vendors who offer a solution like this. But I'm saying Thycotic because Thycotic is known as the leader when it comes to a PAM solution. Then we also have RBAC. These are all built in RBAC. Maybe whatever role which comes out of the box doesn't fulfill your need, you can go to RBAC. B2B, B2C, this is something which I don't need to explain. Everybody understands this. Then identity governance and identity protection. This is of uber importance, right? People have the access, but you want to know what people are doing with that access, right? Are they accessing the right set of information that they should be accessing? Are they having standing access for it? Say for instance, you have invited a partner from a different tenant, and you have shared something with him on SharePoint, right? So you realize that he should be having access only for a week, because maybe the work that he's going to do just requires 1 week. You granted access to him, and guess what, you just forgot to revoke the access. So those kind of things can be captured using your Azure AD identity governance, right? So you can tell, like, this is the access, and after so and so date I want this access to be revoked. So those kind of governance towards what kind of privileges you're giving can be captured using your Azure AD identity governance. Then you have the identity protection. This was something which was newly added to Azure AD, which has a lot of machine learning and other components towards it. So identity protection is also an important area. So SSPR and audit logging, of course, there has been a lot of SSPR solutions in the market for a very long time, but from Azure AD, we have Azure AD SSPR. It requires a different set of licensing, so please be mindful of that. So if you're a person who is interested to explore more on these areas, then you can always go ahead and you can figure out your Azure AD pricing, right? So go start looking at your Azure AD pricing, and then you can figure out which thing you want to go with, right? So, and once again, this also keeps changing very frequently, the pricing details also. So the way Microsoft has categorized this is there is always a free component of Azure AD that you would get. What I mean by that is Azure AD is the identity and access management solution for any Microsoft cloud for that matter, right? Microsoft has 3 clouds. It has your Office 365 or M365, then it has Microsoft Azure, then it also has Dynamics 365, right? So no matter whichever cloud you're using, your identity and access management solution across these 3 clouds is always Azure AD. Then when you're purchasing Office 365 licensed version, then you get a Azure AD component with that. That is something that you would get. Then you have the premium ones, the Azure AD Premium P1 and P2. Now, based upon what you want, what kind of features you're looking at, you should choose which one you want to go with. So specifically, if you're looking for P2, as I said, the identity protection and identity governance, it comes along with your P2. So this is something which you need to be very, very mindful about, right? Now, let's try to, now that we understand like these are, so this, as I said, right, I really didn't want to go and do a full-fledged demo on all these components. My idea here is just to show you what are the different capabilities and what is an equivalent Microsoft product for it. That's it, right? We can do detailed sessions on all these things at a later point in time or in maybe upcoming sessions and all, but this session was not clearly meant for that. And let's say if you are not a Microsoft shop, let's think of a scenario like that, right? Maybe you're using Office 365, but then you have not purchased a PIM solution, which is from Microsoft. Maybe you have not purchased a PAM solution, which is not from Microsoft. Maybe you're not purchased a threat protection solution, which is from Microsoft, right? Then these are the other players which are there in this space. Of course, we all know Okta, and Okta, for that matter, was the very first IAM solution to be cloud only, and they are a very huge competitor towards Microsoft, specifically in the IAM space, right? Then we have Ping Identity, specifically if you're looking at Federation, right? When I say Federation, we had ADFS for a very, very long time. Then we had Azure AD SSO, and now Ping Identity is also a very good competitor in that space. Then of course we have a lot of other vendors. You have SailPoint, Oracle, IBM, Google Cloud, IAM, so Micro Focus, Auth0, right? So this slide is for those people who are not a Microsoft shop. Maybe your organization or your customer is not a Microsoft shop, but they're still looking for these kind of capabilities. Then they can start investing on these tools also, right? Maybe that could be various reasons. Maybe pricing is a concern, or maybe you don't want to be heavily dependent on Microsoft, right? From an architect standpoint, if you look at, if you talk to some architects, they simply don't want to go with only one single vendor, right? They want to make sure that they want to have an equivalent amount of Microsoft Azure, then they want to have an equivalent amount of, let's say, Amazon, then they want to have an equivalent amount of Google also. We call this as polycloud or multi-cloud in the industry, right? So if that is the kind of nature, then these are the other players in this space. Next is we have the data protection domain, right? Once again, the same theory applies here. Whatever you're seeing towards your left-hand side, that is sort of an industry standard. And whatever you're seeing towards your right-hand side, that is the equivalent Microsoft product. So from a DLP standpoint, Microsoft has its own DLP, the Office 365 DLP, which can help to protect data across your SharePoint, Exchange, OneDrive. It does it in Teams. Now, off late, I think Microsoft has also released a unified DLP, which can also sort of protect the content that you're storing in your hard drives, in your computers also. For many, many years, Symantec was ruling this space, right? Symantec was known as a leader in the DLP area for a very long time, but Microsoft is coming up with their own unified DLP. When you talk about data discovery, of course, MCAS, which is nothing but Microsoft's own CASB solution. So when I say data discovery, right, so MCAS can help to go and figure out what are the different kind of data which is living within your tenant, what kind of sensitive informations people have, and then it can sort of help to figure out that. Then from a data classification standpoint, right, maybe you want to classify documents such as this is internal only, right, this is confidential content. For things of that sort, we have the Azure information protection versus the MIP. I'll try to help you understand what is the difference between AIP versus MIP, and why Microsoft is leaning more towards MIP, at least towards the past couple of months. After I think last Ignite, you would see Microsoft pushing a lot towards MIP, and they made it very clear that AIP will be slowly going away. Right, so we'll try to talk in detail about why is MIP getting a lot of focus. Then CASB, as I said, MCAS. And if you're looking at email security and malware detection, we all knew, if you're coming from an Exchange background, right, EOP was there for many, many years. An Exchange Online Protection, which comes by default as long as you're taking any Exchange, if you're taking an Exchange Online plan. And then Microsoft came up with something called as Microsoft Defender for Office 365 at last Ignite. For data protection, these are the equivalent Microsoft products that we have, and for data archive and data retention. So just to help you understand how you would navigate through these solutions, once again in the admin center, right? So these are all point solutions. When I say point solutions, these are only meant to fix that given problem. So if I go here to the security center, you can see Microsoft, you have DLP, data discovery, and there is a lot which comes along with that. And by the way, I'm running an E5 tenant, right? So in your case, if at all you're not seeing something which I'm seeing, that could be a reason due to a license. So make sure that you're running the proper licensing for that. So you have the data loss prevention, wherein you can go ahead and create whatever policies that you want to create, right? So from a policy standpoint, you can create you can go with these kind of templates which is readily available, or you can create your own custom policy and create your own regex patterns, right? So say for instance, maybe if you're a company who wants to be more specific towards India PII and PHI information, such as your Aadhaar card or PAN card, you may not really find that here, wherein you can go ahead and create your own custom policy. And then you can also go ahead and choose what kind of location this should look at, right? So this is what you can get to do from a DLP standpoint. Next is your MCAS, which is nothing but Microsoft's own CASB solution. So Microsoft has got into this world. I think Microsoft MCAS is roughly 3 to 4 years old, if I'm not wrong. Right, so this is their MCAS. I think something is wrong with the, let me, Cloud App, MCAS, login. Yeah, Microsoft Cloud App Security Portal. So this is nothing but Microsoft's own CASB solution, and just make sure that you have a proper E5 license, because there is a part of Microsoft's CASB which requires E3, specifically the app discovery, and then there is a part of Microsoft's CASB which requires E5. So make sure that you're having the right set of license. So as I said, your CASB is mainly to help you with your shadow IT, wherein you want to understand what are the different kind of third-party SaaS apps which people are using, right? And also it helps you to discover. And there is a lot of good things. And if at all you want to integrate this with maybe your Defender, you want to push those logs and alerts towards CASB, you can just simply come here. Maybe if you want to push in your Defender for identity alerts to CASB, right? So you go to the settings and then you can configure it however you want. But just be mindful that from domain standpoint, from a data discovery standpoint, MCAS is the solution that you can use when it comes to the Microsoft stack of solutions, right? And then of course EOP and a data archive and data retention. For this also you have, this is once again coming with your MIP. Now say for instance, if I go back here, I'm just gonna simply flip. If I go to security, and then you would see this unified labeling concept, which is coming, a classification. Then you have sensitivity labels. So this particular component is what I called as unified label. Because if you look at Microsoft before, they had a component called as AIP, Azure Information Protection, which is only meant to protect the data that you have in your SharePoint, in your email or Office files, right? You can classify that file as internal or highly confidential. When you're sharing a file which says highly confidential and that goes to a person who's outside of your organization, then you can create some protection saying that that person may not be able to download it, or that person cannot forward it to somebody else. So those kind of things. That's what I mean by AIP. Now, AIP was there for a very long time. Now, Microsoft recently came up with something called as an MIP, which is nothing but a unified label. So what I mean by unified label is it's one single label which can take care of your information protection, the one which I just spoke about. And it also can help to sort of classify the data. What I mean by classifying the data, right? If I say, think of this, I can create a label like something like test label, right? Display name can be the same. I can give display name, description for users, whatever you want to give. I'm giving the same description for admins. I'm giving the same. This is just for demo purpose. And you can scope this label to anything, right? Now, say for instance, I can scope this label to file and emails, or I can even scope this label to group and sites. Now, what happens when I'm scoping this label to a group and site? That, let's say for instance, if I'm marking a particular SharePoint site as highly confidential, then even the owner, or no matter whomever it is, he cannot make that site so that it can be externally be shareable, right? What that simply means is I cannot have guest members as a part of that site, because that site itself has been marked as highly confidential. You can do the same for Teams. You can do the same for Microsoft 365 groups, so on. And so that's what I mean by unified label. It doesn't just look only into your files. You can also extend it towards your group and sites. And then you also have it for your Azure purview also. This is specifically if you're dealing with SQL. Azure SQL, right? And then on the other side, we also have retention labels. Now, retention is a huge deal for many organizations, specifically if you're with healthcare or those sort of domains wherein you have to retain customers' data, or maybe you need to flush out data after a certain point in time, right? For those kind of scenarios, you can go ahead and create all these kind of labels and take advantage of that also. And then you can also go ahead and classify your sensitive info types about what kind of info types that you want to create, right? It can be, these are all the different kind of PHI and PI information that you can have. And if something which you're looking for is not there, you can also go ahead and create your own pattern that I was talking about. So this is what we have from a data protection domain. And to help you understand the other players in this space, so these are some well-known vendors who offer the equivalent capability of what Microsoft can offer, right? As I said, Symantec has been a leader in DLP. Then you have Proofpoint, which is known, which is sort of a rock star among Exchange practitioners, specifically known for their email gateway solutions, right? Then you have Board Engines, Vitress, McAfee, Netscope, BitClass, and Mimecast. Right? And whatever names I'm giving here, this is according to Gartner's report, right? Now, if at all you're not seeing one of those solutions that you're using here, it's not that I'm telling that's a right or wrong solution. This is as per Gartner's a magic quadrant details. Then we also have the device protection domain. This domain, you know, it's very, very new to me in the first place, because this requires a proper modern desktop mindset, right? For people who have been dealing with SCCM for a very, very long time, this will make a lot of sense to them. But you need to also understand that device protection also, it's a huge pillar when it comes to the cybersecurity space, right? So of course, we all know Microsoft Intune. So anybody who's been dealing with mobile device management and mobile access management, we all understand Microsoft Intune. But what you need to understand is it just doesn't stop there, right? Microsoft, with their new branding, they also came up with something called as the Microsoft Configuration Manager. And under this branding, they're bringing their Endpoint Manager, Endpoint Configuration Manager. These are all meant to how you can go ahead and protect the data which is stored in your Windows 10 devices, in your mobile endpoints, right? So those kind of things. That is what the device protection domain mainly talks about. And there are a lot of other things. As I said, this is a domain which I've recently started picking up. And maybe couple of months from now, I should be able to give you a proper deep dive on all these products and do a full-fledged session. But just for the purpose of this session, please do understand that device protection in itself is its own domain, and these are the different equivalent Microsoft products which Microsoft has to offer. Other players in this space, we all know VMware AirWatch. I think there are a lot of customers who would be using VMware for a very, very long time. Their AirWatch component is very well known in the market for MDM and MAM. Then we have Mobile Iron, once again very well known for their mobile device management capabilities. IBM BigFix, which was an equivalent of SCCM, for it was giving a tough compete for SCCM, but just that there was not a lot of focus, and a lot of companies transitioned to SCCM, and now we are looking at Windows Endpoint Configuration Manager, so on and so forth. JAMF Pro, specifically if you're a customer who's dealing with a lot of Mac endpoints, for you to manage all those Mac devices, you would need this. Okay. Our next domain is logging and monitoring. This is specifically for people who are into the SOC, Security Operations Center, right? What I mean by that is people who are dealing with SIEM, XDR, for those kind of capabilities, right? So this is also an important area when it comes to the cybersecurity domain. So the capabilities that I'm talking about is audit logging, SIEM, cloud security posture management, security for IoT, alerts, and XDR. And these are the equivalent Microsoft products, right? At times you might be seeing that one product or one particular equivalent product can be following across different domains, but that is the way it is, right? So you would see MCAS as a part of data protection, you would see MCAS, which is a CASB, and then you would also see MCAS as a part of alerts also. That's how it has been designed. But from last Ignite onwards, Microsoft made their way into the XDR business, right? So extended detection and response, this is nothing but a term which Gartner has coined. And if you look at it, right, your threat can be coming maybe to your endpoints, maybe to your emails, maybe to your data. It could be in any form or fashion. Attackers might be targeting any of these, right? So for many, many years, a lot of security operation centers or a lot of professionals who are dealing with security, they were all looking at this as individual solutions, right? Maybe somebody would be dealing only with securing identities. Maybe a different team will be dealing with only securing email and exchange. Then there will be a different set of team who's sort of dealing with device protection. Now, Microsoft XDR, with this, Microsoft made their way into the XDR business. This is nothing but how do you bring all these capabilities under one single umbrella, right? So it is just not extended detection, it is also about response, right? Detection happens, and how do you respond to that, right? So that is what XDR means. And these are the different products that we have. Just give you a walkthrough of what I'm talking about here. Once again, if we go here, threat management is one such area which I would like to bring here, right? So if you basically go to threat management, you will see a lot of such protection. And from last Ignite onwards, Microsoft was bringing their XDR branding across all these solutions, which is why you would see this as Microsoft Defender for Office 365. Then you have Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, so on and so forth. So with this, say for instance, there are a couple of things that you can go ahead and do. Policies. Let me click on policy. These are all the different kind of policies that you can create. Now if I go to safe attachment, right, you can create a policy for safe attachment. So these could be attachments which are being stored in your email, right? So when an attachment comes, what you want to do with those attachments. And all these things are an extended version of what we used to have in EOP for many years. If you're an exchange practitioner, we would be using all those transport rules, leveraging EOP, right? What happens to an attachment, or when a mail is coming from a given domain, blacklisted domain, what do you want to do with that? Email quarantine, message trace, so on and so forth, right? So now all these things are being bought under Microsoft Defender for Office 365. This is how this looks like. And the other players in this space are Splunk, IBM. So Splunk has been ruling the SIM market for many years, right? So that's why you would see a lot of SIM professionals, SIEM professionals coming from a Splunk background. And even IBM Curator has been in the market for a very long time. They have been known as the leaders in the SIM market for a very long time. And if you want to know what is Microsoft's SIEM, that's nothing but Azure Sentinel. I think it's been more than a year and a half Microsoft has got into this market. Microsoft didn't have a SIEM before. So Sentinel was their way of getting into the Sentinel and into the SIEM business. Then these are the other vendors who we have in this space. So once again, if you are not a Microsoft shop, then these are the other players that you can start looking at. And if at all you're using any of these solutions, then you can also have this integrated with your Office 365. It's just a matter of creating that connection. And from that moment onwards, all the logs or anything that is getting reported will be reported into your Splunk or IBM Curator stuff also. And then we also have the compliance domain. So this is an area which a lot of us have been paying close attention to, right? Because compliance was it was sort of its own thing, right? In many organizations, you would see compliance being dealt by HR professionals, or there would be a proper person who takes care of e-discovery. There was a proper team dedicatedly sitting to take care of all these kind of concerns, right? But now with compliance becoming very close to security, specifically in the Microsoft 365 space, it is very important for you to understand what are the different products which Microsoft has under the compliance umbrella also. And you can split it under 4 different umbrellas. One is information protection and governance, insider risk management, discover and respond, and final is compliance management, right? So just to give you an overview, we all understand the Microsoft information protection, the MIP. I'll be talking about that just after a couple of slides from now. I'll be talking in detail about what do you mean by MIP and how is that different from AIP. Then we have DLP for Teams. So when we talk about DLP, what we need to clearly understand is that is a DLP. First of all, Teams is a product which brings together your SharePoint, Exchange, OneDrive, everything. So it is one single product which has everything underneath it, right? And the Office 365 DLP was traditionally meant to take care of only the Exchange, OneDrive, and SharePoint components, right? But then this question came up, right? Hey, how do I take care of content which is being shared on the Teams chat? Maybe somebody is asking me my Amex number. I'm just putting it on the chat, and the opponent person gets it. And you don't want people sharing Amex card numbers or credit card numbers over a Teams chat, right? So how do you go ahead and stop those kind of things? For that is where we have the DLP for Teams chat. Please be mindful that whatever I'm talking about here, this needs a proper licensing. This doesn't fall under your Office 365 E3, E1. Of course, E5, you would be getting everything. But if you're not a E5 shop, then there is a different licensing pattern for this. I'll be talking about the licensing in detail, but please be mindful that you always go ahead and verify those licenses before you start using these tools or before you start recommending these tools to your customers. Then the endpoint DLP, which we spoke about. Specifically, insider risk management is a new area which Microsoft has invested from last year onwards. So what I mean by insider risk management is, just think of a scenario wherein you have resigned from your company. Let's say you resigned yesterday, right? Typically what happens is the moment you resigned and let's say you're going to a competitor, right? In Microsoft, I used to see scenarios like, let's say people are resigning from Microsoft, and if they're going to Google or Amazon, the first thing that they would do is they would go ahead and disable your accounts. That's it. As a Microsoft employee, if you're going to a competitor, your account gets disabled and you won't even have access to anything. The only thing that you'll be having access on the last day is you can go ahead and collect your pay slips. That's it. Nothing else apart from that. Right now, this could be the case with any other company also, right? Because risk shouldn't necessarily be coming only from external people. Risk can be coming also from inside people also, right? Maybe your own employees. Maybe they want to download some IPs which you might have created, some kind of important customer information or anything related to products, some important source codes or whatever, right? So you have this insider risk management solution now, and it is basically built on top of your Microsoft security graph. What this basically does is it kicks a workflow. Say for instance, if you have been resigned, it starts looking, and you can kick this workflow, and it will start off looking into what are the different kind of works that you're doing, what kind of data that you're downloading, right? And if at all it feels that something is really terrible, or something you're doing something against the law of the land, then it's going to trigger a workflow, and all the HR people and all the other people are going to be notified that you're doing something with a malicious intent. So if you're yeah,
Sorry for disturbance. Running out of time.
I think still, yeah, I'll finish in next 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
So the next is the insider risk management. Then we have the communication compliance also. So for this, it's say for instance, you want to make sure that people are following a proper guidance when it comes to when they're writing emails or when they're using Yammer chats and all, just to make sure that there is no workplace harassment, there is not, you don't want to give room for profanity, things of that sort. Then you can use communication compliance. So these are all the different kind of solutions that you have from an insider risk management standpoint. Discover and respond, of course, for e-discovery purposes when you want to consider do investigation. An advanced audit, that has been an area which customers have been asking Microsoft for a very long time, because the auditing that you get in Microsoft, any kind of auditing, right, it can live only for 90 days. And if you wanted anything beyond that, either you should be shipping those logs to a SIM and you can do that. But with advanced audit, your logs, your user audit logs can live up to 1 year, and Microsoft is working on retaining and making it up to 10 years also. So there are some companies who want to store their logs and keep it up to 1 year. So if you're one of those customers, start looking into advanced audit. And of course, your compliance manager, which is going to help to figure out whether how is the compliance posture of your company looking at. So those kind of things can be taken care of by that. And once again, the other players in this space. So these are the other vendors who offer an equivalent solution of how Microsoft offers their thing, specifically on the compliance space. Next is, I'll just take 5 minutes to explain the Office 365 licenses for this. And this is something which I share the slide with you. You folks can go ahead and look at it. But this sort of makes it very easy for you to understand how Microsoft has created their solutions, right? Because if you look at Microsoft's licensing portal, they don't really sort of get granular about what you get and what you don't get. But these kind of things are there, just to be mindful of the time. I'm just showing you all these things, but later when you get the slides, you can go through this, and you can, based upon whatever licensing plan that you're on, you can go ahead and look into this. So new services and other things, as I said, the Microsoft Defender, which Microsoft introduced last Ignite onwards. So Defender comes under two categories. You have the Microsoft Defender for Microsoft 365. Next is your Azure Defender also. This is basically nothing but a rebranding which Microsoft has done, and this is their way of getting into the XDR market, right? Which was heavily controlled by McAfee and other players in the world. So whatever you see here for Defender for Endpoint, it was formerly called as MDATP, and Defender for Office 365, it was formerly called as Office 365 ATP, and it is completely up for you to go ahead and view it. But please be mindful that When I say Microsoft Defender, it is not a product, it is not a SKU, it is not something, it is just a branding under which a lot of these capabilities are coming together. These are some new Ignite announcements that Microsoft has made. You can go ahead and take a look at this later when the slides are being shared. And yeah, so I'll just take a minute to explain this. So what really happens is there is a lot of confusion between AIP versus MIP, right? And what you really need to understand is MIP in itself is not a product. MIP in itself is not a new licensing plan. MIP, it's nothing but it's a framework. So what I mean by that is AIP is a subcomponent of MIP. And for you to take the complete functionality of MIP, these are the products that you need, right? If you take a look at this, you would just see Azure Information Protection as a subcomponent of MIP. And these are all the different things that you need in order for you to get the complete functionality of MIP. So if you are one such customer who has started exploring MIP, this should be very, very important to you. You can take a look at this and figure out whether you have the right set of license. Okay. Information barrier in teams. This is something about how you can build an ethical wall between two different teams in an organization, right? Say, for instance, if you want people from one team shouldn't be talking to a people from a different team. There should not be any kind of communication at all. No chat, no document sharing, no meeting, no calling, nothing, right? And of course, you would see this kind of nature in the banking sector. And if that is culture, that is something which your customer or your organization is looking at, then you should start looking at Microsoft Teams information barrier, because this is a solution which was specifically built for that. And this requires your Microsoft E5 compliance licensing. So please take a look at it. And finally, we are being at the top of the hour. To conclude, this is what I'm saying. So remote work is here to stay, whether you like it or not. It is what it is, and it is going to stay. And with remote work, cybersecurity is being the top priority for many organizations in the new normal, because as I said, you're not within your organization's perimeter, right? Maybe your username and password is your new perimeter. That's the way you need to start looking at it. And with this new culture, cybersecurity is becoming a top priority. And you don't really need to be coming from a cybersecurity background to deal with cloud security. So that's something which you need to understand. But understanding the usage of services is very, very important, right? So that is one thing which you should be really, really good with. And next thing is, your organization may not be a Microsoft shop, because a lot of organizations are simply not that way. But if you're able to identify and build your own cyber framework, then your chances of becoming a rockstar professional, cybersecurity professional, is very, very high. And finally, to conclude, in the world of Microsoft Cloud, security and compliance, it is just not Microsoft's responsibility, it is your responsibility also. And this is that one single slide which speaks about what are the things which Microsoft controls and what are the things which you as a customer should control. Microsoft is always the custodian of your data. They are not meant to take care of everything. There are certain things which you can catch Microsoft hold, you can catch them responsible for, and there are some things which they can't do anything about. So please be very, very mindful about that. So with that, I'm done with my session, and let me hand it over to the next speaker. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, bro. We don't have any questions. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Hey, Hans. Very good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning from Germany.
Yeah.
Sorry for my screen.
Yeah, thank you.
With two monitors, let me look what I have to do. Screen sharing best on your good monitor. It's not so easy to decide which one I have to share. Okay, let's look. That is this one. Perfect. So now you see my screen and you have it also that we can begin. So 10, 12, that means 10, 11 o'clock I will end, and I will end perfectly. So sometimes it's a little bit scary, but anyway, okay. Starting, and now we do not have to speak about security. We have heard that. That's a lot of stuff. We have a bit in security, but it's not the talk for today. Today, I will talk about sync and sync and sync and again sync. So I'm Hans Brender. I'm an MVP for Office Service and Services. The people around the planet know me, in other words, know me as Mr. OneDrive, so I've spoken all around the globe. That's the 6th times in 1 year speaking in India. So That's for me very appreciated, because I love that, speaking also in small amounts, not only at Ignite with 30,000 people and all this stuff. But anyway, though that's my things you see in the background on the slide where you can connect with me. But everybody I like to love on Twitter, but the other things are also well done. So that's the thing. We speak about the agenda for the next 50 minutes, OneDrive, about sync, and again sync. A little bit of architecture. So people have to know. It's sometimes I feel, if I look at Reddit, if I look on different accounts, forums, and so around the globe, that people do not understand that OneDrive is not simple as Dropbox or something, because it's a simple thing. Therefore, we talk a little bit about tips and tricks for admins in the architecture. What's the architecture of that? The different sync methods, what we have. That's basics. People has to know that. Then we'll speak a little bit of files on demand. Add to OneDrive, that's absolutely new. And then about the community board for OneDrive. So that's sync. And you see, that's a lot of stuff we have to do. First, OneDrive is more than just another network drive with or without a drive letter. So you have to know that. It's not the same. It's a sync engine. Sync is like email. It's not that you can ask, hey, did you receive my email? After 2 minutes, it could be a little bit with delay. It's asynchronous communication, and therefore sync, you have to allow, it's not like your network share you have in the past. But it's a basic of Microsoft Foundation of collaboration. So therefore, you have to know and listen what's in there. Looking at the next slide, I see that we can look here, the architecture of OneDrive. So in the past, we have different things. It works well with all if you have SharePoint 2019 or Office 365. With the formerly SharePoint servers 2016 and formerly you have no chance to go with the OneDrive architecture. It runs in the user context. It has 113 different languages. There's this one engine for several instances. You may have selective sync, means that the selective, you can say what I want to have to sync. It's enterprise ready. So for big companies, you have about 40 group policies in there. It's self-update. So it's like what you have not under control, you should have make it automatically. Microsoft decides if the servers they are right for you and you want to do that. No, it's automatically each day, each 24 hours, he looks if there is a new version of the client and it installed that. Automatically, you do not have to do anything. It syncs only with Office 365, as I mentioned before, and SharePoint Server 2019. That's the architecture of this stuff. And we have to look, what can we do more? So thinking in the program installation, normally you have it as users, as your username, the app data, local Microsoft OneDrive, though all above we see on the right side, we have programs, DLLs, logo images, and so on, all. But it depends, you can also have it, and you see, you need access to one client SPFx MS, but you see that later on, that must be available, that the automatical process can be done. But looking, since yesterday, we have different things. First, you have although the installation, if you have the personal version of OneDrive, then you can say, okay, going back, then it installs that it in the program files x86 Microsoft OneDrive. And since yesterday, we have a 64-bit version. 21062 is a number, that's a preview version. And it is a little bit better about that. You can read that, but it's installed at C program files Microsoft. For each user, if you have one machine with several users, one program has to be installed, but then you have in the users partition, logs, settings, and setup. That's all. Normally, it will do it automatically. It's there since Windows 10 at the early days. The first Windows 10 versions, OneDrive was although inside. And it looks, hey, it's a new version, and install the new version automatically. So therefore, it's easy. Sometimes you have some limited. People say, hey, I have this, I have that. And you have to say, not at all. You could not do that. There is this under this link, you can look limits SharePoint Online and OneDrive for Business. You see it for your personal cloud, also for your OneDrive for Business and SharePoint libraries. But you have to know, several things will work in this next generation sync client, the OneDrive Xe. You may have 30 million documents in each document library. And we talk only about document libraries. Inside means it's okay. But after 100,000 files, performance decreases. And the next generation sync client has a limit about 300,000 files, but not only about one, but all instances and all files you have in sync. So keep it in mind that you not go over 30,000 files. Therefore, we have to speak about a little bit later why we can do that and how you can handle that. The file length at the beginning was 15 gigs, now 100 gigs, and now at the last Ignite, we have 250 gigabytes. The file name came up to 400 characters, and valid characters are also hashtag or percent signs. Keep in mind, no network map drive. If you go inside Google or Bing, whatever you want to have as a search engine, yes, you will find that. There are several parts that okay, you can map that. You can have it as a drive. Don't do that. After the first renaming, the password and so on, you are logging out. That's not good. Although it's not good, the authentication proxy. If you have to authenticate on your company with a proxy, it's not permitted by Microsoft. They say we cannot handle that. And there are, in the past, we have libraries with settings, check in, check out. You should not check in, check out in Office 365 for that stuff. So that's the thing, that the kernel thing. But sometimes you have to know, yes, we need access to one client, SPFx MS and gdlive.com. So behind this link, you find the Office 365 URLs that should be remain. Inside the company, you have to go the people with the firewall and say, we need that. That's a lot of them. If they are standing required in this list, you should do that if you're going to Office 365. And the same is also for allowing with Windows notification services. That means sometimes the people say to me, hey, around the globe, it's so slow on my machine. I have no problems. If I am at home, it's a little bit better. Why? Because you need access to star-windows.com. That's changes to push to pull. And that goes a lot of time, saves waste battery life if you have a laptop, and network utilization. That's the second one, is also inside this list. That is for these two, we need exactly to have the best optimization in all this stuff. So now I change and say, what can we do? And what can we do inside? The basics are, sometimes the people has to know, and marketing at Microsoft always says OneDrive. And not OneDrive for Business. So you see, what's the difference? All in this is in SharePoint Online. In each SharePoint Online, you have a document library, or you may have 1, 2, or 1,000 document libraries. And for each member of your company, you have a OneDrive for Business, different one. These are different site collections in SharePoint, and this is a site collection also separately. I only make 3. Even if you have 10,000 employees, you have 10,000 OneDrive for Business. Well, the people, the administrator controls the SharePoint Online. You, as a user, controls as your own SharePoint admin, the OneDrive for Business stuff. And then we also have OneDrive Personal, because that's outside. If you leave the companies, you leave all the people, and although here SharePoint Online, you have no longer access. That means sometimes you still have OneDrive Personal, but I say to the companies, you should not have it both, because my administrators want to control, and that's also security at the standpoint, because you can have access to OneDrive for Business, also the document the libraries can sync, and then you can say, I put it in my OneDrive Personal out of the control. So the best firewall, the best security rules will not work, because that's not under control of the admins. Therefore, there's a group policy, do not have OneDrive Personal. Then, so on the other side, we have Windows 10, we have Outlook as a desktop application, we have Word, we have Excel, we have PowerPoint, we have a browser, whatever browser you want, we have iOS and Android stuff, we have Teams. So thinking this off together, now it works. Yes, it's stuff with Outlook. You should not make an attachment for security reason. Yes. Not a Word or document coming out of maybe a document library or more document libraries are in your OneDrive for Business, and put it away and send it as an attachment. The thing is, then you have two versions. This one is outside and the one that you have inside. So you have to look, hey, what can I do? The thing is, what we can do, we should have and also share a link inside and put it in Outlook and send it to the other one. So the document resides at this OneDrive for Business or the document library, and the people can work with that from outside. So there are several rules to share some documents, but that's the reality what we can have. And it's also possible for OneDrive. And also the same you have in Outlook, you have in Outlook on the web. So whatever you work, it's the same rules. You have access to all these stuff, you can sync it. That's Outlook. So the next one is with Windows 10. You can say, okay, there's a two-way sync. If you establish and save a document or whatever you want in Windows 10 in a OneDrive for Business, then it will sync automatically to OneDrive for Business in the cloud. So that means the leading architecture, the leading is not your machine anymore. Leading is OneDrive for Business in the cloud. If your machine was stolen, if your machine was wrong, whatever you have, maintenance failure, you can have a new one and can then say sync again, and then it will come from OneDrive for Business again to Windows 10. You lose never. So that's the thing you have to be in mind. Leading architecture is always the cloud. If you have two machines with Windows 10 and an iOS and an Android, it will work perfectly. You can have sync at all the times. That's the thing we have to know. But if you delete one on your machine, it will also delete here. And if you have a second machine, it will also on the second machine. And if you have shared documentation with other people out of your OneDrive for Business or out of the libraries, it will also delete it here and delete it on all machines that sync this version of Word or Excel from these machines. But anyway, you have a recycle bin in Windows 10. You should not do, and if you have deleted, unfortunately, oh, I have deleted, sorry. No, you should not have it here. You should take the recycle bin for OneDrive for Business or the recycle bin for document library. Here you have 30 days, here I have 90 days to come back with the stuff, because we have versioning there. Each file has versioning up to normal standard is 500. And each document also have the versioning inside the document library. So you can do that. If you install it, that's only the latest version here in Windows 10. Here in iOS and Android, you look only on the document library. So therefore, you have to know this is the thing we have to know. It's not critical. You can something outside, but then you have a backup feature. And for the backup features, it's also the thing, hey, there must have the possibility to look for the versions in there. Otherwise, you lose all the metadata. Keep in mind that. So we have to code and have it in Windows 10. We have implemented also there. We can have a document library or more document library. It takes, are you member there or what? You are not member there. That's the same. It will all sync at Windows 10. Going a little bit further, now I have access to another SharePoint tenant. People, as a consultant, I have access to more than OneDrive. That means I have access to the complete mechanism of Office 365. That's me. That's the other company. So they give me a tenant, they give me a license. I have all this stuff with Word, Excel, PowerPoint, but now I have access to this OneDrive for Business. So that's a OneDrive for Business for the second tenant. That's my OneDrive for Business. So I have all the access to document libraries. Keep in mind, I also may have access to a personal thing, but keep in mind, normally you can sync only on your machine, only one personal account, and up to 9 blue-colored tenants, whatever you want, with different things. That's the possibility. The OneDrive sync client is limited. So thinking the big story about that you have also B2B functionality, though that's a possibility. If you are a member here and you are controlling all the stuff, you may have access, or these people have access to different document libraries in there, but only on a basic from business to business. It's too long to tell them. You can talk 1 hour or 2 hours. There is a script, a description about at OneDrive
in docs.microsoft.com, and it takes 192 pages to work with such a thing. But that means, yes, they can have it also on your Windows 10 machine. But that's the thing with suppliers or other people, you work constantly. There is a trust between that, and that comes in with Windows 10. But thinking about all we can do, we can also work directly with PowerPoint, Word, and Excel. And sometimes you have to save it directly. So sometimes the rules are it's directly, or as I do, I save my documents inside Windows 10 and take then from Windows 10 the possibility that they will go not only on that, they're going down to the document library wherever I want, and I sync there. So therefore, you have both choices. You can do it with Word, Excel, PowerPoint, directly go to the cloud, it's implemented. But you can also have it Windows 10. Means if you're not connected to the internet, sitting in a train or something, have no internet, you still have the offline functionality. Next time you go to the internet, it will be synced. So sometimes there could be a conflict in this situation. Other people also have, during this time you were offline, and you can share it together. Most they'll look if it's the same thing, but sometimes if you are working with the same paragraph or something inside Word, it could be happen that you have to leave it off and manually decide what is the newest and better versions. Therefore, you should always online if you are possible with this stuff. Thinking about Windows 10 with Windows 5, you also have the possibility inside the company. I share some documentation with another people, also external. And external means yes, it's cross-tenant migration. Means somebody gives me a folder, send me a folder, and says the link in this folder is for the documents in there. And I can click on it, I see it in the browser, and then I press the button sync, and then I have it on my machine from the other people. I don't have to go inside the browser again and again to work with these documents. That's the thing we have to look about a little bit. But thinking about with iOS, that's the same situation as I mentioned before. Yes, you can have one or more OneDrive for Business, that's accounts. You have the possibility to see that, although the document library, it's a few. And it's a few, you can have a Word there in iOS and look at that, but it's a few. And therefore, with your smartphone, you always are online. Therefore, you can also look at that. And that's not only for the iOS. We have the same functionality for Android. So that's part of the story. And now we have although one things more. That means, yes, here is Teams. And Teams, although Teams connect to several things. Your chat will be done with Exchange Online. You don't see that completely. It's done. And your documents are in document libraries or in OneDrive for Business. It's done. You can have all the stuff. Checking the next step. The next step was in 3 years ago. And they spent it with the Windows 10 Fall Creators Update 1709. Normally, you say, okay, I want to synchronize. And then you see a whole stuff of your library. It takes a lot of time, and the internet goes a little bit slowly because all the stuff has to be synced to your machine. Thinking about 5,000 documents, it takes a little bit time. And your machine, your hard disk will be full and fuller. So the people has to realize, hey, we changed that. We change NTFS in 1709 and make it files on demand. Only the name will come over. And we will see that also with macOS, that's the version from 18240. And we have the same situation. It's only the content we have there. And I have to look and tell you. NTFS is simplified. It's a simple thing. If you have a file name, let's say that's a document, the type is inside a number, but it means if you have Word installed, it will open it Word, and that means it's okay. If you have not Office, that's not the problem. Then you can with LibreOffice or other people what's connected with them, and this type will open. You still have a possibility inside the FAT allocation table to store a picture in there. That will be done automatically. That's your thumbnail. Then we have some attributes, and that's new. We have 2 new attributes, and the attributes inside NTFS will clear and will do what you want. Then we have some dates, creation dates, modification date, and so on. I don't have it here, but at least we have a pointer to the content. That's not correct one. If a pointer is a small amount, the pointer to the next pointer to the pointer to the pointer, how big the file is, but keep it in mind. And if you have this situation, then you have inside your Explorer this screen mark, local available or always available. There are some possibilities with group policies that clean up your stuff. Clean up, I will talk about a little bit later. If I want to have the space back, and that's files on demand, I can say, give me the space back, and then this happened. The pointer is no longer valid. This name is still there. A small picture, if you have a picture in there, you will have it also. And the status shows this is the cloud. It's only in the cloud available. Clicking again of that, we will have it back. So the difference between that's local available, that's always available. There are some mechanisms with group policies. There is one special group policies. In my environment, it says, okay, after 7 days, with the last modification date, after 7 days, it clean ups and make this happen. Sorry, that was the one. This happen. Automatically, with all files inside, I have synchronized on my machine. But sometimes you do not want it for special files. You need it every day or once a week or something. Then you can say, I want to change it to always available with a simple click on the button and say always available. Then these automations with group policies will never work. You have it always on your machine. But in the other way, if you have it here in this situation, means you can have up to several petabytes on a small disk with 120 gigs or something, including Windows. Because only if you click on that, having internet, the file will be extracted, downloaded, extracted, and the program who is associated with it will start. So that's files on demand. And you see here, there are different statuses inside a browser. You see it here, that's local, cloud only, your local available, and always available. That's a different status, and you can work with that. Here are the things that you have to know. These are the new attributes, POU. So you may have also the possibility to bring some stuff up. It's only a command line. You don't need to have PowerShell. It's a DOS command line. You can change from one status to other status. You don't need a group policy when if you have to change something. But now we have a new icon. That's a little bit stuff. It was coming 2 months ago. That means exclude specific kind of files from being uploaded. And it's very interesting. That's a machine policy for these people. And I can say it's implemented as a wildcard character. So that means star at PST means, hey, these files ending with PST never will uploaded, but only the new ones. And they will have a mark, as you see here, status, that it will not uploaded. But it will not work for Office files. Keep in mind, Office can directly work, therefore I have not controlled it, although with this group policy that can be implemented. And you also have the possibility that will be uploaded, if possible, then the sync is as normal. If you have to say, or want to have that, then you can do that. Some examples we have. If you have in the group policy, sorry for the German translation, I have to translate it there. It's done in the group policy, and I say, Versuch, point star means, if I save a document with a TXT from Notepad, then it's blocked because it will work with these. That an old access data will also, if the database has the name Versuch, MDB, that's access database from the old days, whatever, it will also block, not uploaded. But a DOCX, that's a word, and remember, Office, it will sync. Although with this Excel command. And can you see, although if you got the slides later, it looks a little bit terrible because, no, it's not terrible. People have to know what's going on with these question marks because that's the thing we have to control that. Anyway, so you see that these files are blocked, but keep in mind, it works for OneDrive for Business or OneDrive Personal. It works for SharePoint document libraries. It works for all local sync files with shared with me. I told you, from other people. And it will also local sync from add to OneDrive files. Add to OneDrive? Oh, that's a crazy stuff. So I say the next generation sync client was a good thing in the past. In this information, why would I have it? Because the next generation sync client makes it so easy if you understand the concept and work with it. But keep in mind, 300,000 files. So I have a lot of customers with more than 300,000 files. And now Microsoft has to say, okay, the thing is that you also have to say, I'm working in the marketing. So now I got the complete library of marketing, but I don't need a complete library. I only need a small portion for the next 3 months. That's the thing we could not handle, because a file, even with content or without content, must be counted, must look, anything change, any other people change a name of a file. You have to look for that. So Microsoft says, okay, that's a new thing. That's a second generation, if you want to say that. But you don't find anything with add to OneDrive. You only find add shortcut to OneDrive. Oh, shortcut? Shortcut, we have it in the past. A shortcut points to a program or whatever you want. So yes, you will have that, add a shortcut to OneDrive, or better, add shortcut to my files. That's the real thing we want to have. If you want to have it, you remember, shortcuts can be deleted. Yes, remove shortcut from my files. So thinking what's done, a shortcut to my files. Thinking that's a user in my OneDrive for Business. I have folder A, folder A2, A3, and I want to share inside the company. Add shortcut works only inside the company, not outside, not external sharing. I want to say user A, I want to share it to another guy inside the company from his OneDrive. So this is user B, he wants to have it. Folder A2, that's mine, and that's his folders, whatever they're in there. And that means, okay, this user B see that in his OneDrive in the shared with me folder. Wow, that looks very interesting. User B add shortcut to my file. That's a function. He says, I click on it, and then I have it here in my OneDrive. Perfect. It's inside my files. But now you have to say, what's done? Do it with all your machines and sync this stuff with all your machine. If you have more than one machine and a sync, do it in all machine. Inside also on your iOS and Android device. You see this shortcut points to folder A2 in my OneDrive for Business, and you can work with these files. And if I do not want it anymore, I can skip it. So see a new file in OneDrive in the web, see the folders and files on the web, see the folders in Windows File Explorer, see the folders in iOS, see the folders on all machines you have. Standard things is the different way. In the old days, if you say, I want to synchronize, it's only on your machine. If you say, I do not want to sync it anymore, it's only on your machine, but the files are never deleted. You have no sync anymore, that they're not deleted. And now that's the sibling one, add shortcut to my files, establishes on all your machine, perfect. And if you say, I do not want it anymore, I can say, okay, I want to remove a shortcut. And that means from the web or Windows File Explorer, in my environment, the shortcut will be deleted. I have no access anymore. And that means on all machines, including iOS or Android. And as a shortcut in the standard means you can rename a shortcut for such thing. That we have to look for that. But again, the same thing is not only for OneDrive for Business. We can have it also from a document library. Thinking that this guy is not available and have access to this document library, I can handle that and say, okay, I have access to there. And I say, okay, you will have the possibility that this folder also will be included. That's convenient. We can do that. Yeah. User B sees his OneDrive D drive in a shared with me in his OneDrive. Perfect. OneDrive for Business. And he has to say, yes, I want to do that. Add a shortcut to my files. The same procedure is done. Yeah. We have it on the machine, not only one machine, all machines, and also on the other stuff. And it's easy. If you go in and say, I can rename that, it will be renamed only in this user's OneDrive for Business. I begin the renaming at the first. It has a different symbol. You see that. I will show you a thing. But you can have it, and I say I want to have it at the top, because these files I do want to work as long as I need it, and then I say, okay, cut it off. So that means I can rename it. It's only in this user's part that he can rename the stuff. It will never go back and rename as to say, okay, not folder 3. I have no idea about folder 3. I want to display another name. It will only name here, not here anymore. The same is here. Renaming a shortcut is possible, but you will never have it at the source. So that have to look for that. And I have here a simple thing. You see that this post doesn't add a shortcut to my files. It's done. And then you can see that we have it on the My Files, and you see that we look at that and have a different symbol. So that's informal, the short version we have. I have made some pictures because I know I have so less time. Anyway, you have that. So that's my OneDrive for Business. You see here several domains I have to establish. Then I have here my OneDrive for Business for this organization. That's my OneDrive for Business for my organization. And you see it here. This part, Sabrina, yeah, that's the name you can have, and you see it in a different icon. This is a shortcut, and you can rename that. I make it also for my mobile, and you see it here in the mobile. That's the same symbol. The symbol looks a little bit better. I make it bigger. I do it for you. That's a symbol that makes it's a shortcut. You can rename it. But then you see that, and also you can say, I don't need it anymore. Sitting in a train, sitting in a bus, sitting wherever I have access to the internet, I have to say, I can say, okay, the work is done. I'm going to the weekend. I'm going to have some information that I have in this town during the day. So, but I can do that. And I say it on this machine, and I say, remove. Remove means it's although the deletion of the shortcut. The data are still there where they are, but not on your machines anymore. And if you open your laptop, it's done. It's gone. You don't have to delete it anymore. That's shortcut. And that means you have some good connections because it's only a part. You do not need the whole library, only a part of the library and the folders and the subfolders are in there. So you see, although the OneDrive, sometimes you got a message. That means you still have a connection and a sync, maybe only a document or only a folder. And the thing is, you only may have a sync once. So that means you have to decide which one. And if you need more and it's only part of a subfolder, you have to say, okay, change it a bit, and you will the old ones, and then do it again, and then you will not have the error message in there. Again, summarize for a shortcut to OneDrive. That means only for all people in your organization, no external. It's rolling out now. It's done. Any folders from OneDrive, you will have. Any folders from any SharePoint document library. You may get an error if you already sync data through the Share with Me possibility. And for external users who share the folder with files with you, you still must use the synchronization method. External will not allowed to do this stuff these days. We have to wait what Microsoft is doing. But anyway, pointing together, that's the old manual sync or via group policies. We have the possibility, different users have different access to the SharePoint library. You have access, you go in there, you see that's a document library, you press the button, and then you have the data in there. That's the old style. The new style will come up. I have several users in OneDrive. Look in OneDrive of this Windows 10 machine, but it's the same thing. I want to have it, and I say, okay, somebody gives me the possibility. I have to select that, and I have to say add shortcut to my files, means that the people have here then these stuff in there and the folders and the subfolders and so on. And if you have shared with me and have not shared with me, if you have the version, then you see, although it's a cloud only, because I have established that. Manual sync, you can do that. And the last one is thinking about community. So 2 years ago, some people, I was in Vienna, that's in Europe, in Austria, and so some MVPs there. One is a developer MVP, the other one is an AI, artificial intelligence MVP, and he says to me, hey, Hans, can you give us a thing about a bot? They talk about about a bot. And I say, my explanation of a bot is a little bit different. I don't have the time to tell you what is the best thing, but keep in mind, we can do that. And they say, okay, we want to digitize your knowledge. Do you want what? We want to digitize your knowledge about OneDrive. Okay, about OneDrive, yes. And we work about that and have an idea. And after several drinks in the bar at the hotel, and after 3 months, they present me the first mock-up. And then I have to fill it with data. That's not so easy. About OneDrive, a whole story, because this thing will run, this bot will run in Teams. So then we have to look, how does it work with this stuff? I will show it later on. And you see, in German, we have 2 languages. I have to sleep sometimes. The bot never sleeps. So, you know, in Teams, you have 150 million daily users. And all these people may have access to that. And all these people can have, hey, I want to ask Hans, I have it on the bot. That's version, and we will have it, I think, next week or in 2 weeks. It's up to Microsoft in the Teams App Store. But I want to show it you live. I will also look, let me see. I have it here in Teams. You see that? And I have given me an answer. And it says, okay, hello, for example. You see what's going up. That's the English version. We can change it also to a German version, and we will have it later on. And ask it, hey, welcome, and blah, 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 whatever you see. So you also have a short description sometimes with this follow-up. You do not have to say, who is Hans? If you play, so it's the same if a question have it, who is Hans? And you give the information, who am I? But thinking, what is the difference? And I can make some mistakes also, because AI decides what will come about OneDrive and OneDrive for Business. Now it goes on and it says you, okay, difference between OneDrive and OneDrive for Business. You see there is a GIF implemented, and you see this is the stuff I told you at the beginning of the session. It's automatically. I write some things down. If I write some new stuff, it is also down. So the late 64 version is not down, but all other things, think add a shortcut for one. No, add a shortcut. I think it is okay, because now we don't have so many shortcuts. And you see, add a shortcut to my files. I have written several articles. And you can say, hey, what's the difference about classic, sync, and add shortcut to my files? And I have to click on it. And then I get the names and the positives and the negatives between both synchronization methods. So this will come and will run inside Teams. With most of them, all the videos and several things, that's on my blog. Yeah, you don't have to see, hey, it's an English version you got, and we'll change it automatically. I will show you, and it clicks. You don't have to see that. Hey, OneDrive different synchronization. And it tells you a little bit more. And if you have some information in the bot where we say, hey, how are the 5 steps? How does it goes? And so on. You see all this stuff. Sometimes you have some possibilities. If Microsoft has the documentation done well, means if they have explanation with videos or something, then I will go directly to Microsoft, because I do not want to have my work for the complete company at Microsoft. Therefore, you can have it. But anyway, also some things are there. If you know, that's the last one. Admin report. I want to show you. That's something for the administrator. This program is not there. It should be available in 2021, but I have read 2 articles about that. But you also have the possibility to see what this thing will come into the near future. You will have, as an admin, to control, not to control, to see how many errors are there, how many outdated versions because they have not the newest version, and so on. Or if you see it, hey, I see this machine with this guy have an issue. I, as an administrator or as a support people, I can call him and say, hey, look, you have a problem with OneDrive. We should fix it because that's not good. It's a basic of collaboration. And this program will come hopefully soon. I have seen it in 2019. But sometimes the people has to do so many other things that is not ready right now. And we have to wait. During the Ignite 14 days ago, it was shown, yes, it will come in the near future. So hopefully we will have it in the near future. That's the thing you see also in my thing. Has the thing, I have to do only the new stuff. He knows about 600 different questions. That's not a question normally for the admin. If you say, okay, I'm an admin, I have no idea. What about the group policies? You have to see, okay, group policies, and you find some group policy and only what there. There are some 10 group policies to control Windows 10 devices and OneDrive. And I spoke it during the session. I have this one, that's Windows Storage Sense group policies with this Windows Drive dehydrate after days. So that's the thing. I only have to say files on demand should be also in all organizations, and download and block warnings and known folder move. That means all your data in desktop, in the documents, and in the pictures should be also in your OneDrive for Business. You have so much space there, and then all things are done that you can restore all the stuff what you have on your machine. New image, implement, and done. So that means you see all the information. You can also say, hey, you have some top 10 policies in the description. You have to look, okay, beginning with one, what we have, and we have some YouTube videos and what there. You see all the information there. It comes in English and it comes in German. And we are working on that to have more than one language implemented. Not with this, there are 2 databases, but with the new one, I can fill up the new things, although in this group. Made by the community, costs you nothing. Normally, you have to look in Teams if you are in the room, and you have to look there. If there, the community bot for OneDrive. Going back to the slides to finish up my session. So that was a community bot looking. There are questions, what you have, a picture, a link to docs.microsoft.com, a link to video, a blog post from me, a follow-up prompt with more items, the bot runs in Teams. We have spoken about that. And here are the more information. At the MST community blog, you will find all the information. Although the information about 64, that's the last blog entry. You also have to look on this link. That's an easy part. And then you see how you implement the 64 version. It runs a little bit quicker. It's a preview, but it will work very well. And although I wrote in 2 different, my blog has about 850 articles, I think 900 now. I forgot the numbers. I do not count it anymore. But in German and in language, you have to look here, the German or the English version. That's for you more interesting. Clicking on that, have the best fun, and all the articles you will see. The last one is what I have to say. It's recommended to look if you want to see a little bit more what's in development, what will come up. The thing during the pandemic days is that the release date are not always correct. Keep in mind, hey, they are developing something and not say in March. It could also be a little bit later. Therefore, you have to know. And sometimes you could also think about user voice. There is one possibility that you do not have if your machine goes wrong. If you have selection, sync with that, sync with there, sync there and there, and your machine is gone, you have to have a new machine or hard disk or whatever, and you have established OneDrive, and that is not automatically configured. There is no automatically configuration, and therefore I have written that I have some voices to Microsoft and say, hey, I want to save and restore the current OneDrive configuration. Yeah, he should that automatically and bring the configuration. What's there? That's an XML file, not more. With the machine name, we have more machines. Therefore, you have to look for that. With that after the link incrementals that's in there, then you can say, okay, I would say and make although not only a backup, I will also do for each staff and say, okay, I want this synchronization from their machine or a new machine and have the same, because that costs so much time normally to implement. And therefore I say you can vote up to 3 points in the user voice, and yes, I want to sync. After that, now you have the possibility to say, okay, I have to want a picture from this one. You have to know bit.ly OneDrive 2104, http bit.ly OneDrive 2104. So you now have access to the complete slide deck. And that was and conclude the session. If you have any questions.
Hey, Hans, thank you. Thanks for your session. And we are really excited about that community part. It is a very nice initiative. We should try it once the app is available in the Team Store. We will try. It is going to be a lot of knowledge. You have really digitized your entire knowledge.
Yeah, the thing is that you have to have a long process. I know there is also some people from an English vendor implemented, and we have now 3 months long story to come to the end, but now it's done and will come, and we will work then together, because you need 3 people. You need a developer who brings this stuff together. You need AI, because it's not so easy. I have to learn Markdown language. I was a programmer in the old days, but Markdown is not so easy to say, okay, ** OneDrive for Business **, question mark, and so on. You have to write it down. Nowadays, it's a little bit better in AI. They implement the Markdown editor, but it's not working so well. Then you have to have the data inside this AI feature, and now going to Teams. In Teams, you see all the pictures are right. There are only quadrats, rectangle, and not a small 16:9 picture. That's 3 lines of code, but find the right people in Teams to fix that. That's not so easy.
Really excited to hear about the story. Thank you. Thank you, Hans. Okay. It is really great to have you. And even though it is a different time zone, you have accepted our request and you came. Thank you. Really, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you, Hans.
Bye.
Bye. Hi,
Hello.
Can you share your screen?
Yes, I'm sharing.
We are able to see your screen and we are good to go. We shall try to finish before 3:50.
You are going to see the top 10 tips to secure your Power Platform environment. And I'm Vinodha. I'm working as Solution Architect in GD Technologies Private Limited. I'm a regular speaker and blogger in various topics of Microsoft 365, and our company providing reporting and management tools in Office 365. And we are specialized in Yammer migration, stream migration, and OneDrive migration. The agenda in this session is we are going to see the security controls in Power Platform and monitoring and auditing in Power Platform. Normally, more number of users are using Power Platform environment in their organizations, and so governance and security is an important concern. And today we are going to see how to secure your Power Platform and how to monitor and manage your Power Platform in an efficient way. Here you have faced some challenges such as security risk and data leakage in your organization. So a proper governance can avoid these risks in your organization. First, we are going to see tenant level security using conditional access policy in Azure Active Directory. To restrict access to Power Platform, you can use conditional access policy in Azure Active Directory. You know, conditional access policy help the administrators to control access to Microsoft-based services to end users. Currently, you have no way to control who can create, who can create Power Apps or who can create Power Automate workflows. That is, when a user is assigned a license, he is automatically added to environment maker role in default environment. So they can customize and share the apps and flows. So to restrict these access at tenant level, you can use conditional access policy. You can grant block access based upon users, groups, device, location, etc. Let's see how to create conditional access policy at tenant level. Now I am in Azure Active Directory and go to Enterprise Applications. And here under Security, you have conditional access. Here I have already created one policy. Let's see this in detail. What I'm going to do in this policy is I'm going to block a particular user if she is trying to access Microsoft Flow from unmanaged device. Here in the users and groups section, I have included a user Jamie Redding. And in the Cloud Apps section, I have included Microsoft Flow. And in the access control, I have grant access, and after that, I have checked the required device to be marked as compliant. If she is trying to access from unmanaged device, then this conditional the access policy gets activated and it restricts the user to access Microsoft Flow. And I have turned on the policy and saved the policy. Once you save, the policy gets activated immediately. Let's check how this policy works in user side. Here I'm in another window and this is the unmanaged device. I have logged in as Jamie Redding. When she is trying to access Power Automate, yes, the policy gets activated and it restricts the user to access Microsoft Flow from this unmanaged device. So this way you can restrict access at tenant level using conditional access policy and consider other scenarios such as if your organization wants to provide internal apps only from your office premises, then using conditional access policy, you can restrict the access to Power Apps by restricting the user IP address. And next, we are going to see environment level security in Power Platform. I think you know about the basic things about environment. Environment is nothing but a container that helps you to manage and share and store your organizational data, apps, and flows. You can create a single environment to build all your apps, or you can create a separate environment for your test and production versions of your applications. And environment are bounded by geographic location, and each resources in the environment can only be accessed by the tenant users. And in two ways you can create environment. You can create environment without dataverse, that is CDS, or you can create environment with CDS. When you are creating environment without database, then you have two built-in roles. One is environment admin role and the other is environment maker role. The environment admin role performs all administrative actions in that environment, and maker role can create and share the apps and flows in that environment, but have limited privileges when compared to environment admin role. Let's see this in action. I'm in Power Platform Admin Center and I have 3 different environments. I have default environment and trial and production environment. In this trial environment, I have no database. So we have 2 built-in roles, environment admin and environment maker role. If it is a default environment, all the licensed users are automatically added as environment maker role users. Here it is a trial environment. If you want to add any people in that role, just click the role and add people in it. Here other settings are, you can control the creation and management of environment to admins by using these Power Platform settings. Here you can restrict the creation and management of production and sandbox environment to all the admins or to specific admins. Here you can, and also you can restrict the creation and management of trial environments to all the admins or specific admins. The specific admins in this sense, it includes a global administrator, Power Platform administrator, and a Dynamic 365 administrator. If your organization has any dedicated admin, they are also included in this specific admin. And remember that these settings are applicable only for your new environment creation and management, and it is not applicable for already created environment. And next we are going to see environment with CDS. You can create environment by creating, that is when you are creating new environment, you can enable database or you can add database to an existing environment. When you are adding database to an existing environment, you have a set of security roles here. That is the environment admin role is replaced with the system administrator role, and environment maker role remains the same. But if a maker role user wants to access this Dataverse environment, then they need another security role called system customizer role. With the help of system customizer role, this maker role users can access Dataverse environment. Here in the production environment, I have a database. Here you can see, instead of seeing the environment admin and environment maker role, you can see the security roles here. Wait a minute. To create the custom security role is just click the new role option. Yes, it redirects you to this page. Here you can mention the role name, custom security role name, and here you can define how the user interacts with the data. Normally Dataverse supports 8 record level privileges such as create, read, write, append, etc. And also you have task level privileges, that is user, business, and organization. So after defining all these permissions, you can save the role. Once you save this role, these custom security roles also listed under security roles. And next we are going to see is, you can consider if you want to restrict this environment access to a specific set of users, then you can assign security group to an environment. The main thing is you can assign security group to an environment, that is you can assign security group to production and sandbox environment. You cannot assign security group to an environment without Dataverse. Let's see how to assign security group to an environment. Just edit the environment. In the bottom section, you have security group option. Here I have already added one security group to this environment. So only those security group members can access this environment. Here just edit it. It lists all the security groups and all the Office 365 groups in your organization. Here you can select the group and save the changes. Once you assign security group in the environment, only those users can access the environment. And next we are going to see administration mode. This, when you turn on this administration mode, only the system customizer role users and system administrator role users can sign into that environment. In what way this administration mode helpful is, if you turn on this administration mode, only those system customizer and system administrator role users can access this environment. Consider if you want to make any operational changes, or if you want to prefer not to be disturbed by any other users, then at that time you can turn on this administration mode. After you have done with operational changes, you can turn off this administration mode so that other security role users such as maker role users can access this environment. And these are all the security roles. That is, you have, other than system administrator and maker role, you have system customizer role and common data service basic user role. As administrator, you have to know all the security roles in that environment so that you can easily assign those security roles to a user based on their job function. And next we are going to see resource level security in Power Platform. Resources is nothing but your apps, flows, and Power BI. And each resources have a set of resource permissions and set of roles. And for example, in Power Apps, you have owner, co-owner, and user role, and each role has a certain privileges. And in Power BI also, you have different roles. So based on the job function, you can assign those resource level permissions to the users. And next we are going to see cross-tenant isolation. This is one of the security control in Power Platform. You can control the cross-tenant inbound and outbound connections using this cross-tenant isolation for your apps and flows. Before getting into the demo, let's see what is cross-tenant isolation. Consider you have two organizations. One is Contoso and the other is Fabricam. And in default, the Contoso users can establish connection using the Fabricam credentials, and also the Fabricam users can establish connection using the Contoso credentials. So both the inbound and outbound connections are allowed by default configuration. That is, consider if your organization users are creating apps and flows and sending organizational data to external tenant. So these scenarios are avoided using cross-tenant restriction. So when you turn on cross-tenant isolation in your tenant, then it completely blocks both the inbound and outbound connections from your tenant. Let's see a demo on cross-tenant isolation. Yes, this is a tenant isolation feature in a Power Platform Admin Center. This feature is not available now. You can get it by raising support ticket. When you turn on this tenant isolation, it completely blocks external tenants from establishing connections into your tenant, and also it blocks the other tenants establishing connections, and also your tenant establishing connections to external tenants. So both the inbound and outbound connections are completely blocked, but you can create allowed list of tenants here. Here I have allowed one tenant in both ways, that is inbound and outbound directions. By creating new tenant rule, you can add tenant in this allowed list. Here you have to select whether inbound from your tenant or outbound from any other tenant, or inbound and outbound directions. You have to select the direction and mention the tenant ID or domain. Once you've given these details, you have to save the details. And the tenant ID is added in the allowed list. Let's check how this tenant isolation works. Here I have a flow. What I'm going to do in this flow is, whenever an item is added in my SharePoint list, I'm going to send that data to one external tenant. And this tenant is already allowed in my tenant isolation list. So there is no problem in sending these data to this tenant. when I'm trying to establish a new connection to a tenant, which is not allowed in my tenant list. Yes, you can see here, it is failed due to tenant isolation configuration in this tenant. So this way you can avoid this data leakage using this tenant isolation feature. That is, you can provide the cross-tenant inbound and outbound restriction using this feature. And next, we are going to see email exfiltration blocking for your Office 365 mail connector. And normally we are using Power Automate to auto forward or send mails. So such auto forwarding or sending mails outside the organization using Power Platform, that is using Power Automate, is not restricted now. So using this email exfiltration blocking, you can block such auto forward or send mails outside the organization using Microsoft Flows. Let's see how to create email exfiltration in the Exchange Admin Center and how it works. Here now I'm in Exchange Admin Center, and under Mail Flow section, you have rules. I have already created a rule to block such auto forward or send mails outside the organization through flows. Let's see this in detail. Here, name the rule. And here, what a message header includes Microsoft Power Automate. The message header is XMS mail application if it includes Microsoft Power Automate. This Microsoft Power Automate is recently added by Microsoft to this header to all the emails triggered using Microsoft Flows. And next, I'm going to check another condition. If the message header matches, that is, the header is XMS mail operation type matches forward or send. If all the above three conditions are satisfied, then I'm going to block the message. Here I have enforced the policy, enforced the rule, and saved the rule. Let's check in Microsoft Flow how this email exfiltration blocking works. Here, whenever, here I'm in Microsoft Flow, whenever item is added in a SharePoint list, I'm going to send that data to my Gmail account. When I'm going to test this flow, yes, the flow runs successfully, but in my Gmail, I could not receive any mail, and also the flow owner receives mail that, yes, your message to this Gmail account could not be delivered because a custom mail flow rule created by your admin has blocked your message. So this way, using email exfiltration blocking, you can avoid the data leakage in your organization. And next security control we are going to see is connector blocking support using DLP policy. Using Power Platforms, your organization can connect to multiple data sources and services, that is external or third-party sources, and even the social networks. So this exposure may lead to sometimes data leakage. So using DLP policy in Power Platform, you can prevent your users from unintentionally exposing organizational data. And you can create DLP policy in the Power Platform Admin Center itself. And you can create policy at tenant level and environment level. If you are a global administrator or Power Platform admin, you can create DLP policy at tenant level. Or if you are an environment admin for an environment, you can create in that environment DLP policies. And the main thing is, while creating DLP policy, you can classify connectors in 3 different groups. If your connector is business oriented, then you can group that connectors in business data groups. Or if your connectors are personal use, then you can keep it in non-business data group. Or if you want to block any connector from your environment while users are creating apps and flows, then you can block that connectors in blocked data groups. And the main thing is, you cannot block all the connectors. Standard connectors such as approval, all the connectors are not blockable, and you cannot block common data service connector. Let's see a demo on data loss prevention policy in Power Platform. Yes, I'm in Power Platform Admin Center. You have seen that a data policy section is there. Here only we can create a data loss prevention policy. I have already created on policy, and I have applied this policy to my production environment. Let's see, I'm going to edit this policy. Here, name your policy. In next step, I have already told that you can classify the connectors in 3 different data groups. You have business, non-business, and block data group. And normally, all the connectors are listed under a default. All the connectors are listed in a non-business data group. If you want to change this default group set, then you can select this set default group. Here, a default non-business is selected here. If you want to change it to business or block, you can change here. If you want to move any connector from non-business to either business or block, just click the connector, and you have 2 options. You can either move it to business data group, or you can move it to block data group. In this policy, I have already have SharePoint connector and Outlook connector in business data group, and other connectors such as social network connectors, Twitter, and all in non-business data group. And I have blocked Gmail connector in this policy. And let's move on to the next step. And the main thing is, you cannot share data among the connectors which is located in different data groups. For example, I have SharePoint connector, where when a user is creating a flow using SharePoint connector, and when a user is trying to add a Twitter connector which is in non-business data group, then this policy restricts that creation. In next step, we are going to choose the environment to apply this policy. You can add all the environments, or you can select multiple environments, or you can exclude some environments. Here in this policy, I have added my production environment to this policy and create this policy. Let's see what happens in Microsoft Flow. Here I have applied this TLB policy to my production environment. So I have selected here, I'm in production environment. In this flow, whenever a list item is added, I'm going to mail this data to this this is in my tenant user only. Here I have included SharePoint connector and Outlook connector. So there is no issues in it because these 2 connectors are in same data group. When I'm trying to add another connector, I'm going to add Twitter connector, which is located in non-business data group. Yes. when I have added this Twitter connector, I received an error that this operation violates your data loss prevention policy, which restricts the use of business connector with non-business connector. So this way you can restrict those access. That is, you can control the connector usage in the flow. Now I'm going to add the Gmail connector, which is blocked in my production environment. Yes, you received an error that this operation violates the data loss prevention policy, which restricts the use of Gmail. Yes, the Gmail connector is blocked in this environment, so you cannot use this Gmail connector. So this way you can avoid the data leakage using this DLP policy. Next, we are going to see how this multiple DLP policy impact the environment. Consider if multiple DLP policies are associated with the same environment, then the most restrictive rules takes precedence over the other. In two ways, you can compute the multiple DLP policy impact on environment. Consider the one way is consider about blocked connector. If a connector is marked as blocked in any one of your DLP policy and it is applied to environment, then you cannot use those blocked connector in your environment entirely. When you come to business and non-business connector, it's very tricky to compute this, but I will explain you with the example. Here I have two DLP policy, policy X and policy Y. And in policy X, in business data group, I have 1, 2, 3 connectors. In non-business, I have 4 and 5 connector. And in policy Y, in business, I have 3, 4, 5 connector. In non-business, I have 1 and 2 connector. Let's see how to compute this net outcome. You have to know that you have to remember that the most restrictive rules takes precedence. Here, the connector 1 and 2 are used to be together in both the policies. So the connector 1 and 2 forms a separate group set. And consider the connector 4 and 5. The connector 4 and 5 also used to be together in both the policies. So the connectors 4 and 5 form a separate group set. Then what about the connector 3? Here in the policy X, the connector 3 cannot be used to be that is cannot be come together with 4 and 5. And in policy Y, the connector 3 cannot be come together with 1 and 2. So the connector 3 cannot be used together with 1, 2, 4, 5. So the connector 3 is in separate group set. So this way you can compute the net outcome when multiple DLP policies are associated with the same environment. And next we are going to see how to troubleshoot the common user access issues in Power Platform environment. Normally as an administrator, you might face common user access issues such as a user is the user has no security role, or if a user has not a member of environment security group, or if a user has no valid license. So these common user access issues are overcome by Run Diagnostics feature in Power Platform Admin Center. Let's see the Run Diagnostics feature. Select, I'm in a production environment and select settings. And under users and permission section, select users. Consider if a user tells you that I can't access this environment, then you can just click the user and click Run Diagnostics. it will gives you all the details, the status of a user and all the details about that. It tells whether the status of a user is enabled or disabled or any action needed, and it also tells all the details whether the user has a valid license and if the user is member of environment group. So based on these results, you can take corrective actions. And next, we are going to see monitoring in Power Platform. You have different analytics, that is tenant level analytics, that is Dataverse, Power Automate, and Power Apps analytics in Power Platform Admin Center. And you also see the storage capacity usage report in Power Platform. Here in Power Platform Admin Center, you have analytics section. Here you can view all the overall insights for Dataverse analytics. Here, this is the view for your default environment. If you want to change it to another production or trial environment, you can change here. By applying the filter, you can change the environment and see the results. You can download the report also. Here you can see the Dataverse analytics such as active users and their specific operations and their mode of access such as operating system, device type, and you can also see API calls and API pass rate and entity usage, etc. And in Power Automate Analytics, you can see the overall insights such as to all runs of these flow and the flow usage and the newly created flows and who created a flow and the created date. And it also shows errors by error types, and it also shows the shared flows in your environment, and it shows the connector usage report also. And each data here is built on Power BI. So you can export by click the ellipsis and export the data. And next you have Power Apps Analytics. Here you can see the all app usage and active users for all the apps, and the toast errors is nothing but end users errors. And under service performance, you can view all the successful response request and API response time and HTTP 500 error codes, all the details you can see here. And you can also see the both the standard and custom connector reports in the Power Apps Analytics. And in the resources section, you have capacity. And here you can see your Dataverse environment, database usage, file and log usage report. You can also see individual environment details here. And if you are exceeding these, that is storage capacity, then you receive notification in the top of the section. And in the summary tab also, you receive this red alert notification if you are exceeding the storage limit. If you are seeing this alert, you have to free up the storage space, or you have to buy that is capacity add-ons and assign those add-ons to your environment. And next we are going to see auditing in Power Platform. You know, all Microsoft services activities are logged into Security and Compliance Center, and also the Power Platform activities are also logged in Security and Compliance Center. Now, you can also audit your Dataverse environment in your Power, that is in Security and Compliance Center. You can have 3-level configuration. You can enable audit for your environment, and you can enable auditing for your entity and field level. Let's see how to enable CDS auditing. Select settings, and here you have audit and log section, and click audit settings. And at default, the CDS auditing is not enabled. You have to enable for an environment in this audit settings page. Here, once you check this start auditing checkbox, all the common data service activities such as admin activities and user activities all are logged into the Security and Compliance Center. And you can also enable auditing. That is, you have also have entity and field level settings. When you click this, it redirects you to this page. It shows all the entities in that environment. When you want to enable auditing for your entity, just click the entity. Yes. Here you have under the data services section, you have auditing. Once you enable this auditing for this entity, all the fields in this entity are also enabled for auditing. Yes, you can also, once you enable this, all the fields are also enabled for auditing. You can also enable field level auditing. Here you can enable or disable the field level in this page. Yes, here you can enable or disable the field level auditing. Yes, you have seen many security controls, auditing, and monitoring in Power Platform. You have to follow these steps so that you can, that is your governance and security is an important concern. So after following these tips are essential for you to govern and secure your Power Platform. Thank you.
Thank you, thanks for providing a wonderful session. You can disconnect. Thank you. Hi, Anna.
Hello. Hi. Hi, Narasima.
Hi, Anna.
All right. So shall I start sharing my screen?
Yeah, yes.
Mm-hmm. Can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
Okay.
It's just loading. Few moments. Yes, we are good to go. We are able to see your screen. Thank you.
Okay. So I should start, right?
Yeah, yes.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my session on a Saturday afternoon. So thank you for taking time to attend this session. I hope you get some value out of it. So thanking the M365 Chennai team, organizers and speakers for taking time on Saturday to talk about their sessions, and also the organizers spending time on this organizing this event. So today I'll talk about like how to use REST API from Power Automate flows, so you can interact better with SharePoint from your flows. All right. So today's agenda for the session is I'll give you a little overview of what REST APIs are available in SharePoint, what is the syntax and the structure of that REST API. So I'll explain a little overview of that. Then you'll understand what syntax and structure you'll use in order to do the REST calls from Power Automate. Then I'll also do a demo on commonly used REST endpoints, which are like create list items, like update list item or create site, and much more. Then I'll also explain you what are the advantages and disadvantages of using REST API from flows. There are a lot of advantages, so you'll get good value out of this session if you're doing a lot of SharePoint interaction from your flows. All right, a little background about me. So I started my career as a SharePoint developer and then went ahead being a solution architect for SharePoint-based solutions, and then currently I'm a tech lead and partner at Soho-Dragon. So Soho-Dragon is New York-based consulting company, and we also have branches in Lithuania and Ahmedabad, India. So I manage the India division. Here is my Twitter and the blog information if you want to contact me. And I'm also a community super user for Microsoft Power Automate community. So if you have any questions related to Power Automate, or if you're stuck anywhere in creating your flows, just post a question there and I'm sure you'll get great help there. All right, so a little overview about my session. So what you learned today is how to talk to SharePoint from your flows. So there are multiple ways you can talk. So one of the simplest ways, you use out-of-box connectors available in SharePoint. Those out-of-box connectors are like get items. So if you want to get items from SharePoint list or library, you can get files or get folders. So you can use those out-of-box action. Then you can, if you want to create a new item in SharePoint list, you can use the create item action. If you want to update the data back to the SharePoint list, you can use update item action. If you want to play with the permissioning, like grant access to a user on a file or an item, you can use the grant access to item or folder action. Then Power Automate also has an action called send an HTTP request to the SharePoint. So this is one action which is really powerful. You can do a lot using this action, which cannot be done with other out-of-box actions which are available in Power Automate to talk to SharePoint. So today we will focus on this one action, which is send an HTTP request to SharePoint. So what this action does, it uses REST calls, REST API, in order to talk to SharePoint. So SharePoint has its own REST API structure in a lot of endpoints. So you can talk to various objects of SharePoint like list or library, file, folder, item, site, groups. So there is a lot you can do with REST API if you want to talk to SharePoint. So what is the structure of the API call? So let me explain you a little about that. So first you'll need to provide a site address. So where your site lives, or where your list lives. So for example, if you want to interact with list, like creating item, updating item, or deleting the item, then you need to provide the site address where your list is located. In same way, if you are dealing with a library, like creating a file or uploading a file or updating file properties, same way you have to provide a site address where your library lives or where your SharePoint groups are if you're interacting with SharePoint groups. Then there are different methods, like get method is used to read a resource. So for example, if you want to just read the data, like get the files, list of files in a folder, or get the list of items from the SharePoint list, or get list of users from a SharePoint group. So for all this operation, you will use a get method. But for example, if you want to create an item in a list or upload a file to the library or add the user to the group, in that case, you will use a post method. So post method is used when you want to create or update a resource in SharePoint, especially when you interact with lists and sites and list items and files. There is also a put method, which is not widely used as post, but put method can be used when you want to update data back to SharePoint. And when you want to like delete something from SharePoint, like remove a user from a group or delete a file or delete a list item, in that case, you need to use the delete method, which based on how SharePoint behaves. For example, if you're deleting a list item, it will go to a recycle bin, or if you're removing user from a group, it would delete the user from the group, but not from the whole site collection. All right. Then comes the part is URI. So you need to build a URI in a specific syntax based on what you want to do to access that SharePoint resource. So for example, if you want to access a site collection or site collection objects, then you have to provide the URL in this fashion is the site collection URL underscore API and site. But if you want to like access specific things inside a site, then you'll use this web keyword here. Okay, so that is about building URI. So let me show you some common endpoints. So these are some example endpoints. So for example, I want to just read a title of a site, then I would use this URI plus this web / title, and the method would be get. So in that way, I'll retrieve the title of the site. Then if I want to read the list of all the lists which are in my site, then I would just use list site / web / list, and it would give me the whole list of lists which are in my SharePoint site. If I want to get a specific list, then I need to use this method called get by title and provide a list name. Here I can also provide a list GUID. So if you have a list name, you can provide a list name. If you have list GUID, you can provide a list GUID, right? And if you want to get all the items from the list, then that is how you provide the URI syntax is list, get by title, name of the list, and items. So this will give you all the items under that list. For example, you want to get all items, but you just want to get the title column value. You are not concerned with the values of other column. In that case, you have to provide this parameter where you will say select equals to title. So if your column name is different, then instead of title, you provide your own column name, and you can provide multiple columns here. So by comma separated, if I want to get ID and title both, so I would provide title comma ID. Okay, and then for example, if I want to create a list, in that case, I need to provide the method post, because I want to add something in the SharePoint site. I want to create something new. So that is why I will provide a post request, and the URI is simply a list, and then the payload would have the details on what you need to provide as list properties, which we'll see in the demo later. And then if you want to add an item to a list, again, you want to create something new in SharePoint. That is why you will provide a post method, and then you provide the list name and items. And in the payload, what you need to provide, you'll see later in the demo today. So these are like some very commonly used REST endpoints while you are interacting with SharePoint. So let's see on the commonly used operations. So first is get items. So if you want to get items from SharePoint list, then you have two options. One is get items action, where you select a SharePoint site, provide a list, select the list title, and then provide your filter query, and you get the list items. And the second option is use this send an HTTP request action, and then select the method as get, and provide this URI where I'm saying that, okay, I want to get data from this web, from this list, which is ideas list, because the title of my list is ideas, and I want to get value of ID and title column. Also, I'm providing a filter where active is yes. So I only want to get records where the value of active column is yes. So I'm doing a lot of things here. First, I provided a list title from which I want to get the items from. Then I'm saying that I only want 2 column values to be returned in this query. So for example, my list has 10 columns, but I only want the values of 2 columns. Why unnecessarily like get the values of those 10 columns, right? It's just like in SQL you do select star, here you do select the number of columns, right? And also, I don't want to get all the data from the list. I just want to get the items where the active value is yes. So that's how I'm saving time on the performance of my flow. I'm just getting the data which is needed by my flow, and not getting all the junk data from the list, right? So this is how it improves the performance. So also, one of the advantage of using this REST API instead of the out-of-box get item action is you get item action like returns a lot of data which you may not need, but still the way it is designed, it will return you that data. So In terms of performance, get items is little slow in compared to using REST APIs to get the items. So if your flow is fairly large and if you're concerned about the performance of your flows, I would suggest that use this REST API thing to get the items from your SharePoint list rather than using the get items action. So let's look at a quick demo on how to use get items using REST API quickly in a flow. All right, so I already have a flow created here. Here I'm just manually, just for testing basis, for the demo purpose, I've created this flow. So I'm triggering the flow on a manual button option. Then here I'm first selecting the site address from where my list resides. Then I'm providing the method as get because I just want to get the data, no updates or creation to be made in the SharePoint site. Then this is my URI, the one I showed in the presentation, where I'm providing the list name and the columns for which I need values from, and also I only need the items where active is yes. Then I need to provide the header which says accept application as JSON, so it will return me JSON data, and also no metadata. So I don't want any other related metadata which SharePoint would send across if I provided a value as verbose here. So this uses a JSON light option. So that is why I have provided no metadata. So this action will behave in same way as the get items, but it will only return me the data that I want, and it is also a lighter version, so performs better than get items action. All right. And then once my flow has got this data, how to access the data? So one of the easiest way on accessing the data that is given by the send HTTP request to SharePoint is using parse JSON, where from dynamic content I need to select the body which is a response from this action, and then you just run the flow once. Let me go back to the flows. Like I have run the flow here, and I know that my data is being returned in this format. So what I'll do is I will select all this data, and I'll copy this, and then again go back to my flow, edit it, and provide it as a sample payload. So whatever data is returned by my this send HTTP action, I'll provide it as a sample payload. So that's how the parse JSON would determine like what data is being returned by my send HTTP request action. And then as this will get multiple items, that is why I have applied to each action here. And in compose action, I'm just getting the value of the title column. So here in the parse JSON, I can see that what data I can get from the SharePoint list. So these are the columns for which I can get the data. All right, so let me just run this flow and show you how this works. All right, that was fast. Okay, let's see here. So here it has, this is my site address, the method, and the URI. So you can use dynamic content in URI as well. So if you have list name dynamically in your flow or something like that, so if you can use the dynamic values anywhere in the URI, and this is the result written by SharePoint. So here, this is the first item which says ID and the title, and this is the second item which is ID and the title. Let me quickly show you my list. So this is my list. So here I have a lot of columns like title, idea description, like test column, and then modified by active reference links. But if you see here, I'm getting only values of 2 columns. So that is the advantage. So my payload is way less than what SharePoint would return, because I am limiting all those things in my query. All right. So once then parse JSON would just parse the data given by SharePoint, and then in apply to each. Let's see. So this is the first item, the title, idea one. If you see here, the idea one, and the next is idea two. Okay, so that is this. It is so simple to get the data from SharePoint using REST API. The one win you will absolutely get over here is you will win the performance of your flow. So do try this out and see how it goes as per your requirements. Okay, yeah. And at first you might get a little apprehensive, like this is a lot of syntax and you need to learn syntax, but as you go and try it out and try to use it, you'll become familiar with the syntax. And there is also a lot of documentation available on Microsoft Docs on the REST API, so it will also help you to learn the syntax. All right, so let me get back to the presentation. So this is the structure of the get list items. So here is the we talked about the URI, where I'm providing the list title, selecting the columns, and then filtering the items to be returned. Here I can provide the list title, or I can provide the GUID. So whatever. So there are two options to provide the list GUID or list title. Use select to select the columns that will be returned in the output. Use filter to filter the data in the output. Okay, and you can apply multiple filters as well. So you can do and or condition to provide multiple filters. And also, like there is another option available as expand. So for example, if you are using lookup columns or user columns, which has a lot more data, like lookup columns would have an ID associated in the value and also the actual value. So for example, I'm country is a lookup column. So what it will do is it will also return me like country name and also the ID of that country from that another list. So in that way, you can use expand so that it returns you like whatever you need. Like if you need ID, you can expand on ID value, and if you expand it on getting the country name column, then you can provide the country name in the expand so that it also returns you the country name in the response. All right, so header you specify as JSON so that you get the JSON data in the response, and you provide no metadata, so it doesn't return you any other like related metadata in the response. All right, so this is the no metadata is the JSON, right? So to reduce the output payload for faster results, so uses JSON. So in order to read the response, you can use the parse JSON as I showed in the demo. All right. So next is how to create item in SharePoint list. So one is like you use the SharePoint default create the Power Automate default create item action, or you can use the REST API via send and HTTP request to SharePoint. In create item, so there are two differences between create item and REST API. So in create item, you will need to provide the values of all required fields because Power Automate won't allow you to save the flow if you don't provide the values of create of the required fields. Okay, and here if you want to provide while creating an item, you want to provide the values of 2 columns, then you can provide value for 2 columns. It won't stop you to create item. Okay, so let's see a quick demo on the create item in Power Automate. This one. So this is the action to create items where I'm selecting the SharePoint list. Now I want to create something in SharePoint site. That is why I'm selecting a post method. And the URI to create the item is I provide the list name, and then I provide that the items in this way. And then the header is same application JSON, no metadata. I'm providing the JSON values in my payload. So these are my columns in the list, the title column, and then I have a reference link column whose data type is hyperlink, and then I have an idea description column, and then I have an active column whose data type is Boolean, which is yes, no. So for title, I'm providing a simple string value as the name of the idea. Then in hyperlink column, it's a little different. So hyperlink column would have two properties. One is the description and one is the actual link. So here I'm providing the both property values, which is what I want to call the link, what will be the name of the link, and what is the actual link. So that this is how you provide the values for hyperlink column. In same way, if you are having lookup columns, or if you are having like taxonomy columns or if you have person and group columns, they have their own formats on how you provide the data for those columns. So you need to learn that based on your requirements, like what columns you are using. You need to learn the syntax of how you provide the values of those types of columns for the single line of text, or for multi-line of text, or for choice values or number. You just provide a simple value as a number or a text. But for other complex data types, you need to provide a value in a specific format. All right. So this is idea description, which is like multi-line text. So I'm just providing a text value, and this is active. Active column is a Boolean column. That is how I'm providing a Boolean value here. Okay. So let's run this action. All right, perfect. So this, let's refresh here. So here, this is the item got created by my flow recently. So you see here the reference link is. Let me edit and show you. So here, as you see, this is the reference link where the link value is this and the link name is this, and then this is the description title value. All right, okay, and I'm providing active as no, so I don't want it to be active. I provided it as false, right? And one more thing is it also returns you the response. So for example, in flow, you have a logic where you want to create a list item and then use the ID of that newly created list item. So you can fetch the ID from the response and then use it next in your flow if you have any kind of a logic in the flow. So that is also helpful. You can use the response and to get the ID of the newly created item. All right, let's get back to the presentation. So that was about creating item from in SharePoint list using REST API. So the structure, as we discussed, you provide the site address, then you select the method as post because you want to create something in SharePoint. You provide the URI in this fashion. You can use list name or GUID. Then you provide the header in the same way, and then you provide the payload in this fashion. So as I mentioned again, based on the data type of your column, you need to provide the payload in that syntax. Okay. For example, for hyperlink, you need to provide in this way. For single line and multi-line, you need to provide in this way. And then for the Boolean values, you need to provide in this way. All right. So you can also read response from the parse JSON. So if you want to fetch the ID of newly created item. Okay, then we have update item. So update item, you can use post or a patch method. So both of will work. And the headers are little different here. The URIs in the both are matching, are same, but the headers are a little different, and the payload is also same. So here I'm updating updating just the title column value. So for a specific item, I just want to update the title column value. And here in the URI, I'm providing the item ID. Like SharePoint has an internal item ID for each item. So I need to provide that item ID value in order to tell SharePoint like which item needs to be updated. Okay. So here I'm using the 3 item ID. Here I'm using a 5 item ID. So so you can also provide a dynamic value here based on your requirements, and then provide the headers in this way. If you are using post, then you need to provide this merge HTTP method in the header. If you are using patch, then you need not to provide the merge, because patch is already like saying SharePoint to update something existing. Okay, and then I'm just changing the value of the title column. So let's go back and look at the flow. Okay. So here I'm showing you 3 methods to update the flow. First, let me show the one that we discussed. So first is I'm using a post method. I'm providing the item ID of the item which should be updated and what should be the new title. So I will just change this to show you. So the item which has the ID 3 will be updated with this title, and then we also have your item with ID 5 will be updated with this title. Two, for example. All right, let us show you the third one. The third one is really interesting. So for example, sometimes you might have requirements that you have versioning enabled in your SharePoint list, and the updates that you are making from SharePoint list, you don't want the version to be incremented when you do the updates from the SharePoint from the Power Automate flows. In that case, there is an option available called there is a method available called which is called update validate list items. So what that will do, it has a parameter where you can provide whether you want to increment provide an option where you can say that, okay, I want to increment a version with this update, or I don't want to increment the version with this update. Okay, and the beauty of this method is it also allows you to update the values of created by, modified by, created or modified columns. So usually using the update item action or using this REST API to uh, update the items, even if you try to update the values of created, modified, or created by or modified by, it won't change. But sometimes you may have like requirements that you don't want to show the connection, which is for example, I'm using a service account in this connection, and I don't want to show a service account name in the created by or modified by field. Then I can like provide a user value in for a value of created by or modified by and update those columns. So those are actually read-only columns, but this method allows you to update those column values. So this is a special method which allows you to do 3 things. One is, if you don't want to update the increment the version with an update, then you can use this method to update the data back to the SharePoint list. Or if you want to update the values of created by or modified by columns, then you can provide the value of those columns in this method, and then those column values will be updated. Or if you want to update the date timestamp, like created or modified, in some special cases for some specific application requirement, you might require that. So if you want to update created and modified timestamp, then you can provide the values of those columns here. So currently what I'm doing here in this method is I'm updating idea description with some value, and I have provided that I don't want to update the version. So if you don't want to update the version, you provide the value false for this property, and if you want to update a version, you provide the value true for this property. Okay, so this is the third method to update item in the SharePoint list using REST API. So let me go ahead and save this flow and run this flow. Okay, something. All right, I don't have an item. Let me update the item 6. Sorry for the buffer. Not with, okay. All right. So this has updated the item with ID 2 with this title. So let's go back and see. This is an item updated with this ID. Then this has updated the item ID 6 with this title. And then we have the idea description updated for item ID 2 as this. All right, so let's go and see the version history. So as you see here, when I updated the title, the title I updated using the normal update method. So it created a new version saying that, okay, this is an idea demo. But here it did not create a new version. So that is how you can control creation of your versions in using this REST API. Okay. So let me go back here. And the structure, as we already discussed, use post or a patch method. Then you provide the item list title or GUID and then item ID in this URI syntax. Then you provide the headers in this fashion. So all of the 3 headers are required when you are using post, and then when you are using patch, you can remove the merged header. And then you provide the values of the column. So here I'm updating just one column, but you can update multiple columns in the body payload. All right, so the one that we discussed is update item without creating the new version. We discussed the structure. It is a post method. Then you provide the title, the item ID, and the method name, which is called validate update list item. Then you provide the header, and here you don't require the if match and XHTTP method headers, and then you provide the payload in this fashion. So the form values and the document update will remain as is. And here I'm saying that, okay, I want to update this field, so name of the field here and the value of the field here. Okay, so if I want to if I want to update multiple columns here, I need to provide more of this field name and field value pairs in this payload. Okay, so this allows you to update the author and editor, which is created by and modified by, or created or modified field value, which normally you can't update, but using this method you can update. Okay, so going to next is we saw how to create list item or update the list item or get the values from the list. But if you have a process where your flow needs to create a list, so there is no out of box action available in Power Automate to create the list. So here you need to compulsorily use SharePoint REST API, or there is also option of using Graph API. So today I'm showing you how to use REST API to create a list in SharePoint using send HTTP request. So let me go back to the flows. This is the create list method. So when you create a list, it won't create a columns by default, right? So whatever columns you also need in the list, you need to make a separate REST call for that. And then once you create the columns may not get will not get added to the view automatically. So you need to make a REST call if you want to add those columns to the default view. Okay, so let's see how to create a list. So here I'm selecting the site URL post as I want to create something in SharePoint. Then the URI is simple here. I just need to say that I want to interact with lists here. Okay, and then provide this header. Here I need to provide header as verbose because I'm providing the metadata for creating the list. So these are all the properties. There are also a lot of other properties which you can set while creating the list. So currently I'm setting that, okay, I want to allow content types in the list. What is the template of my list? Like I want to create a custom list. So I'm providing the 100 value here. and if I want to create a calendar list or if I want to create a task list, then the value will be different here. Then I'm providing the description and the title of my list. Okay, so this will create a brand new SharePoint list for me, and then I'm creating new columns in that list. So remember, there is no out-of-box action available in Power Automate to do this. So you need to use REST APIs if you come across these scenarios. Okay, or you can use other methods like PNP provisioning, which is like a longer way to do it. But this is something, if you want to just create one list with few columns, you can quickly do it with using REST API. So I'm creating a column here in this newly created list. So here I'm providing the site address, and then the method is the post. And then here I'm providing the name of my newly created list, and I'm saying that I want to interact with fields now. Okay. Here I need to provide the accept and the content type headers, and I need to provide the details of the field that I want to create in the flow. So here I'm saying that the type will be SP field, and the actual type of this like if I want to do a single line of text or multi-line of text, depending on that. So there is a number for each field type. So here I'm providing two, which is called the single line of text, and the title of my field is comments, and I don't want it to be a required field. All right. So that is how I am providing the details of the field. So one drawback here is this payload can't take the values of multiple columns. So if I want to create multiple columns in my list, I need to like do separate calls for each field. So I'm creating 3 fields in my list, and I'm doing 3 separate calls here. So that is one sorry, I'm creating 2 fields and I'm doing 2 calls here. So that is one like drawback of this approach. But if you are using Graph API, then you can also overcome this limitation. So Graph API allows you to create more columns in one REST calls. Okay. So in the another call where I'm creating the second field, I'm creating a choice field, and the field type kind is 6 for that type of field. The title of the field is decision. I don't want it to be required. I don't want to enforce unique values. So whatever properties you want to set for that field, you can set it in this payload, and then what are the choices user will get for this field. So I'm providing 3 choice values for this columns. Okay. So like here using this, we have created a new list. We have created 2 new fields in the list, which is comment and the decision columns. But once that is created, the columns will not get added to the default view. So what I mean by default view, so for example, if I'm on this list and this is an all items default view, when I create new columns via REST API, the columns will not get added here in this view. So we need to explicitly go and add those columns in the view. So in order to do that, I'm adding those 2 newly added columns to the view using this call, where I select the SharePoint site, select the method because I want to change something in the view. All right. And then I provide the list title, then I provide the name of the view. So I want the default view, all items would exist in all of the custom lists. So I'm providing the name of the view called all items, and then I want to I am telling the call through URI here that in the view fields, go and add a new view field called comments, and in this second call I'm saying that okay, in the view fields, go and add a field called decision. So here again a drawback, that if I want to add multiple columns to the view, then I need to make a separate call for each. So this requires separate calls for each column. Okay, so let me just run here and test it on the floor. All right, come on. Oh, awesome. So this has succeeded. Let's go to our newly created list. This is the list which okay, so this is the demo 1 list. Here it has added to created a new list which title column by default, and then it has added 2 new columns and also added the columns to the view. Okay, So I hope that makes sense. And let me get back to the PowerPoint. So we saw creating new list. We saw creating columns in the list. Then we saw adding columns to the default view. Okay. Then last one is like create a site. So sometimes you are doing some provisioning solution and then you want to create a site like site collection. I'm talking about site collection here because subsites are like kind of now going away. So SharePoint is more about site collections now. So you can create new site collection using a REST call in Power Automate. So what you need to do is you need to provide a site address. Select a SharePoint site. Any SharePoint site here would work. Then you need to select the method as post, and then you provide the URI in this fashion, which is API SP Site Manager and create, which will tell the SharePoint to create a new site collection. Okay, and then you provide the payload in this fashion as a request, where you provide the site title, you provide what you want the URL to be in this uh, in this new site, and then you select the language, which is English. 1033 is for English. Then you want to enable sharing by email. I did not wanted that, so I provided it as false. Then I provided like classification as low business impact, the description in the web template. So there would be an ID for each web template. So you need to find like this is for communication site. So if you want to do for team site, there is also a template ID for team site. You need to provide that here. And then in communication side, there are also site designs available like topic and others. So here I have provided the site design ID for topic, and then provided my email address as the owner of that site. So let's quickly go and see. Create site. Okay, so it's pretty simple with this payload. Provide the create a new site collection. Let's just run this on flow. Done. Oh, that created a new site. So this has submitted a request to create new site. It takes a while, like a minute or two, to create the site. So we'll come back in a minute, and let me continue with the presentation till then. Okay. So the structure is the URI header in the body when you create the new site. Oh, you need these three things. Okay. So what are the other operations using REST? You can talk to the SharePoint. So one is you can create content types and site columns. There are REST APIs available to create site columns and content types, commonly used one. Then you can create SharePoint groups inside SharePoint site. For example, you are working with a communication site. So communication site is not connected to the Office 365 groups. So it might require use of SharePoint groups. So if you want to add users to the SharePoint group or add new SharePoint groups or get the users from the SharePoint group, then you can use REST API to do any kind of operations related to SharePoint groups from the Power Automate. Then this is a great feature where you can do like batch update data. For example, you need to update 20 items or 50 items or 100 items from the flow. Then you can do the batch update rather than doing a single call for each update. You can do a batch update. So at a time, if you want to update 20 items or 50 items, you can do the batch. So that would improve the performance of your flow and also save you the number of API requests that your flow makes. And also, like, to get the items, you can also get items in batches. So for example, if you want to get a lot of items, usually that is not the case, but if you have a specific case, you need to get over 5,000 items in the flow from SharePoint list. Then it will REST API or the get item section will not allow you to get more than 5,000 items in your flow. But using the batch operation using in REST API, you can like get data in chunks, and that is how it will allow you to get more than 5,000 items in flow using REST API. So that is one of the useful feature. Then again, you can do all the file related operations like upload file or update the file or update file properties. Then also you can deal with the permissions, like if you want to break permissions on a file or a folder or an item or a site or a list or a library. If you want to break the permission, set the unique permissions on a specific object, then you can do that. So I have a really detailed blog written on this. I'll share the link by the end of the presentation. Then you can also like copy or move files from one folder to another, one library or one site to another. So there are also APIs available to move the copy or move files. And then if you want to generate links, like sharing links, so if you want to share something from the flow and send the link in the email, like of a file or a folder, then you can create the anonymous link using the REST API, or you can create a link shared with a specific email address. Like if external user access is available, is enabled in your environment, you can generate links for external email addresses in your flow and then send it in the email. So you can do that type of automation from your flows. So what are the pros and cons of using REST API in the Power Automate? So let's discuss about the flow. So first and foremost is whether you are updating the data to the SharePoint list or creating data in the SharePoint list, there is a difference which is highlighted here. Like in update item requires you to create different views. Like if you want to update only value of 2 columns, then also in the update item action which is provided by Power Automate, you need to provide values of the all columns, right? So in the REST API option, you don't need to do that. You just provide the values of the columns which are actually to be updated. You don't need to provide the values of other columns. Okay, so that is the first and foremost difference between the two approaches, and that is where REST API is more powerful. And then the advantage of using update item action which is provided by Power Automate is it is easy to use. If you are like new to REST API, you need a little learning curve on the syntax of REST API. And sometimes we've also like experienced that if I'm using update item, I want to update the values of 2 columns and I'm leaving the values of other column blank. uh, Update item action is overriding the value to blank in that column. If I don't want to update a column value, I'm not providing the value for that column, but then it is updating the value of those columns as blank. So we've experienced that. So you won't face this kind of issue in REST API because you are only providing the values of the columns which you want to update. Okay, so here is the difference. This is the update item and this is the REST API option. Here my title column is required and I'm not providing the value of the title column. If I don't do and not provide the value of title column, flow will not allow me to save the value of this, save the flow. So even if I don't want to provide the value of title column in this update, I need to provide because Power Automate will force me. And here I just want to update the approved value, so I'm just providing the value of approved column. I'm not providing the value of the title column, even though title is required, because that I'm doing an update item, so title would already have value and I don't want to update the value, right? So that is the basic difference. And what are the other advantages? So it allows you to do more than what out of box action allows. So if you want to create a site or create a list or add columns to the list, create content types or talk with SharePoint groups, then no out of box actions are available in Power Automate to do that. So you can use REST API to do that. And also now Graph API also coming in, so you can also use Graph API. Then does not allow you to update items without incrementing the version. So we saw a method called validate update item, right? So that allows you to update items without incrementing the version. So that is one advantage of using REST API. Then it also allows you to update the values of created and modified date columns and created by and modified by values, which you will not be able to update via update item action, which is provided by Power Automate. Then you can, for example, sometimes what happens is you want to use dynamic content values in the create item or update item. So if you are using the dynamic values in the create item or update item, it won't be able to identify which list you are updating. So those actions will not allow you to use dynamic values in the create item or update item action. So if you want to use dynamic values for the list name, So you need to use REST API. Then if you want
Anna, we
to,
have five more minutes. I just
yeah,
want to remind.
I'm near to completion.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you want to update the value of the hyperlink column in the name of the hyperlink column, for example, there is a link, the link URL and the link name, then REST API will only allow you to update the link name. If you are using update item, it will provide you the option only to update the link. So that's where also REST API is helpful. So, and if you delete a column from list, and then that list is used in the Power Automate by create item and update item action, your column would be used by create item and update item actions, right? And then if you want to like fix that flow, you need to delete those actions and then configure it again. So this increases your work. And if you had used REST API, then it would be more easier to update that flow rather than reconfiguring the actions altogether for create item and update item. This is the scenario when you delete a column from the list. Okay. And the REST API is also much better in terms of performance, like in compared to get items. Okay. Few of the cons, of course, any method that you are using might have some disadvantages. So what are the disadvantages? So for some operations, like I said, if I want to create a column in the list or add the column to the view, it only allows me to work with one column in the one request. So I need to make multiple requests. So if I want to create 3 columns, I need to make 3 requests. If I want to add 4 columns to the view, I need to make 4 requests. So that is a little overhead that can be solved by Graph API. So you can also look into Graph API if you are doing a lot of like adding columns to the list and the view. And then you need to learn the syntax and operations. So if you're new to REST API, you might find it a little hard to use in the beginning, but as and when you like get around it, you'll find it easy. Okay. So yeah, that's about it. These are some references. Like I wrote blogs on how to use REST API to create item or update item or to work with unique permission in the list. So you can check those blogs. I also wrote like how to create SharePoint site using REST API from Flow, and also some Microsoft references on how to use REST API, a more detailed one from what I showed today. So these are some references. All right. Thank you for joining, and I hope you get some value out of this session. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Anna.
Yeah.
Thanks
Yeah.
for
Thanks.
It's a very nice. You have shared how you can use the SharePoint REST API for platform in various ways, and you have clearly demonstrated updated everything, even the columns and everything. It's a very
Thank you.
nice
Glad
deep.
to speak for SPS M365 Chennai.
Thank you, Anna. Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, guys. Thank you. Thanks for joining SharePoint Saturday. Chennai 2021 edition. Thanks for joining in the Saturday. Have a nice day, guys. Thank you. Bye.